Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome back to Brighter Shores Day 45 live stream. So today, got a couple things we gotta go do. So, as far as our current progress, of course, as far as what we're AFKing, from 13 hours back, we were at the detective place. Main goal of what we're trying to reach right now as far as that, and why we still need to go and pivot to a different AFK activity. Oh, nice, 105, 105 on the dot, that's kind of funny. But, the double 105. But a couple things we were doing. First things first, of course, off stream, or we were trying to get 219 detective, as is like stuff like this. The main goal for this, of course, is to get to the 219 raid den, so whenever I do active AFK off stream, we can get a much better EXP rate. We might not be able to AFK them immediately, but, you know, it won't take too long to end up doing that. That'll probably be Monday's goal. Beyond that, Blacksmith 206 is probably going to be our next AFK. So we can start getting smithing post 200 up a little bit more, so we can actually craft better weapons and everything else like that. So that's a pretty high priority. We're not going to be going like super hard on it, but I do want to poke towards it. We're definitely not getting 206 today, that's for sure, unless we spend all day doing mining and smithing. But we will be spending some amount of time on it, try to get it up. Stonemason, I'm literally just one knowledge point away from being able to go and utilize it, so at some point we'll go get that. And then ultimately, one of the other things I want to go do is the Bone Zone. Not only are we getting pretty close to our sickle upgrade, we're at 13 out of about 18 gold that we need, so about 5-ish more gold. Not only that, but we're also going to get the sickle eventually and just keep getting gather up. Today, one of our biggest goals as far as gather is to go up one bone. We're going from bone spike, which is really good, going all the way up to the femur shard. That is the game plan. Hello, Sanaka. Hello, Isabel. Hello, everyone lurking around. Welcome. Hope you guys have been having a wonderful start of your weekend. Yeah, we started a little bit later today, but grabbed a nice meal. Ended up sorting out a few things this morning, and yeah, we're all good to go. Went on a nice walk. And yeah, we're all refreshed and ready to go. A little hour later than normal, but we are all good for the rest of the day. Anyways, let's go do stuff now. So, yeah, I guess we're heading straight to the Bone Zone. Oh, you know what? I do have it set up as if I'm about to go get another knowledge. I'm not going to right now, though. We can get one knowledge point to Stonemason whenever. That shouldn't take too long. So let's go get our Hope Forest EXP, and yeah, let's go head over there. I might have to juggle it a little bit, so good old timer. It's time to come out. Good old timer. Let's see, where are you, timer? Gosh, 626 hours. We put way too much time in. Let me go center this. Where is it? Let's see. I'm going to need this timer for sure at some point in the stream. I'm not going to set it up right now. Or, you know, we're setting it up, but not, like, using it right now. But we will be needing that timer. I just want to center it a little right now because it will drive me crazy if it's not centered. Good enough, I think. A little bit to the left, a little to the left. Yeah, that looks about centered. Okay, we're going to leave that there for our inevitable despawn timer, as I do believe for the cycle we do need every inventory space. So we are going to have to juggle the forest potion. Shouldn't need more than like, what, 20-ish? 20-ish? Yeah, 20 sounds about right. 20, 30. Let's go 30. Rather overkill it. It's not that many. If we despawn them, it's not going to be that big a deal. Alright, so let's go head over to the Bone Zone. Going to be a very bone-heavy stream, probably. That and going to get our smithing up because we really need it. But I hope you guys have been having a wonderful start of your weekend. Mine's been great so far. And let's see, where even is this thing? Hope you guys have been having a good, warm holiday as well. With Christmas around the corner, just a few days to go. We are getting so close to Christmas. It's actually insane how much like Christmas has snuck up. Like I already did all the Christmas shopping and everything else, sent out all the cards to family, you know, all that good stuff. But it's still surprising me. Like every time I look at the calendar, it's like, oh yeah, it's already like the end of year basically. We got like almost a week left until the end of the year. It has flown by. Even before Brighter Shores, it still felt like it was flying by this year. Yeah, here we are now. Alright, so Bone Spike. I believe it's all the way over here in those two weird purplish rooms. This is one of the weird areas that has like a lack of music, so we'll need to talk even more to fill the void. As this place has like an ominous like silence to it. Another week without updates. Yeah, people were saying earlier, I still haven't seen it anywhere online, but I guess just mentioned the Discord or something, because I like never checked the Discord. But or at least, you know, specific Discords like that. But apparently, yeah, he's on vacation break already right now. So there's a good chance we're not getting another update till like the early January. So we're gonna have to, like, what is that then? Like about a week and a half more from right now of still no more updates. It's gonna be over like 2 weeks of no update. So yeah, we're in a bit of a update dry streak right now. But hey, more time just to grind what's already here. So it should still work out as it normally would. Oh, I forgot the first time bonus is. It's only 1,000 though. It's not that big a deal. Completely forgot the first time bonus though. Honestly, they gotta do something about first time bonus later down the line. First time bonus is so small later in the game, especially post 200. But even at this level range, that was like nothing. That's like 3 bones worth of EXP right there. But yeah, that's pretty much our game plan today. Lots and lots of bones. Obviously, we need these for our eventual bone right, as all these bones go and train the bone skill. We're definitely going to need to go and get that higher than it currently is, as yeah, it's kind of low right now. Only at 90 when our stonemason is probably banked to like 170, 180. Or, you know, it probably has like 20, 25 levels banked. And bone right, however, has like 1 level banked. If we could, maybe a little bit more than 1. One's a little low, but it's close. It's definitely close to that, that's for sure. All right, let me go set this onto a loop so I don't forget about it. Let's see. Have it on repeat. Click play. And do not let those despawn. Do not despawn on me, Hope Forest EXP pots. We should be fine, though. Shouldn't be an issue at all. Let's hope. Fingers crossed. We'll find out. But yeah, I do feel like more people than normal have been definitely burning out on the game recently. Just because of the lack of updates recently. But, I don't know. It's actually kind of funny because I remember, gosh, when I first played Gems of War, the other game that we played for a decade before this game that we're playing for probably a decade. Assuming Andrew Gower keeps supporting it and keeps the servers up and everything. But the previous game we played for a decade straight every single day, Gems of War, and still are to this day. Still been keeping up with daily, still been covering on Monday. But that game, when it first came out, had like the lowest player base it ever had. Was actually at its launch and just kind of improved from there. But it actually had a pretty similar issue on launch in that it launched in November, similar to Brighter Shores, but then had to go on a holiday break where it had like 2.5 weeks of absolutely no updates early on in the game lifecycle because, you know, they were all for holiday. And it's kind of funny because the same thing has happened to Brighter Shores, where, you know, the game's only been out for, you know, a little over a month, and now he's already taken like 2-3 weeks off, which is perfectly fine, obviously, because of the holiday and everything. But, yeah, it's a little unfortunate when it does happen that early in the lifespan of a game. Keep in mind, he wasn't originally ever going to release this far towards the holiday. Originally, it was supposed to come out back in September, or, you know, Q3. So likely sometime in September or really, really late August. But, of course, ended up getting delayed and ended up coming out November 6th instead. But because of that, yeah, they get pushed pretty close to the holiday. And obviously, he was going to take off a week or 2 for the holiday, which makes sense. But because of that, yeah, we got a little bit of a content dry streak. But that's just more time to go spend on what we already have. And go from there. It's not like anything that's in the game has gotten any worse. Just won't be getting any quality of life or just any content updates for the next like week and a half. You thought we'd be at this launch checklist faster? Yeah, that's another factor too. I think he's only gotten 1 out of, what, 10 things on his launch checklist completed? Whereas, at this rate, it's currently looking like a June release? Maybe a little bit later than that. Carpentry still carpentry? Yeah. I don't think carpentry is going to get fundamentally changed before launch, though. I feel like that's something that will be fixed with other future ways of being able to train it and multi-skill it and other similar things. But I don't think carpentry is going to be fixed anytime soon. Like the actual skill of carpentry and everything with it. To be fair, they have added things that were on the list. That is true, too. They've added a lot of things that were on the list already. Most of it in the quality of life department. Cubable actions is also a pretty big thing. Cubable actions is something not from the master list that is supposed to come pretty soon. It's honestly probably even the first update of the year. Other than whatever other quality of life it might end up adding. But the second update of the year could easily be cubable actions. Which is something that wasn't even on the original checklist. And I really want, because you'll be able to AFK so many more skills than you already can. Even what we're doing now, instead of just going for only Bone Spike, you could go for every Bone Spike and Suave tree in the room. And get all of them by, you know, just shift click on them. And then boom, you can just do like all 6 of these. All 6 of these, all 6 of these, all 6 of these, bank, repeat kind of system. Oh, I keep forgetting to do this Bone Spike. I'm really bad with the Bone Spike spawns. I need to get better at them. So hello, Chipmunk, by the way. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. How's the merchant leather maker grind been going? Actually, where is leaderboard right now? We're still 18th. I'm actually surprised. Good, you're nearly there. Nice. Yeah, I still need to go do 222 with 210 Leathermaker. I was mostly waiting until we really need like a lot of money for it, but even though we're not having an update for a little while, honestly, we should start the pivot into it at some point soon. The main reason I kind of want to get Gatherer done is, well, not done, but, you know, start working it to 200, is I really want to get those 200 all for Mines of Matubin. I really want that craftable 200, something we've been kind of partially working towards for quite a while now, but haven't actually, like, fully ended up finishing out. Oh, I just realized something. Why did I bring XP pots for this zone? I actually should have brought in XP pots for mining. Oh, wait. You know what? My brain is processing something. We might be taking a break from the bone zone. I just now realized a mistake in the order of which we're doing things. The mistake is... Well, can you stop popping up? Thank you. The mistake is... we should actually go do stonemason right now, then come back do this, but do it with mining potions. Because I just realized, these are bone spikes. I did not want to be putting knowledge into gathering yet. If I do, I'm going to be doing it at like a higher level, like, you know, 75-ish. Like once we're actually, you know, getting to that like threshold. But initially, I actually don't want to put knowledge into gather. The main reason being is this has the best route for banking compared to every other bone. So I want to be able to maximize on these while we do have a really good bone. And because of that, I want to be dumping it into stonemason. But to be able to dump it into stonemason, we need to, well, do stonemason. So, yeah, let me pivot from the pivot already. We will be coming back for the bone zone. We are going for that 79. However, I completely forgot about this earlier. Yeah, it's one of the reasons I was doing that, so I would remember and then proceeded to not remember. Good job, me. I literally kept it below 152. So, like, right on the edge. Because I'd be like, oh, yeah, it'll help me remember tomorrow morning. And here we are tomorrow morning, or tomorrow afternoon, and it's like, oh, yeah, I forgot, didn't I? Whoops. But yeah, I did that because I wanted to do stonemason first, then go to the bone zone. Because I need to go cash in all of my stonemason XP before we go and start dumping XP onto it again. So just so we get a little bit more XP for it. It's just a better sequence of events. We're still doing all the same things. We're just doing it in a slightly different order. But all the same things we're still going to do is still being done, just in a slightly different order. So let me go head over there. Oh yeah, I don't need a timer anymore. I can get rid of that. Timer, you've served us well, but you're done for now. Thank you. We will need you again later, but not right now. Once we go back to the bone zone. But for now, let's go head back over there. Let's head back over there. Alright, to the bone zone. I mean, to the stone throne. Oh no, what do you do for the other one? We got the bone zone. What is it for the other two? I'm not sure what to even call it. The stone... I'm trying to think of something cool that rhymes with stone. Stone tone? Stone... Oh no, stone throne is the only thing that comes to mind. Let's see. Where are we going? What am I even looking for here? Basalt? Was it basalt? I'm pretty sure it's basalt based on the level. Yeah, it's basalt. Okay. Just making sure. Yeah, we're running basalt into something. What that something is, I do not know, but I believe it's whatever this range thingy is. I'm pretty sure it's like 4 into an object. Putting this into stonemason so I can make whatever this object is. And yep, that's exactly what we're making. We're making the 152 little ice disc thingies. Perfect. Alright. Well, let's get to it. Oh, that guy from yesterday is still here. He's still going. What's his name isn't here, though? The Bay guy? The Bay guy, is he done with stonemason? He did 2 days straight, like all day long. Is he done today, or did we get a different server? Or he might just not be on right now. The other guy's been going so hard on stonemason. Like, it lasts at least like 2-3 days. He's been doing only stonemason. But I don't see him here right now. Could be getting more stone potentially. He ran out of all his stone. He ran out of stone to do stonemason with. But as far as our current grinds, I'm pretty sure our main ones are still to try to work up Mines of Matubin to 200. It's always been like an underlying goal, and it still pretty much is today. It's a grind we've been putting off that we really need to get around to. And yeah, this last few days we kind of been getting around to it a lot more. And we'll proceed to it pretty much until it's done. That's the whole reason we're doing Gatherer too. And going back to the bone zone later is I need the bones for bone right. You don't need to have them, but you know, I want to have the bones for later in case we ever need an item or anything else like that. So Kind of just trying to work it up and go from there. That is the game plan. Only problem is whenever we do something like this, I never know what to talk about because it just goes on for a while. Because, you know, it is a little bit of a repetitive activity. A lot of games like this, once they get to the later parts, you know, you kind of hit that grind wall. Same thing with the League. When we stopped doing the old school RuneScape League after the first 6 days, the main reason being is like every single thing. I'm not even doing the League right now, AFK in the background. I'm actually just AFK in a redwood tree in the main game because it's like 5-minute AFK. But I'm not even doing like the League at the moment in old school, even though I still need to go finish that at some point, because I basically have all the grind wall stuff where basically you have to grind everything for like 1 billion hours before you could go and actually do anything with it. And I feel like it's an issue quite a few MMOs end up having, where you know, you reach a certain point in the game where every single grind you have to go do is just so long. And while I do enjoy doing them, gosh, the amount of time some of those grinds take is so high. Even in like leagues in old school where you're getting like a, you know, a super exceedingly high rate, there are still things that take like tens of hours, and it's like, oh gosh, I'd rather just do this in the main game. Will that be followed by a grind base to 100? Oh gosh, Sean. Yeah, the base 100 grind. I have no clue when we're getting to that. I don't plan to yet though. I think I would sooner do 200 at a time than I would do 100 all. The main reason being, we don't really need 100 all. Whereas there is a need for getting specific 200s in a certain order. For example, I would say 200s that we're working on right now, technically 3, is Gatherer, Stonemason, and Bonewright. Those are the 3 like prime 200s that we're working on right now. And I guess if I want to AFK a little bit, maybe Leatherworker. But those are the main 3 right now, Stonemason, Bonewright, and Gatherer. They're not the closest we have to 200, but they are the 3 primary ones we are working on right now. All for a different purpose. Stonemason, because the earlier we get 200 Stonemason, the earlier we can get a 205 4-star for chapter 4, in which case we can do the AFK raid dens with them. So it's pretty high priority since we have access to that starting pretty much tomorrow. We should pretty much have access to that like tomorrow or the next day, one or the other. Either by Sunday or Monday. But by Monday stream, one the goal I actually have is to, you know, be like raid ready. So that whenever we do that like off stream, because we won't have as much time on Monday, I will be able to go from there. Patricio finally touched mining. Nice! Oh, I should go do some mining today, see if I can find him. That'd be funny. I need to do a little bit of iron mining, so I'm not sure how long we're going to be doing that when we go do that today, but maybe we'll see him. Given his level range, he's probably not there, though. Actually, we can look at his level range and tell exactly where he is, though. Let me see. Has Patricio finally gotten to mining? I guess check. Let me go check. He is 57 mining. Let's see. What is he currently doing right now, then? He's doing minecart. Actually, I don't even need to check. I don't even need to scroll down to know what he's doing. He's doing the level 55 iron minecart. Which means, yeah, if we were doing iron, we'd actually see him today. Unless he's skipping that one because it's really far away. But yeah, there it is. Unless he's doing platinum ore instead. But I'm pretty sure he's doing iron minecart right now then. Unless it hasn't been updated. In which case, what's after iron minecart? That I do forget. I remembered the iron minecart 55. What's after iron minecart though? Iron minecart would be rugged granite. So I would not see him doing rugged granite if he's already moved to that. But if that leaderboard is up to date, if I went to iron ore right now, we'd actually see him. Oh no, should we go over there? I don't think I've only seen Patricio in game like once. Because I've never really like tried to find him. As was pretty much everyone we ever stopped by. You know, we just kind of just like naturally see them. Just did how the world system works and auto queues with you with everyone else. He did say he was working on another 5-star quest for episode 1. Who? Patricio? Though he already had all the requirements for them. Because the only other one would have been... Oh, no, you mean... Oh, never mind. I see what you mean. You're talking about Sam or whatever his name was. Yeah, someone mentioned that yesterday, that they're working on a 5-star quest for chapter 1. I don't think they've mentioned what the rewards will be or what you need for or anything yet publicly. But yeah, I did hear someone mention that earlier. That the devs are working on, or Sam, or whoever the community manager thing was kind of working on his own quest for chapter 1. But yeah, I'm curious what requirements you're going to need for it. Because I only have 50 guard, or, 50 everything there. So hopefully it's within that range. I assume it will incorporate Forager, because so far Forager and Gather are the only 2 skills in the entire game that have not been used for any quest requirement yet. So they're both probably going to be required for, the corresponding quests. Like the next Hope Port 5-star quest will likely require Forager to some degree. And the next Hope Forest 5-star quest, or any quest, would likely require Gatherer. As they are currently the only 2 skills in the entire game that have not been utilized for a quest yet. So they are the 2 most likely targets to end up having some amount of quests associated to them. Just a heads up if you do want to like pre-level them a little. Is yeah, a 5-star quest is coming to chapter 1. And while not confirmed, it is exceedingly likely it would incorporate foraging if you only have like level 20 foraging or something. I want to get it up a little bit between now and like a week or two from now. It has his daughter in it? Really? Yeah, I haven't heard that much about it. Where's all this info come from? I've heard people like making mentions of it, but I haven't actually seen like where it was posted or anything. Most because I don't check the Discord or the Reddit. So unless people relay the info to me, I almost like never see it, or unless it gets like super public. Like if he doesn't mention it on his Twitter, I basically don't know that it exists. Oh, it was on a live stream? Oh yeah, the community manager was live streaming. Someone mentioned that earlier too. Was it in the AMA as well? Yeah, I read most of the AMA. I didn't read like every single one though. I'm pretty sure I read like 70% of it. So there's definitely some that got through the cracks. I read all the more like upvoted ones and everything. But all the ones like further down I wasn't able to read down to. Because there's just so many of them. You're thinking at least 60 for whatever skills they will be. You could see needing 100. They said they want to have it be for higher level stats. Ooh. Oh gosh. Do we need to go do Hopeport grind? I'm going to worry about that when the quest actually comes out. I'm not going to like pre-farm everything in Hopeport to 100. But you know, whatever the requirements are, we'll just grind to it like the week of, the day of. Which means we might be a little day late to the party, but at least then there'll be like a billion quest guides if we want to follow them or need help with a certain part. Because then the wiki will probably have a rough outline and everything like that. So it's kind of a good thing to wait like a day if it does come out. And get the requirements on day 1 and then the actual quest on day 2. So it's because that's pretty much realistically how it's going to go. If they release a quest for an area that already exists and I don't have the level requirement, the first day would be getting all the level requirements and the second day would be actually doing the quests. And by then, if we get stuck somewhere, you know, people would have already done the quest. There would probably be like a rough guide on the wiki, stuff like that. So if we get like completely lost and it's like, oh no, what are we supposed to do at this part? It's like, okay, yep. Just check it within a few seconds rather than get stuck for a few minutes. But yeah, I'll just grind for whatever we don't have when it comes out. If we need like 70 foraging, you know, let's get 70 foraging then. Plus, it might be a good way to get our alchemy up if it requires like 80 alchemy or something. Is that'd be good encouragement for us to finally get to our plus 60 cryopots at 77. Main reason I've been putting it off is I want to go do the gather and forager grind a little bit more. So I have supplies to actually go and utilize. Rather than have to buy all of them from the shop. Because we're already going to have to do the other grinds anyways. We might as well do them first. Same reason I kind of want to get Mindfighter up a little bit more before I go like super into alchemy as well. Because by 131, I believe we need a lot of those supplies in order to go make 7% pots. And while I already have some banked, I only have 1,000 of one. Only. And like 300 of the other. But, yeah, you know, we'd still need a lot more than that. That's not going to be enough to reach the threshold. You think episode 3 will be the first episode with 1k total level? Oh, for you? Nice. Oh, wow. Are you going 200 all? Oh, you never mind. You're saying mine. I thought you were saying yours. But, honestly, yeah, that's probably the case. Because I don't plan to actually go too deep further in Chronopolis. The furthest, it depends how much we AFK Chronopolis, though. Because off stream until queuable actions, we're going to be doing Chronopolis AFK a lot. Until they add queuable actions, in which case, we'd probably still are doing Chronopolis AFK. Because right now, if we were to go do active AFK, we'd be doing raid dens. But if we were doing active AFK with queuable actions, we would likely be doing Leatherworker, assuming it works for Leatherworker, and you can AFK for like 4 minutes with 3 clicks. But if that is the case, then Leatherworker has become our new best friend. But as far as levels I'm getting, I just need 219 detectives so I can AFK these, which will make them trickle up slowly. And then from there, I'm only planning to get 222 merchant and 210 Leatherworker, as that's what you need to go do both of them with full, you know, full price discount. But that's as far as I plan to get them for the foreseeable future. Once I have 222 merchant and 210 Leatherworker, they're pretty much staying that way for a very long time, possibly forever. Not forever, but until Armor Maker comes out, I don't really have any intention to get them much higher than those level ranges. But yeah, Leatherwork would have to be like fully released, chapter 5 already out and everything for me to really go much further than that, as I only plan to go to like, you know, 200, 210, 220-ish Armor Maker. But beyond that, yeah, Mines of Matubin probably would be my first 1,000. It is heavily assisted by the fact that there is 5 skills in a chapter, though, rather than just 4. Because if they both only had 4, they, my Chronopolis would definitely be way higher. Even right now, it's way higher. Even with the 5 in chapter 4 compared to the 4 in chapter 5. I mean, the 4 in chapter 4. You know what I'm trying to say. The 5 in chapter 3 compared to the 4 in chapter 4 is what I meant to say. But even now, it's currently higher. But yeah, my Mind to Matubin is definitely my main focus right now. Pretty much everything I'm doing is Mind to Matubin focus. Even though my AFK is for the other thing. But, you know, like basically these 2 chapters. The only reason we're doing Gather is because it feeds into the other thing. Most things in Hopeport I don't really care about other than Alchemy. These Forager Monuments likely just could be cosmetic. Alchemy I need, but there's so many other skills I need to do before it. Fisher is pretty pointless. It only feeds into cooking. Cooking, I kind of need Forager and Fishing before I really want to go much further into it. And Guard is, you know, just going to stay there. Same as Scout. They really don't need to get any higher. The only reason I even got them above like 20 or 30 is because of the quest. And the only reason I got them above 30 was because we were going for base 50s. But both of those I intend to keep pretty much at 50 for forever. Not forever, but honestly, probably until combat rework. Yeah, you meant for me. Yeah, I noticed after a second shot. I didn't really notice you said your. I completely skipped the your in that word, or the sentence. You're thinking at least 60... Oh, never mind, I already read that. You're so close to 200 alchemy. Congrats, Tanaka. Huge, huge, huge. Oh, you're doing it with Mind Fighter as well? Nice. Yeah, Mind Fighter is so important for alchemy. The biggest 2 being 131. You end up getting the 7% mining pots. But more importantly, at 170... Mind Fighter gives you the best healing currently in the game at 35%. And while there's not too many things to use that for in the current state of the game, it's still really, really useful to have. Yeah, the thing I'm still somewhat interested on is potentially the 10% for Hopeport. I believe this requires a pretty high foraging level, but doing foraging into alchemy kind of situation can end up being pretty good if you boost this into alchemy. Because post 200 alchemy starts getting really, really, really expensive or requiring a lot of resource. Similar to how like smithing is, where you either have to go get 1 billion resources or burn 1 million money. So alchemy at that level range is kind of in a pretty similar predicament, and being able to get that extra 10% knowledge can help out a huge, huge, huge amount. So that's something I also want to do before we ever tackle the 490 monument grind. I am not doing the 490 monument grind without 25 alt tools and 10% pots. It is just not going to be worth it without it. And you even get some of them during that. The only problem is, maybe not 10% pots the whole time, but I forget what level you even need to go get to 10% pots. But it's definitely something that you 100% would want to make, you know, during the grind once you can end up foraging them. As you're literally foraging the things for free that you're making the pots out of. Don't you think you will slowly get merchant up still to make money? No. We're almost situated on money. We did the math earlier. We need about 150 more gold than what we have now, which sounds like a lot because it is a lot. However, there's a lot of things other than merchant leatherworker that'll be making us money. We'll also be making a lot of money getting to merchant into 210 leather maker. So between everything else, we should be okay on money for the most part. Because the main thing I'm putting my money into is tool upgrades, of course. The next one is going to be sickle, so that whenever we do gather, like, you know, today, when we go back to the bone zone, we will be going pretty heavily into getting our sickle back up, so we can go do the other things that end up being a benefit from it. So when we do reach that under the gather, we still get the boost. And beyond that, yeah, all the other tools we need. We did all the math on it earlier, but the tool list of things we still need to go upgrade is eventually down the line, post 200, we will need the 25 fishing rod, low priority. All of the 25 foragings, these are decently high priority, so we can actually start foraging again. The sickle, which is our next upgrade most likely, is probably the highest priority and the one we'll be going for next. Wood cutting, we're going to need 3, the hatchet, the handsaw, and the loppers. However, the loppers we don't need till post 200, so we mostly just need the hatchet and a little bit handsaw. We'll probably be doing both of those, of course, when we get around to it. And then that would allow us to start doing carpentry, but that's a thing in itself. Mining, we already got a level 30 tool we don't need to worry about anymore. The other AFK one isn't needed. For detective, I might eventually need the magnifying glass and the binoculars, but I'm probably just doing the binoculars and see if we can try to get away with never using the magnifying glass. But I have a feeling at some level ranges we are going to have to go get it. So yeah, it's a later issue that we will ignore for now. And that's all the tools. But yeah, next one on our chopping block is definitely sickle. And then due to the whole alchemy thing, I'm probably going to be going into the triple threat of Zone 1. I want to go get the trowel, I want to go get the pond net, I want to go get the secateurs. I'm going to get them all to 25. I know the distribution on them doesn't necessarily need to all be 25, but how much you use some, how much you don't use others. But I do want to get all 3 to 25 just so I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to be like, oh, is this one only getting like 5% instead of 10% or whatever else? I just be like, okay, they're all getting the max amount. I can just do whatever. Whatever's best we'll do at the given range, regardless of route, regardless of tool. So that's pretty much the game plan there. But of course, that requires the most out of any of them to really get started, as most other ones at absolute most only require 2. Like Gather only requires 2, Woodcutting technically only requires 2, you're never using the two-handed one, and the Loppers is just for AFK post 200. So, yeah, those are the main 2 tools we're trying to do, Gather and Forager. Gather first because we only need the other one, and we already have the Bone Rake for today, and, you know, in the future in general. But the other one is definitely going to be coming in the near future after that. But, yeah, we just got to make the money for it. But we should be able to get money passively through enough other skills that we don't necessarily need Merchant Leatherworker for it. And if we do, well, let's go get more Merchant Leatherworker. Shouldn't be that big a deal. That's one thing that might actually be beneficial too about doing Detective. While Detective isn't generally known for making a lot of money, I believe the next investigation is almost 1 gold per hour, as long as we do them very quickly. Which is not like a huge amount for how high the skill is, but it's not low. I'm pretty sure 267 investigations are about 1 gold an hour. I'm not 100% certain on that, but I'm just basing it based on, you know, the amount of gold we're getting right now is about 0.6, 0.7 gold per hour. So I would assume one that is like 70, 80, 90 levels higher is probably about 1 gold an hour, give or take a little bit. But, yeah, we'll just have to wait till we get there. It's one of the things I'll probably get the magnifying glass for before we get there. And then basically have the magnifying glass pay for itself. Because there are going to be some level ranges up there where we're really going to need it. Especially if we want to get to 287, you know, passive activity. But, yeah, that might be like a whole day, too. Just a whole day of investigations whenever we get around to that in, like, a month from now. Or a couple weeks from now, however long it takes to get to that level range. But it's basically going to be a day where all we do is Detective. I feel like it's going to be pretty fun. I actually really enjoyed the Detective activity. There's just so many dead zones where it's just not worth doing. But that is one of the few zones where it's absurdly worth doing. And probably when we'll get the magnifying glass to 25. How much total gold will it be to get all of the tools you have left to 25? We did the math for it the other night. I believe it was 168 gold. We did the math for it like 2 or 3 nights ago when I was pondering about a bunch of stuff. But I believe it's about 150 gold more than what I have right now. Because it was about 168 and currently we have like 12, 13. Plus we'll be making more to stream. So yeah, after the stream it's about 150 more gold than whatever we have, roughly, in order to finish all relevant tools. It's not every tool in the game, but it's all the ones that we're likely going to need. Also, keep in mind a good majority of those that we'd have no immediacy on. Like, I do not need to get the fishing rod AFK maxed anytime soon. I don't need to go get the woodcutting AFK maxed anytime soon. It's mostly the active tools that you need pre-200. Most of the AFK tools are only needed post-200. Like, for example, the binoculars for Detective, the first time I'll end up needing those is at level 238. At 238 Detective, if I don't want to keep doing AFK raid dens and want to utilize this AFK, which I'm not sure if we will or won't, but if we did, that's the first instance where we need the binoculars. Ironically, or coincidentally, the game knows that too. They know what they're doing. This is like the first time that you would really need binoculars, and guess what you get? The final binocular upgrade. 5 levels after doing the binocular AFK. So they know what they're doing. The first time you would need it, it's like, oh yeah, that's also when you get max binoculars. How convenient. But, yeah, you know, there's some logic behind, how they have all the levels set up. The first time you'd really need binoculars, and they're like, oh, here's some max binoculars. So hello, Rajat. Are you still going to be accepting friends requests? Yes. Oh yeah, I never did clear that out, but yeah, if anyone still wants to, I'm just going to start doing, I found a new system for this now. I'm just going to start kicking people who I think have been inactive. And if they say, hey, why did you kick me? And they come back to us and say, like, hey, could you re-add me? I will. So that's going to be our new plan for how we handle this, I think. Because it's just getting way too annoying constantly keep checking the leaderboard. So I'm just going to do it based on a... we'll kick anyone who we think we haven't really seen for a while. And if they say they want to be re-added, we will. So yeah, if anyone wants to add me, let me know. Or if you're already on the list, let me know. Or, you know, the 16 backlog. So, yeah, at any point to stream, do let me know. Like what your name is, and yeah, we'll try to get some people added. Because I've been meaning to do that for a while, but I think I wasn't able to clear it. That was one thing I meant to do, but got sidetracked this morning. There's a couple other things I had to get around to. But, yeah, we'll start doing that again. But I'm just going to start doing it on like a random kick kind of thing. Just because I can't be bothered to keep checking the leaderboard for every single person. It's just taking so long. So we're just going to try to get rid of some that seems like we haven't seen in like forever and a half. And if they ever come back saying, hey, why do you kick me? We'll just go re-add them then. That's going to be the basis that we do it based on now. You're adding you on your character name is Savash? Shavash. But yeah, if anyone wants to add me, let me know. Oh, Savash? Which one? This one right here? Savanch? Yep, that would be you. Alright, let me go get you in then. Alright, let's play Random Friend Roulette. Longmont. I don't think Longmont is. But But Longmont, if you're seeing this or ever come back to us, let me know. We'll go get you re-added. Let's see. But yeah, that's how we're going to do it, just out of sanity's sake. Let's see. Who am I looking for? Savanch. Accept. You have been accepted. But yeah, anyone else who wants to be added, let me know. We'll start doing it on a... If I think I haven't seen them for a while. Hello. But yeah, we'll start doing it on that basis. It'll just be way easier than checking like 1,000 names over a long period of time. Yep, no problem. But yeah, anyone else wants to be added, let me know. And the rest of that friends list I'll probably go through a little bit later too, just see who we need to get on. Like some of these people I've seen a lot actually, like PM Twisty. I just haven't bothered adding them because the whole add remove thing. But yeah, as far as how much gold we need about 150 more, roughly. Give or take a little bit. But we don't need all that immediately. The ones I want the most immediately is whatever 18 times 4 is, which is 72, minus whatever we already have. So I need like 60 more gold. 60 more gold allows us to do two things. It allows us to do the gathering skill, which is the first one we're going to be going for, so we get the sickle and the hand rake. But then the rest of that gold, the rest of that 60, or more so 18, 36, 54. 54, after 54 more gold after that, we can go do gatherer. Because I do want that 200 gatherer. Not because I necessarily want 200 gatherer, but because I want 200 alchemy. And it just makes sense to do 200 gatherer first before, or sorry, foraging, I mean. Well, both, technically. But we're doing 200 gatherer first, then 200 forager, so we could do 200 alchemy. And at some point, maybe I'll do a little bit of mine fighter in there. I'm not sure yet, though. But, yeah, I do want those for that eventual grind. The reason I'm doing gatherer first is it feeds into two things I care about. Bone right and forager. Whereas the problem with, bone right and alchemy, I mean. Whereas the problem with forager is it only feeds into cooking and alchemy. And while I do care about alchemy, I don't care about cooking as much. So yeah, it's a little bit less priority, but still pretty useful. Oh, yeah, what am I doing? I forgot we have a full inventory. Let me just go right now then. Let's go bank, teleport over to the good old Hopeport. Yep, no problem. If you guys haven't already, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated. Helps people find the YouTube channel. Is greatly, greatly appreciated. If you guys have any questions or anything you want me to go over, do let me know. We've been streaming here, Brighter Shores, for about like 11, 12 hours, pretty much every single day. So if you ever want to stop by, say hi, have any questions, feel free to stop by. We've been streaming literally every day since launch and have the whole playlist here up on YouTube of our entire journey. If you ever want to see any particular part of it. Anyways, what are we doing? Let's go and grab all of our stuff over here. Withdraw. And of course, our current grind is pretty much a Batubin heavy right now. Even the Bone Zone grind is, of course, getting bones so that we can go do Mines of Batubin, as a lot of people kind of are. Or maybe I shouldn't say a lot, but as some amount of people are. We're really highly prioritizing, you know, the 199, 200 craftable 4 stars, just because of how useful it'll be, but also because of special attacks. I really want to have it before special attacks, and our current rate, we should easily be able to. Bone Rate's a little low, but that's just because I want to do the whole Gatherer grind first. But I am pretty sure before special attacks come in about a month or two, we should have 4-star craftable everything. So it'll be good to go on that. Because for any of you that don't know, when special attacks do come out, they will only be on 4-star weapons. You will not be able to do it on a non-4-star weapon. So something like a 3-star will not have special attacks. So do be wary. To be able to craft 4 stars, not only do you... Oh, I need to go do my dailies! I forgot about that because I was away for so long. Wait, let me go do that right now. Wait. It just came across my mind. Wait, let me go do that. But, yeah, if you want to be able to craft 4 stars, you need to complete the Lost and Found quest in Chapter 5, the 5-star quest... Or, sorry, the 5-star quest in Chapter 3, I mean, of Lost and Found, as well as... it's not required, but it's ideal to have 200 Bone Rate, 200 Blacksmith, and 200 Stonemason. If you don't have all 3 of them, it's ideal to at least have 200 in the one that is your class. So, of course, Bone Rate for Guardian, Blacksmith for Cryo Knight, and Stonemason for Hammer Mage. Because when trading comes out, you'll be able to go and trade for it, of course, and not need to worry about the other components. However, you do want to have at least one of them to 200, as well as Lost and Found completed. Ideally, all 3 to 200 if you want to be a little bit more self-sufficient with it. Technically even higher than that, but 200 is just a nice basis before it starts getting really hard to train. Alright, where am I going? We're going over to the other mine over there. I really need to go upgrade his mining activity. It just 21 mining levels sounds like a nightmare. Like, I enjoy mining, but 21 mining levels, gosh, it is such a slow skill. It's one of the slower in the game. Not the absolute slowest, but it's definitely on the slower end of skilling in the game. Well, we're getting there. Actually, it's kind of funny because we were talking about earlier to stream too, that what's his name ended up delaying it for the longest time. Peticio. Actually, is this Peticio? Yeah, Peticio. He just now started the mining grind. He's at 58 mining. He was at like 43 for the longest time. But he finally got around to it today. He saved his last ones because one of the slowest skills in the entire game to train, as far as EXP is concerned. I say Bone Right's the absolute slowest, but you know, people like to get that for the weapon upgrade and everything. So even though it's the slowest, it's a little bit more useful than mining. Not that mining is not useful, but it just gives you material, whereas, you know, Bone Right you can actually make into a final product kind of situation. Alright, let me go get more of this dynamite. I can technically do this at the 207 mining activity. It just seems so not worth doing compared to iron ore. 2 iron ore is more EXP than one single blast mine. And one single blast mine takes longer than 2 iron ore, so I haven't really seen much of a need to go do this activity at this level range, as it's scaled pretty poorly at the moment. I really do enjoy the blast mining activity, but there's just so little need to do it unless you really want the ore. But unless you're a hammer mage, you really don't care about this ore too much. Maybe for the one-time bonus, but beyond that, not too much. Oh, so hello, Isabel! You have a question. What's your question? Wait, what's your question, Isabel? I saw your thing mentioning you have a question, but I don't see what your question was. What was the question? What was the question? Let me know. Let's see. All right, anyways, daily's done. Let's go back to what we're doing. Back to the stonemason grind. Use up everything we still have. Hopefully reach the next level threshold. If not, we'll put more knowledge into it. Oh, yeah, I know that you were here all along. I still just wanted to say hello, though. What was your question? What day are we going to be going fishing? Wait, fishing? Fishing. Oh, I almost thought you meant IRL for a second. But, yeah, you mean in, Palia, I think. I don't know, what day were we going to do the Pokemon thing? I could do both of them on the same day. I don't know, just let me know a day, and I could probably, you know, after stream, end up doing it. I don't know, any day kind of works. Other than maybe Christmas Eve, but beyond Christmas Eve, any day would pretty much work. So just let me know. Or message me on Discord. Yeah, whatever day's convenient for you. Because any night after the stream, I'm pretty much free. I'm just like eating, relaxing for the night. Stuff like that. What timer is that you use with the merchanting? Oh, it's the Steam timer. If you go and click Shift plus Tab on Steam, which of course is Brighter Shores only on Steam. So if you click Shift plus Tab in Brighter Shores, I guess technically, though any game on Steam, it'll bring up this menu. And when you're in this menu, click on Clock right over here. It's the 4th button to the left currently. So they add even more buttons here. It's the one that says Clock. That will then bring up this menu. With this menu, you can set this time to anything you want for how many minutes, hours, and seconds. And it has a couple different buttons. It has a loop button, so it'll keep repeating. It has a reset button to reset it all the way to, you know, what it was, like we just did. It has a play, which of course make it go down. And it also has a pin button. So whenever we do this, it'll pin it to the game itself. So as you can see, we can currently see our timer. Currently I have set to 9 minutes, so whenever I drop a potion, like we will be when we go back to the bone zone, we can go and keep track of our drop potion. But of course, you can also set it to 2 minutes so that it cycles with your merchant board, which is another really good use for it. Bring it down to 2 minutes, and then whenever you do your merchant, make sure it aligns to the timer that's on the merchant board, and then every 2 minutes, it'll keep resetting for you perfectly, and you'll be able to see whatever the timer is. But yeah, it's pretty good for both those two things. Definitely has helped out a lot in training merchant, and when I do post 200 merchant, we'll be utilizing it again, but just want to take a little bit of a merchant break for now, after doing so much of it in the past. But I do need to get it to at least 222 later, so we can get our 210 leather worker. And that should also give us a good amount of the funds we need for everything we need. Not all of it, but a good amount towards the cause. With like the 150 more gold we need. And of course, keep in mind, we're making quite a bit from Stonemason, from Blacksmith, and maybe even a little bit from Bone Right. If I ever get the woodcutting carpentry component, which is scaring me. Not sure if we will, but if we ever do. Hey, another Christmas hat. I must keep forgetting about those. We have such a collection right now. What's our highest one? We are in a two-way tie. The purple elves and the blue elves are fighting each other for who has dominance over the most amount of hats. Because they have been like neck and neck for forever now. Every single day I feel like a different one of them takes the lead, but they are dead even right now in the race for the highest amount of hats. Though, you know what's in third right now, oddly enough? Red Santa. Red Santa is actually in third place right now as far as our hat distribution. And Black Santa's not too far behind either. So they're both can potentially catch up if they get lucky enough. But yeah, currently it's between the purple and blue elves. Which is sad because I like the green elf one the most. You'll DM me after the stream? Okay, perfect, Isabel. Yeah, I'll go check it later. Thank you, thank you. But I look forward to doing that later, Isabel. Yeah, just let me know what day you're free or anything like that, and we'll get around to it. Because I'm free pretty much every day. Because my schedule is pretty free aside from the stream. Like, I'm pretty much doing very, very little beyond that. And just, like, some last-minute holiday stuff here and there. You know, just normal life things here and there, like this morning. But beyond that, my schedule is very free this time of year. Especially since I'm not going away for the holidays. I'm still celebrating Christmas with the family and everything. But I'm not, like, going away to celebrate. So I don't have, like, you know, a week of travel time or anything like that. Oh, you said tonight? Okay, yeah, I could do tonight. Tonight's, what, Saturday? Yeah, I could do tonight. That's fine. Just poke me around, like, midnight or a little after midnight, and I'll go check it. Keep in mind, I might be eating, like, immediately after. So maybe a bit closer to 1 a.m. if you're around. I know you stay up pretty late, so if you want to do it around then, that'll be fine. Then you give me all your plushies? I forgot, you mentioned that. You could trade plushies in that game now. I have, like, 0, so... Not literally 0, but compared to you, it's basically 0. You probably have, like, 100 of every plushie I have. In that game. Because I never really bothered grinding for them. Any that I got, I just randomly got just from doing co-op with you and everyone else. $10% Hopar EXP sale for 10 silver. What would you pay? Are they really 10 silver each? I'm not sure what I would pay for 10% in that area. Because one of the main things you would put it into is alchemy. So it comes down to, what is the cost to max alchemy? Is this something I never did the math on? Especially if you did the foraging and gathering and everything else to go with it. Because the only thing you really ever need to use the EXP pot on is if you want to speed up the 490 foraging grind and alchemy. Everything else is not really worth doing in chapter 1. Or at least not with a 10% anyways. And same as the other chapters. If you were to do a 10% in every chapter, the only skill really worth doing a 10% on in every chapter is alchemy in chapter 1, carpentry in chapter 2, any of the 3 productions, particularly Bonewright, in chapter 3, and nothing in chapter 4, oddly enough. Which is kind of weird. The main reason for this is the cost of the pots relative to the difficulty of making the pots, because they're locked behind the venture daily, so you get a limited amount of them per day. So Chronopolis is actually not worth doing it in. I'm not sure if chapter 5 will be. Probably for Armor Maker it will be. But, yeah, chapter 4 is actually not worth using a 7 or 10% in chapter 4. 5% yes, but 7 and 10 no. There's only 1, 2, and 3 that are. And 5 will be probably for Armor Maker. Maybe Builder, but mostly just Armor Maker will probably be the main target in chapter 5 as far as EXP pots are concerned. Because every single one that I just mentioned, or the main production one that would have the most amount of difficulty getting up, because it requires so much other material. Because alchemy requires a billion different ingredients. Carpentry requires you to do a billion logs and requires you to do the skill of carpentry, which in itself is already awful. Obviously, Bonewright is the most difficult skill probably to get up in the entire game. And then, yeah, chapter 4 doesn't really have one. I guess low-level Leatherworker? But realistically, by the time you have like a 7 or 10%, you probably aren't getting... you're already probably past the low-level Leatherworker grind. So you would have less of a need to really bother with it. I just realized about hit our knowledge threshold. I should probably go get an EXP pot and use it on Stonemason. Because we gotta hit 158 to be able to do the next stone. And I can assure you that all the basalt we have in our bank is not going to be enough. Kind of want to wait till our next bank. I wish there was a quick way to check my storage without opening it. Because opening it like delays your action thingy. I'll go check it real quick. Yeah, I might just have to after this inventory. That's fine. Not ideal, but because where our knowledge is, it's fine to go sell right now. You just need to go grab the mining pot real quick. So I'll do a quick sell run, bring the mining pot back. I still want to have to juggle it here. I really hate having to juggle the potions. I can't wait till they make them equipable. Because I'm losing my mind over having to keep juggling them. I've actually stopped for like a good 2-3 weeks now. Pretty much ever since we despawned like 50 of them. I know it was only 50, but still. Just out of principle, I'm like, okay, I'm never dropping these again. Alright, we only despawned like 48. It started at a 50 stack. But yeah, we despawned about 48 of them, and it's like, okay, we're never doing that again, ever. That was the game plan. So why is the stonemason room so empty? We were here around the same time yesterday. There was like 18 people here. We got like the deadest server. I was just zooming out. It's like, where is everyone? Let me see. Let me reserver real quick. There's no way this place is actually that dead. There we go. That's where everyone is. Yeah, we're just in the wrong server. Oh, let's go to his server. Let's go there. Oh, we are in the same server as him. Go figure. Accidentally switched to his server. In case we're down there, we can say hi to him. I feel like it's tradition to... Hey, there's Dubé. See, I knew he was around. He is still doing stonemason. He's been doing stonemason for like 4 days straight. We were just not in his server at the time. Like, every single day this entire week, he's pretty much been doing stonemason. I assume he's going for 200. But he's, like, really on the 200 grind. He's not like us, where we're just doing, like, a little bit of here, a little bit of there. He's, like, lived here the last 4 days, pretty much. He's really committed to that 200 grind. He's obviously already did 200 smithing. I think he's pretty close to 200 bone right. So he's getting 200 stonemason out the way. Alright, time to go sell. Sell, sell, sell! I always find it funny because he added a button up here to click all, but he didn't add a button up here to sell all, so you still have to scroll all the way to the bottom. That'll get to there eventually. Also, I just realized we got exactly to 199. It's funny. Oh, people still trading hats in town square. Not too many, but they're still at it. Oh, no one that we know of in the square over here, or the alchemy place. Alright, let me go, what am I looking for? Mining XP. One of you, head over to the other place. Good to go. Not there. I'm already there. Alright, back we go. Alright, so, let's use this on the stonemason, go get our stone back out, go get our level, go from there. We'll use one for now because I think the other one will push it over if the 5% doesn't. Never mind, it already did. Perfect. Yeah, 4 more levels and we get to, what is it? Rugged granite. I think we have 1,000 rugged granite. It's actually the stone we have the absolute most of. Because I realized around that time frame that, oh, I'll need a ton of this because I'm going to be skipping Deathstone. Because we basically have to skip over Death Stone and go from, or not rugged granite, but tier 3 granite, tier 4, whatever it is. Whatever tier of granite we're on, and then we need to get to tier 4 or 5 flint. I think it's tier 4 granite. We got a ton of tier 4 granite so that we can skip all the way to tier 5 flint without doing tier 4 Death Stone. Because we have so little tier 4 Death Stone, like basically none. It's not that I didn't have the explosives for it, it wasn't worth the XP rate. So we kind of skipped it pretty heavily when we were doing the mining grind. Also, it still feels funny when I'm wearing the 100... oh no, he's doing the same thing, Red Bean. I wonder if Red Bean also just prefers the way it looks. Because I'm pretty sure Red Bean already has 200 smithing. But we're both still rocking the 100 smithing cape. Because honestly, I think the 100 smithing looks better than the 200 smithing. The swords at the bottom just looks cleaner. I gotta remember to go use the other point so we don't have to double dip this potion. Go, 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 go quicker, go quicker. No, we should have time. It'll be a little tight, but we should be able to fit it in. Let's see. I have like 10 seconds left. 10, 9. No, we're not that pressed on time. Let's see. It will be if it doesn't open the menu, though. There we go. We got it in time. Yay, success. Alright, we need 3.5 more stonemason levels. And then we can move on to what is basically our second to last stone. Pre-200. Because the flint I was just talking about is the last stone we actually have to do for stonemason, I'm pretty sure. And that gets us all the way to 200. Because I think rugged basalt is at like 200 exactly. Which is, because I'm pretty sure that's rugged basalt, I think. And if that is the case, then, yeah, we won't be able to use it. Oh, I just realized, ooh, 189 is where that flint is, but I can't use it properly to 193. It's gonna be a little rough. That's 4 more levels we'd have to do, but we still have a lot of it that we can process, but it's not gonna be enough to get there. But that's what knowledge is for while doing Gather. That'll fill up the gap, or maybe not even Gather, whatever we're doing by that point. Might even just be mining. I don't think we're getting to that today, because I'm not getting that many stonemason levels. I just wanted to get some of it because we've been just poking at it every single day. But I don't plan to just power grind only stonemason, otherwise we'd be here all day. Plus we'd eventually get a knowledge walled, which is the other reason why we don't generally just go all in on stonemason. There's a bunch of knowledge gaps due to how much of the resources I gathered during mining. Because I didn't try planning out like the exact amount we would need, I was just doing it based on mining XP. And if it wasn't worth it for mining XP, then I wasn't doing it. But I wasn't planning out like the perfect, how many stones and ores do I need for each of these to be able to go and get our next level threshold. I was just doing what we needed for mining, and then whatever we had, we had. And whatever we don't have, we fill with the gaps with knowledge. Which is one great thing about the knowledge system. There's a lot of interesting quirks you can do with it, gameplay-wise. Curious to see how it will be post-200, because I still haven't done one on any post-200 yet. But there are definitely some I would consider. Like, we're at 205 smithing. I would definitely consider knowledging to 206 so I can go get the AFK operational. Something we're probably doing by tomorrow, or even Monday? 1 to 2 days. Definitely by the end of Monday. We have to have the smithing AFK operational. Ideally even by tomorrow. Because if I do any amount of active AFK detective tonight, I will be after tonight's AFK 219 detective, which is the number we need. And then at that point, smithing would be the next target, which would be tomorrow's night. Which means between now and by the time I go to bed tomorrow, I would need to have 206 smithing. So it might be one of the few instances where we actually start knowledging it at 205. As they do not have 206 banked. We have to go mine all the iron and then go from there. Or, yeah, start knowledging it. But the only way I can get there is by doing iron or mining. But I don't know, I need to do that mining eventually anyway, so I guess I should do the mining first. Even if it takes an extra day. Because I still got to do iron from 210 to 215. Regardless of how much I need for smithing. So it makes sense why I need it for smithing to do it now rather than later. Not right now, but, you know, in a macro sense, it would be better to do it now. Because I'm going to have to do it regardless. Because the only other alternative is to do the 200 AFK, which we don't really need. Or Deathstone, which, even if I wanted to do it, I have enough to only do it for like 2 hours. Which is not enough to get 215, not even close. The other issue with Deathstone too is it doesn't use your pickaxe upgrade. We got 31% into pickaxe. Yet, yeah, it just wouldn't be worth it. Wouldn't be worth it. Yeah, that's 31% less XP we're getting for Blaststone. It's one of the other reasons why I feel so bad, too. It doesn't really feel like it's scaled that well at the later level range. At the earlier level range, it doesn't feel as bad because of the less XP that you need, on top of the fact that your pickaxe isn't as upgraded. But at the later level range, Deathstone is just so bad. Your pickaxe is so upgraded, on top of the fact that it's not really scaled for that, to that sense. So the XP rate just seems so slow comparatively. It's not getting any of that 31% bonus, which is definitely not a small bonus. 31% is a pretty hefty number. The guy, Torva number 3, I've actually seen him so many times. I'm surprised he hasn't changed his name to something else. Because he really likes Torva armor. It's kind of funny because he has been doing a lot of like production stuff. Oddly enough, he didn't pick Cryonite. Torva armor definitely looks more like Cryonite armor than any other armor. It's basically best in slot melee in old school RuneScape. As well as probably like early mid-game armor in RuneScape 3. But in old school, it's actually still best in slot in the entire game right now for melee. Even though that game is power creeped, it hasn't power creeped as hard. Good old water hydration. Actually, that's something I've been lacking today. I had lunch earlier, didn't drink anything with it. Oh, we got a chat message. Miles, yes. Torva is a crafting material in RuneScape 3? Really? That's funny. Yeah, Miles ES just said that Torva is a crafting material in RuneScape 3. But in old school RuneScape, the tier below it, Bando's armor, is the crafting material for Torva. It's kind of funny since they both have like different levels of power creep. And Bandos is a piece of content that came out in like 2007, 2008. And now it gets scrapped to make the modern Torva armor. Though Torva, I think, came out in like 2012, 2013. But it never came to old school because old school is based on a 2007 backup of RuneScape. So it only came out like a couple years ago to old school. It's used for the tier 90 masterwork armor? Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I'm still not sure how Invention or anything works like that component-wise. I wonder if Brighter Shores is going to do something like that eventually. When it comes to like bossing and everything. Like have a whole component system. Because I know that's pretty huge in RuneScape 3 to some degree. I never looked into it because I never played since like 2011, 2012. Around that time. Like 2011-ish was like the last time I played RuneScape. Like, you know, OG RuneScape. Like the original form from Andrew Gower. Before it got split into old school RuneScape. It's been a long while since I played it. So I'm not sure about Invention or the component system. But of course, Andrew Gower is aware of everything they've done, so I wouldn't be surprised if he takes some aspects of it. Old School RuneScape doesn't do it too much, but there are a few instances of it to keep some pieces of content relevant. Like, for example, the God Wars Armadillo boss, you have to break down in order to make the best-in-slot range armor from a different raid. To be able to make the best-in-slot melee armor, you have to break down Bandos armor from God Wars dungeon, stuff like that. There's not too many instances of it in the game, but there are a few just to keep past bosses relevant. Otherwise, you would never have a reason to kill Bandos. Because if you didn't need Bandos to make Torva, you'd basically never use Bandos ever. So they basically had to make it so you had to break it down in order to do the other content. Otherwise, no one would ever do Bandos for any reason ever again. Other than maybe for the God Sword, I guess. Or the pet. Or it's mostly just to keep older content relevant. Without completely killing it when better stuff comes into the game. Grab all that. Well, Invention was one of the best things that RuneScape 3 added. I've heard that a lot. I've never actually seen it or played it. I know like the gist of what it did, but I've never actually seen it firsthand. But yeah, I do eventually need to go play RuneScape 3. I mentioned it a couple times. If I ever do play RuneScape 3, I want to like max an Iron Man. I don't want to just like play it for a week or a month or something. If I'm playing it, I'm like playing it. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. I don't plan to anytime soon. But whenever I do, I plan to go like all the way. Well, maybe not like completionist keep, but at least max keep. Max keep and killing one of every boss is probably my goal. If I was to do RuneScape 3. Is basically try every piece of content and to get basic max on an Iron Man would be my goal. I don't plan to get completionist keep or like every drop or anything like that. Also, if I ever did do that, I feel like I'd make a video series out of it. I'd probably still stream it some, but I feel like it'd mostly be a video series. I haven't really tried doing that for RuneScape or old school RuneScape. Like a progression video series kind of thing. And while some people have, I don't feel like too many people from old school has really tried, you know, RuneScape 3. And now with our background in both Brighter Shores and Max Hardcore and old school, we can kind of go head over to RuneScape 3 and kind of just see what that's been like. Because that was Andrew Gower's first game, just 23 years developed forward. He hasn't had any influence on the game for like 13 years now. But it's still based on his original game. It's still running like the same files, like the same save files that existed 20-something years ago. Obviously, he would be starting a fresh account. I feel like the thing I would want to kind of wait for is fresh start worlds, but I don't know, I would probably still do it even without a fresh start world. As long as we're doing an Iron Man, it shouldn't really matter. Fresh start worlds only really matter a little bit more if you're doing a non-Iron Man. Your completion cape was fun. You did it back during the COVID, but haven't really played much since. You got it? Yeah. I was kind of the exact opposite for me when I maxed the hardcore. Like, as soon as I maxed the hardcore, it's like, okay, I can start playing the game now. Though maxing and completionist cape are a little bit different. The problem is there's almost nothing that could be even considered a completionist cape in old school. Just because 0 people have ever completed the game. There hasn't been a single person to ever get all 3rd age yet. And they're still about 5 to 10 years off from doing so. Even the people who are only like 10 pieces away, they can get RNG'd easily for several years. Even if they play for like 10 hours a day. But yeah, the closest people are still like 5 years away from completing the game. Though most people don't consider all 3rd ages like a requirement for that. If there was ever a comp keep for old school, it'd be way, way lower than that. It probably still would require like 90% the collection log though. Because the last 10% is insufferable to get. With how many boss pets there are and how much 3rd age, which is basically like winning the lottery every single time you even get one. But you have to do it about 100-something times. It is so rare. Basically, imagine getting 490 foraging, but then have to do that 100 more times. That's what getting a piece of 3rd age is like. Hey, Red Santa hat. You basically have to get 490 foraging over 100 times. It's not exactly like that, but as far as like time frame, imagine doing that grind and then being like, I'm gonna do that hundreds more times, and you could get RNG'd out of it too. Even if you do it 200 times, you might still not have them all. If you get bad luck. I saw Liam, by the way. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, RuneScape 3 is one of those games where I've always wanted to try it, but never got around to it. I've heard a lot of bad things about it, but that's because like almost everyone in old school has a bad opinion about it. Mostly because of evolution of combat, but I've never personally given it a shot myself. I've just heard everything bad that people from old school RuneScape say about it. I've never actually given it a chance yet. And as long as I play an Iron Man, I don't have to worry about all the microtransactions and everything. Which gets rid of most of the problems with it. Yeah, Evolutionary Combat was copying World of Warcraft. I never really cared for World of Warcraft system. Even when I was a kid, I could just never really get into World of Warcraft. I always just played Warcraft 3 instead. Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne. Just because it had a lot more minigames in it and a lot more variety. And a lot more genres within it. So I never really got into World of Warcraft. I tried it a few weeks here and there when I was a kid, but I don't know, Warcraft 3 just seemed better at the time. And still does, honestly, to this day. Like, if I had to play World of Warcraft or go back to playing some Warcraft 3, I would definitely go back to playing some Warcraft 3. Custom maps and everything. Oh, so what was that? It looked like a stone crate. Wait, what? What is that? A Mythstone box. Weird. Yeah, it's a box. It's like a metal box. What a weird thing. Anyways. Action bar on a tick-based system just feels horrible, does it? Oh yeah, they still run on ticks, don't they? Oh, even this game technically still runs on ticks. There's really, really fast ticks. So we'll get to see how that feels when we get special attacks. Because this game's going to feel a little bit RuneScape 3 in that regard then. Except they're not, or actually we don't know yet, but they're probably not going to be automated. We're probably going to have to manually do them, the special attacks. So they're more manual, like old school RuneScape will likely be. But it'll still be on a tick-based action bar system like how RuneScape 3 is. Just likely without the automation. But who knows, maybe we'll have it automated. In which case this game's combat will feel a lot like RuneScape 3, just quicker. As the tick system in this game is almost twice as quick. Oh yeah, RuneScape 3 has some kind of weird dash thingy. Yeah, I think you could use that outside of combat too. I know they have a lot of better movement options. I also heard you basically never run out of run energy in RuneScape 3. Which in old school RuneScape, if you start a fresh account, you'll run out of run energy in your like first minute of gameplay. There's definitely something we'll do at some point. I have no clue when, or if it'll even be next year. But I do plan to do a full RuneScape 3 playthrough at some point. Just to give it a good shot. At least up to max keep and killing all bosses once. Assuming that's a realistic goal. I don't know, how hard is it to do every boss in RuneScape 3? Because I know in old school RuneScape, you could probably do it in... Even from a fresh account, probably in half a year. I'm not sure what kind of time frame you're talking about in RuneScape 3, though. But from a fresh Iron Man, in half a year, you could probably kill every boss with no knowledge on any of them. Assuming you're doing on a normal and not a hardcore. But even on my hardcore, I've nearly killed every boss. It takes a little bit more prep on a hardcore, especially if you're fighting something for the first time. Just so you never die to it. But if my account wasn't hardcore, it would have probably been like 3-4 months to kill one of every boss. If that was the only goal. But the two that would be the hardest would be Inferno and Coliseum, because you can't cheese them with other people, like you can in raids. It's a purely solo thing. Because those are like the two end game solo things for old school right now. Doing the Inferno, which we did during... actually, we did both of them during Leagues when we did our League playthrough, when we were doing the 6 days while we were doing Brighter Shores with it. But that was during Leagues. But those two are the hardest two pieces of solo content in the game. Coliseum, and Inferno. Inferno being like the OG hardest one, which is basically just a stronger version of the Fight Cave, where you fight Jad and everything, get Fire Cape. It's basically a way harder version of that. And Coliseum is the most recent one they added earlier this year, which gives you the best in slot range cape. Yeah, you can kill actual Zamorak now, which is kind of funny. Oh yeah, we get to see our favorite god as well if we ever play RuneScape 3. I really like Armadillo, but I feel like they do like no Armadillo lore in Old School. Aside from some stuff with the Staff of Armadillo, you never really hear much about like actual Armadillo in Old School RuneScape. Whereas I think they made his lore a lot more fleshed out in RuneScape 3. He's definitely my favorite god that they have of all of them. But you can literally kill Zami now in RuneScape 3. I believe it's the hardest piece of content in the game, or pretty high up there. If you're doing like solo Zami at like a higher enrage or whatever it is. That's something else that RuneScape, or Old School RuneScape's getting for the first time ever next year. Their first enrage boss. It's a mechanic from RuneScape 3 where basically, my understanding of it is you scrap all the loot that you would have gotten in order to fight a harder version of the boss. And if you die, you lose all the loot, but if you kill it, you get even more loot. And you basically just keep stacking loot while the boss keeps getting harder and harder. And if you die, you lose all the loot potential. Whereas if you win, your loot potential gets even bigger. But we're getting the first one of that for RuneScape, or Old School RuneScape next year with Voldemort, with the new region they added. Something at the end of the storyline will add a repeatable enrage boss. Armadillo is great in RuneScape 3, yeah. That's one thing I actually want to see when we do RuneScape 3 is all the Armadillo lore, or even just the god lore in general. Because while Old School RuneScape has god lore on all like the gods like Bandos and Siren and all of them, Armadillo, they don't go as far as what RuneScape 3 did, lore-wise. RuneScape 3 definitely has better lore, because I had a lot more time to develop it. Whereas Old School RuneScape lore is basically just an afterthought. It's more content focused, and then the lore just gets pinned onto it after the fact. You still haven't done the League's Inferno, but you're melee? Yeah, I ended up doing it with Crystal Bow. Which is kind of sad, because I actually did the League Inferno with a weaker setup than what you would do in the main game. I did it literally with a Crystal Bow and full Crystal with a melee build. I'd even have a bow Faradinin. So I quite literally had worse DPS than in main game. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. It's the second time I ever did it. The other time was the first League. I still haven't done it in the main game. But the main reason being is my hardcore doesn't have a good range weapon. And you really need a good range weapon for Inferno. It's a little bit less needed during Leagues, but it's 100% needed in the main game unless you're like a pro at Inferno. As the better your damage, the less chance you have of messing up. Oh, wrong thing. Oh, let's see. I should have gotten the EXP pot while I was over there. It's not too big a deal, though. Oh, so how much more basalt do we have left? I think we have like 2 more trips left till we run out. We are currently at... Yeah, we have about 2 more trips. Whatever's left, I'll probably just keep as spears for later. Alright, that got me a lot farther than I thought it would. We're going to get to like about 57 with all this stack, counting the knowledge we get along the way. Which means I still need to scrap together 1 level, but that's what Forager is for! We'll go back to the bone zone! And just use our knowledge while we're boning into Stonemason until we get 158. So whatever we're short for 158, we'll do bones again. And then go back to Stonemason, and then once we hit a Stonemason wall again, we'll go back to bone. And then, you know, vice versa. It's pretty much the entire plan to stream, to be honest. Keep switching from Stonemason to Bone Zone. And every time we have at the end, we do a bit of mining and smithing because I need to go get those to 206. Well, 215 mining, 206 smithing. But something we talked about too in the past here is what do you guys think they'll end up doing for bossing in Brighter Shores? Something we talked about a little bit. Because whenever the first boss comes in Brighter Shores, I assure you, there's like my entire week is literally just kill that boss. We will be killing that boss so much. Like, I'm not the biggest PVMer in the world because I definitely prefer skilling over PVM. But I assure you, we will kill that boss to the ends of the earth. Especially if it has like a leaderboard just for the fun of tracking it. One pseudo goal, even though we'd probably hit it without even trying, is to be top 20 for the boss. But I mostly just want to get its drops, get whatever cosmetics it might drop, get whatever it might drop. Have a bunch of spears that we can hand out on stream. And or sell. He's like every 4th drop we'll probably just hand it out to stream or however common they are. Depends if it's like super common or ultra rare, but whatever it is, we'll hand out like some percent every like X number. Because we're definitely gonna have like a billion spears, most likely. Whatever its best uniques are, best drops are. My speculation on what they'll do for bosses is they'll probably make it into 6 tiers due to how armor is 6 tiered. Where like the lowest level one would be, you know, around like 50, 60, 70 level boss. Whereas the final tier of tier 6 would be around like, you know, 450 to 500 kind of boss. At least that's what I think they will do, but I'm not sure. Because it'd be the most overall balanced way to do it. Is have 6 different tiers of the boss and have 6 different tiers of whatever they're dropping. Kind of like how weapons and armor already are in the current state of the game. That way, early game players can still fight it if they're like level 40, 50, 60 or so. But then end game players can still farm it if they're like, you know, 500. And neither are left out of it. They would just be fighting a different tier of the boss. And obviously, as the tier goes higher, they can add more mechanics. So the tier 1 boss would be pretty simple compared to how many mechanics would be in the tier 6. We've already seen it in some things, like Detective is a tiered system where you add more and more mechanics as you go deeper. Merchant's actually really similar too. We have more and more items that you have to run during your merchant run as you go deeper. Where basically the content itself keeps scaling with your level. And I feel like bosses would do that too. Where all 6 tiers of the bosses would have increasingly more mechanics until you reach the final tier. But it would make it so when they release a boss, you know, newer players and, you know, mid-game players wouldn't be left out of it. Because let's say they release a level 300 boss in, I don't know, Hope Forest. How many of you guys could kill that right now? A level 300 boss in Hope Forest. Because I know I can't at level 50. So it makes a lot of sense if they have like multiple tiers on them. Is that even people with lower level or, you know, people literally at 0 who want to go fight their first boss can still do so. But people who are like completely maxed at 500 will also still have an option too. Yeah, that's what I assume. It's going to be like a 6-tiered boss with 6 tiers of level drops. So let's say it crafts drops some kind of material to make a weapon. Or something like that. And then it would just be 6 different tiers of it. Where you'd still be able to get one at the low level range around like 50-ish. But, you know, people grinding at like 500 would still be able to get like, you know, like a 470 weapon or something out of it. Or yeah, just technically to be able to craft into a 500, but you know what I mean. Like it'd be like a way high-end material. Whereas the really low one would drop the low-end material, but you'd still be getting the same drop. Like, it'd be the same weapon, just tier to your level. There's a lot of things seem to be going around that, like, 6-tier system. Even PvP leagues. It almost seems like there's going to be 6 tiers of PvP leagues. We don't know how many PvP leagues there will be. I don't think they mentioned it during the AMA. But we do know it's going to be a tiered system. So if it's not 6, it's definitely still tiered in some way. But given the whole 6-tier system in the game, it seems pretty likely that would be 6 tiers. Like the PvP system that comes out. But we don't really know currently. But we do know the PvP leagues already is a PvP tiered system. We just don't know the number of tiers that there are. And it seems to be like a pattern that he really likes to do for this game. So it makes sense that bosses would have it too. Alright, as soon as we finish out this bank, I think we'll do one more set, and that should bring us where we need to be. Also, gotta remember next time we bank to go grab an XP pot. And yes, this is well mentioned in chat. Definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. Helps out a lot and is greatly appreciated. If you guys still have any other questions, do let me know. And we'll get around to them all. I still find a funny dub A still here. Let me go check. What is his Stonemason level? Because he's gotten so hard on Stonemason. I think he went from like 50 to like whatever it is now in like 4 days. He's been doing so much Stonemason. Like he has not left. Just not a way to check. Let me go just compare dub A, I guess. Dub A. I'll go check something. What's his Stonemason level? Still only 132? Really? Well, I guess he did start pretty low. Like he started at like 50-ish. Or whatever it was. Like he started at a pretty similar level to his bone right, maybe even a little bit lower. In the last 4 days, he's been doing pretty much nothing but Stonemason. I thought it'd be a little bit higher than that. Only 132? Because every time I've seen him the last 3-4 days, he's been doing nothing but this. He did start at a pretty low level, though. He started around like 50-ish. So it's still a lot of levels. That's like 80 levels in 2 days. I mean, 3-4 days, I mean. We've been doing it for 2 days. He's been doing it for like 3 to 4. Could also be that he's not putting knowledge into it, potentially. I assume he is. But he might be doing knowledging something else, given his level range. But of course, any knowledge that we're getting while doing Stonemason, I'm just dumping also into Stonemason. Alright, we'll go bank these because I want to go get our potion that we need. So we can get our 5% bonus for our double turn in. We're also about the point where we're about to over encumber our bank anyway, so perfect timing. Head straight over to Hopeport, sell everything out. Oh yeah, how's our gold stack going right now? Oh, we're about to... Oh, never mind. I thought we were about to hit 15. Never mind. We have 14, though. 4 more gold to go. Honestly, maybe that'll be a pseudo goal of this stream. It wasn't really in the plan. I didn't realize how close we are. I think we can actually reach 18 gold today. What's relevant about that is that's a new tool upgrade. Pretty much every tool upgrade's 18 gold. It's likely 17.8, but I just calculate it as 18. Because we always want to have a little bit of spare. But, yeah, we're getting there. We're almost there. 4 more gold and we'll have more than enough. Is what we're doing right now isn't a lot of money. I think we're making on average like 8 each. Because look at how much the bigger one goes for. Which maybe it's even close to like 9 or 10 each. Right, every single one of those epics bring it up by a lot. It's almost 10 silver per thing. Counting for the epic and everything else. Alright, there we go. Let's go grab our potion. Hey, Mystic's Legend is here. Let's see. Where is our XP pot? Grab that. Head back over. Back to the mines. And we'll go back to the bone zone. Hey, he's actually with us as well. Wonder what he's doing right now. I'll have to find out based on what direction he goes there. He is... Actually, it's hard to tell based on that direction. That's actually a lot of things. He could be mine fighter. He could be mining. That's basically it, though. One of those two. That or he's getting gas for some other activity. Alright, we're good to go. Let's go grab our basalt. It's probably the last set we'll do then. And then go back to the bone zone. Something about that just so fun to say, the bone zone. The bone zone. And we're at 156, 2 levels to go. We'll just go until we have to go bank one more time. And the rest of the knowledge we'll get while doing the gathering of the bones. You know a VTuber that would call sacrificing bones in old school RuneScape is boning? That's funny. That's really funny. Actually, what's kind of funny is I think I know exactly who you were talking about. I didn't watch it, but I saw the thumbnail of one thing when I was like going through YouTube stuff. I think it actually ended up coming out on the side, and I think I know exactly who you're talking about, actually. I don't watch their content, but it got recommended to me for some reason when looking up other old school RuneScape content. I don't think there's a single VTuber I ever watch. I don't mind the concept of it. I just like having like a nice clean screen. It's something about like a face or an icon or anything moving that isn't like the game itself that always kind of throws me off. I like clean gameplay. With nothing else obstructing the screen, ideally. I just realized I forgot to use the other part of my potion. I meant to and then completely forgot. Whoops. Guess we're going to be keeping a little bit more than what I thought. Because as soon as we get 200%, well, I guess I could put it in as a smithing AFK. I don't have it as immediate need for it because, you know, getting 10 knowledge into it's not going to take any time at all. We can do that whenever. Whereas the immediacy of having smithing or stonemason up is a lot better. Because the earlier it's up, the earlier we'll be able to move on to next stone. So we can actually keep going and actually train the skill. And not get locked out of it again. Because after we're done with this basalt, whatever time we stop at it, we're locked out of going any further till, what is that, 159 I believe? Whatever level you can go start doing, which I didn't even think about that. I can't do the next stone until 159, isn't it? I thought it was 158, but I think it's actually 159. I gotta double check. I didn't even think about that just now. What level is granite? Oh, 16. Oh. Oh. Oh, no, there's another one in between. I forgot. There's this ore. Yeah, 159. Yeah, it's not 158. It's actually 159. I keep forgetting about that 1A ore. Or stone, whatever it's called. Never know how to pronounce that. Always just call it the A stone. It's probably like the worst stone in the game to do as well. It's a bit further from a bank than the other stones. It feels like it has the longest amount of respawn time. And I would say it's in the middle of nowhere, but I don't know. Compared to the other stone, it's like in the middle of nowhere. The next burst kind of feels like basalt, but basalt at least can cycle into flint. So it's not as bad. Because you can't really cycle anything with the other one unless you want to like kill a tentacle each time. Which, hey, if we ever did do it again, I guess we would do. We're actually at the level range where, we're going to do something kind of funny if we actually get our mining up a lot before we do Mine Fighter. Because realistically, if we get to 247 mining, eventually, no time soon. But if we do and haven't gotten Mine Fighter up, we would be doing 6 of that a stone into 1 kill on a tentacle. And just keep doing that over and over again. Kind of like how we were doing that 1 bone earlier, where we're doing like, you know, 8 bones into 1 kill on the tongue beast. We'd be doing the same thing but with tentacle when we go to that stone. Because that place has like a good 12-second downtime between each stone cycle. Which is very exceedingly long. Also, what on earth is this inventory? We almost got a whole inventory of tier 1. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Come on. 3-star, 3-star. Okay, saved. Barely. It was only 2-star though. We almost got a full inventory of 1. Come on, we're not post 200 yet. That shouldn't be happening. Wait until after post 200 to do that. That guy's name was L2P, which I'm pretty sure is learned to play. So Duppe is boosting the entire time? It seems like exceedingly overkill. We did a poll on that a while back, and most people aren't bothering to do that, at least based on our poll. And most people are just using it for their knowledge point. Most people weren't bothering with the whole doing it every 2-minute thing. Or if they would wait until they're equipable. Is what the poll came out to. I think that was number 1, was wait until they're equipable. Second highest was only for knowledge points, which is pretty much how we've been doing it lately. Yeah, very few people were using it like every 2 minutes. So in all fairness, unless you're going for like leaderboard grind, you're not really bothering. It's the only time when it's really worth it. Even then, it's only a few % extra due to the delay of not only having to juggle the potion, but also having to drink the potion has a delay. There are some activities where you can 0 time it though. Like if there's any amount of downtime in like mining or something similar. You can 0 time the potion. But a lot of like other activities, like what we're doing right now, stonemason, you can't 0 time the potion. You'd have to waste about 2 seconds to drink it, on top of the whatever time you waste juggling it. Use your Spare Chronopolis pot, spotting thieves 0 time. True, that can work pretty well too. The main thing I use my Chronopolis pots on were actually investigations, just because you get like a big chunk of it at once. I didn't bother using it for merchant or leatherworker, but I did end up using it for the detective thingy at some level ranges, just because it was really good XP, and you get like a big burst all the way at the end. Yeah, 2 more inventories and we should be good to go. With our knowledge, that brings to 157. And then we can go do the bones for 8 knowledge levels, which is quite a bit of boning then. Because that would get us to probably around 71, 2, 3, by the time we need to go and do the other thing again. And then from there, if we want to keep doing it once we come back from it after doing stonemason, we can actually start doing pots on it directly. Because at that level range, we definitely would want to skip it a little. I guess we're going to plan on doing it all without knowledge, but I feel like we should around 75. Because I'm skipping the orchid. Which I'm going to double check. What does the orchid do? Is orchid relevant at all for gatherer? Let me go check this real quick. What is an orchid? Orchid. What is it used for? Purple orchid. Oh no, it's flashing us with different colors. It's like flashing between both the 2 colors. I haven't seen that on the wiki before. Purple orchid. It is used for making... Oh, it's for Tempest Day. Yeah, we don't care about that. Oh gosh. Tempest Day has it rough. Wow, Hammer Mages got so gypped. They have gotten so gypped. You need to get this and the flat snake skill. I'm pretty sure that's only in the aggro rooms where the snakes are. So you have to not only use a de-aggro pot, but you also have to do a ton of up, down, up, down. Wow, Hammer Mage just got it really rough for boost potions. That is exceedingly rough. Yeah, we're skipping that one. We don't care about that because I'm not getting the snake skills. They're like one of the most annoying things to get in the world. I haven't tried doing it yet, but from what I can tell, it's definitely going to be the most annoying thing ever. Even with aggro pots. Alchemy is our guardian skill. Back off. Yeah, that is really rough for hammer mages. The way that you need to get your boost pots and everything. Better spend like the overly high price at the other store thingy. Anyways, long story short, we're skipping that. Which means, yeah, I'd be stuck doing Bone Spike all the way to 79. Because we're not doing Bitter Fruit. Which means, yeah, by like 74, 75, we'd want to start using knowledge on it. So the game plan is probably finish until we max out our knowledge, which is 1 more inventory here. So do 1 more inventory of Basalt. Go back to Bones until we get 59 Stonemason, 159. Then go back to Gather again after we go do Stonemason grind again. And once we do go back that second time to Gather, not this time, but the next time, we go and use XP on Chapter 2 rather than on Chapter 3. So we can start skipping some of that Gatherer grind. But initially, I'll need it for the Stonemason grind. This will be the last set then. And we'll have a 204 spears for later down the line. Does this go to 200 or 199? Nice! This stuff does go to 199. Even more reason to keep it. Almost forgot about that. Tier 5 flint as well, but if I want to do a tier 4, this goes all the way to 199 if we need. Which is really important for crafting stuff. So yeah, this will be the last inventory we do then. Hey, that reminds me, we didn't do a poll for this stream. Oh, that's right, like, almost too late. But I don't know, we can still do one. I'm just not sure what to poll today. I have so many that I mentioned in the past, I'm just not sure which one I wanted to do today. You can always have a poll list day. I've had a few of them so far. I think like 80% of streams we've had a poll for them. I wish I would show it after the fact. That's one thing that YouTube doesn't really do too well after the fact. I don't really think it shows the poll data in the chat. Like, you know, when you're watching a stream after. Luckily, we verbally say it every single time, but then you have to find, like, where we did it. So if I was ever to go back, I'd have to, like, dig for it. YouTube doesn't really have a good relay system for it. Hey, Green Santa. Oh, poor Green Santa. I think that's our lowest one. No, oh gosh, Blue Santa. What are you doing? 28. Oh no. Actually, Blue Santa's almost our lowest hat. What's our lowest hat right now? Yellow pudding cup. Hat. Or pudding hat, not pudding cup. But, yellow pudding hat. You know what I think pudding cup? You know those, like, school lunch things? Did any of you guys have that when you were a kid? Those little pudding cups? Like the vanilla and chocolate and, like, the swirl ones when you were a kid? Because we were talking about school lunches the other day. And, of course, like, how bad they are and how worse they used to be. And that they still need a bunch of improvements and a bunch of other food safety things. But blah, blah, blah. But anyways, yeah, I was talking about, like, I would bring school lunches. And did you guys ever have pudding cups when you were a kid? Because those are still so good. Honestly, I still pick them up sometimes. Because I would never want to go out of my way just to make pudding. So if I'm in like a random pudding mood, it's like, oh, let me just pick up a thing of those small little thing of pudding cups. Very rarely, but you know. If you're ever in that pudding mood but don't want to go make it. But I used to have that a lot as a snack when I was a kid. $27 orange pudding hats is your lowest? Nice. Alright, back to the bone zone. Just gotta remember to bring a mining pot with me, not a Hope Forest pot. I finally get to bring the timer back out from earlier. I started to stream with it, but then realized, oh yeah, we gotta go do stonemason, don't we? But, yeah, we'll head back to the bone zone. Perfect, and over encumber. Sell all that, click all that, get everything out of here. Boom, boom, boom. 15 gold. Oh, never mind. Almost 15 gold. I thought I was adding it to the other number. Never mind. Almost 15 gold. 3 more gold and we can afford our next tool. Luckily, I don't need the sickle for quite a while, though. Alright, let's go head over. Let's go get the timer ready. And basically, we're going to be doing a lot of bones right now then. Because I got to gather bones until my stonemason level is 159. which means I need about 11 more knowledge points, not counting the 2 we basically have right now. So we're gonna need a lot of bones right now to get 11 knowledge points. But the stream was gonna be mostly based on this, so now we're actually here. It took us about 2 hours, but we're here. It's our little stonemason break. I think that's the first thing I put in the title, right? I'm pretty sure it was the big one for today. I knew it was one of the goals I had. Try to stick to whatever the title goal is, just so it's not clickbait. Sometimes we diverge pretty hard, though. But generally, we stick to whatever the title says. And the title says to go do bones. Also, why is this place so crowded? I don't think I've ever seen so many people doing bones at one time. I never really considered this as a crowded place. The room south from here, where they're doing the woodcutting, I would say is normally crowded. But, yeah, look at this. There's like 8 people in here. 9 people. Why is there so many people? Did everyone want to do bones and trees today? I picked a day like everyone's doing this. Alright, timer begin. Oh no, we got the weird glitch. Let me go fix that. Hey, when does that? Something Steam needs to go fix at some point. It's definitely a Steam side issue, not a Brighter Shores one. But for whatever reason, if you leave your mouse hovering over the one of the buttons when you close out the screen, it'll still show up on the timer. Something they'll fix at some point. Steam, that is. There's a small little bug with the timer. I wish collecting bones immediately gave you a small amount of bone rate XP. I know that makes no sense, but it needs it. The skill needs it so badly. Anything to get a little bit better XP rate for bone rate. Obviously, you do get the XP just when you finally go and dunk them. And it just seems like one of those skills where you're technically learning how to do bone right better. I know you eventually get the XP for it, but I feel like when you're forging, you're not necessarily learning alchemy better. I guess you're getting more accustomed with the ingredients. But, oh no, I feel like collecting bones and bone right, they kind of seem like they go together. Like, obviously they do directly. But, I mean, it almost feels like you should just be getting a small bone right XP drop as well. Like, I don't think alchemy or fishing into cooking needs that. Like, you know, catching a fish does not teach you how to cook a fish. But I feel like, you know, working with bones and picking them up and, like, interacting with them makes you better at, you know, bone right. Whatever you want to call bone right. Not really sure what skill you'd consider that. I feel like it's a little bit different. They would never do that, though, because, free-to-play doesn't have access to Chapter 3. You'd also not have access to Chapter 3 when you're in Chapter 2. And obviously, you still do get bone right XP, just later when you dunk them and make them into stuff. It's just a delayed XP rather than immediate XP. It's one thing that's so good about doing the raid dens for Detective Watch Person is they both come simultaneously. There's not any delay between when you do one activity to another. You're just multi-skilling 2 things at once. For direct synergy immediately. Yeah, to what you mentioned, Sanaka, that's what I wished tools would do at like a higher level range. Maybe not necessarily auto making the potion, though that could be a cool thing too. Like auto making like the final product. But gathering in general needs like a random RNG chance to do something really good. But also post 500, it needs the percent on your tool to actually do something. Because right now the percent on your tool does nothing post 500 because it doesn't give you any extra XP. So giving you an extra resource or a chance to like auto process it or something similar could be kind of cool. But the main thing that most gathering skills would need right now not is necessarily the 500 thing because so few people are that high, but it really needs some kind of small chance for something amazing to happen. What exactly that is for every single gathering skills, I don't know. But there needs to be a small chance that something extra happens beyond just you get resource. Maybe get a higher tier resource at a small time chance. Maybe some other like random resource. Maybe like a further down processed version of it occasionally. Like an already dunk bone, for example. Instead of just a normal one. I don't know, something. There's just like no RNG like random chance that you're like waiting on. That could like randomly happen. Like, oh, we just got the special drop. But we can collect like 2,000 of these bones, and they're all just gonna be like normal 2,000 bones. There's not like a special bone. There's not like a further processed one. There's not like a higher tier one that you can get as a small chance. I don't know, something small like that. It gives you something to look forward to when you're doing gathering. I know the earliest iterations of that you did back in the day were gemstones for mining, bird nests for woodcutting, and I guess eventually clue scrolls for fishing, but a lot of things got clue scrolls, not just fishing. I guess fishing never really got one, but eventually clue scrolls was attached to like everything. But hey, we don't have an equivalent of that like right now for gathering skills right now. But some of the early iterations they did was uncut gems for mining, which are like valuable stones that were used for the crafting skill in that game. And random bird nests that would give you like rings and alchemy supplies and, you know, stuff like that. Random seeds for farming. The main thing that fixed that in old school, and I assumably RuneScape 3 as well, is clue scrolls though. Basically every activity you could randomly get a chance to basically get a little clue scroll thing, and doing it gives you a random casket of loot. Mostly cosmetic stuff and some knick-knack junk. But sometimes there's some good things. It was kind of just like a way to break up the skilling and also make it so you had like a small chance of something amazing happening whenever you're doing something. And gathering really needs that right now. Combat has that pretty well because, you know, 4-star drops, stuff like that. 3-star drops, 4-star drops. Those do that pretty well for when it comes to combat. And some processing skills have that too. Like all of them in Chapter 3. You know, whenever you get a 3-star, that's insanely good. Not just for profit, but if you're trying to craft something, it's even better. Because that's eventually a 4-star item. But many of the other skills are kind of missing something like that. Or there's like a small chance of something really good happening. To break up the monotony of the skilling. I'll definitely do that at some point. It's more so a matter of when and if. It really just comes down to what specifically he'll do for it when it does happen. Which we don't currently know. When or what it would be when it does happen. I just dropped it right on the bone. Whoops. That is not where that potion should be, but oh well. As long as it doesn't get in the way of our click, it doesn't really matter where it is. But yeah, these bones are so nice because they're in perfect cycle for the bank. They're the best bone in the entire game to collect. What's even nice is, even for Guardians, I think it's actually one of their best in slot weapons. I believe this makes their best in slot 2-hand. Any Guardians out there, does it make anything other than your best in slot 2-hand, the bone spikes? I know it makes your best in slot green 2-hand. Can't remember if it does anything beyond that. But for every other class, this is just the best way to get any bone. If you're just looking simply like for a bone to upgrade your weapon or something, this is the bone to get. If you're just looking to make like a quick bone right upgrade. This is the quickest bone to get out of any bone because the banking is like 0 time pretty much. I think you have to walk like 1 tile out of the way. It's Trushian or nothing. Yeah, Trushian's pretty good. Cryo doesn't really have an equivalence of what Guardian has for their 2-hand. Because I believe Guardian's 2-hand is max speed. But Cryo Knight's 2-hand that's Frost is not max speed. Has slightly better damage, but has 1 tick slower. But yeah, the Tertian Leopard is a lot of fun. That's the main one I've been using for my Guardian, going through the whole storyline. He's going to wield a shield to help for a little bit extra defense, but you can also boost it for max attack speed. But I ran Trushian all the way through Chapter 3 and 4. But I still need to get them both to trading. They're both like 3 hours away from unlocking trading. Currently they're AFK and smithing until they can do the 3-star quest in Mines of Matubin. And after that, I think I've considered the new pivot. The new pivot for them is actually not combat. I actually changed my mind. My new pivot for them is to get 200 in their processing skill. Or even beyond. Ideally beyond. So the Guardian, I want to get 200 bone rate, and the other one I want to go get 200 Stonemason. And eventually, super down the line, they'll be even higher than my main. I think that was the game plan. Because obviously I'll need some now for this account. But I don't really plan to get Stonemason or Bone Right too much above 200. Like a little bit, but not a lot. But if I had my ults perpetually every single day working on post 200, while my main account obviously got 500 smithing at some point, I feel like that'd be a lot more useful. And then I have, when trading comes out, I can make all 3 by only having 1 500. By having 3 500s. But this account would only have 1 of the 3. I'd still be able to make all 3 500s out of it. I think that's the pivot. Get them to trading, get them through Chapter 4. And then after they go complete that one quest, we give them to their 2 main skills. And then later down the line, I'll get them lost and found. It's not as big a deal immediately. But I want to start working them towards their AFK for their main processing skill. That way our actual main account doesn't need to worry about it as much beyond 200. I'll still need to eventually, obviously. But the priority on getting them post 200 would drastically go down if I had 2 alts that had 500. Obviously no time soon, but you know, we're slowly working towards it. And then we just do a trade cycle through all 3 to make 500 tools and everything. Of course, we'll have other people who'll probably be able to help us out as well. But it makes it, if I'm like offline or anything else, it's a little bit easier to go get whatever we need. Without having to worry about like a 1-to-1 trade or something. Yeah, that was the game plan. And if I need to give them the material for it, I easily could. Because this account would eventually get 500 gather, or 500, you know, all those kind of skills. Even if it doesn't immediately get 500 bone right and stonemason. I mostly just need 200 or so to get things rolling. So if we ever do want to do post 200, it's a lot easier. But I have very little immediacy to go beyond 200 for them in the near future. But our alt accounts could. Because they're literally pretty much like 0 time. Check them like a few minutes a day and they're good to go. And the best part about that is Stonemason and Bone Right AFKs are actually good. You can't really AFK smithing without burning money. But you can AFK Stonemason and Bone Right without burning money. which is good because those accounts have pretty limited money. At least until trading comes out. I am still curious when he's going to be releasing trading and how that's going to go. There's so many questions I have even after the AMA. Like, I have more questions after the AMA than questions that were answered. It only led to even more questions. We'll see what happens with it. Out of anything happening in the near future, it's definitely the one I'm most curious about how it will go down. The one that I'll find most useful is obviously queuable actions. I want that the most as far as things we're getting in the next month or so. But I'm really, really curious how trading will work. One thing that's nice about so many people doing bones is I actually don't need to speculate on where the bone is. If I forget where it is, I just have to look for the 10 people going to the exact same spot. It's really obvious where it is at any given time. Just look for the 10 people going to the same location. Hey, it's poking. I wonder what he's doing. He's going to that bank from that angle. The only thing I can think of is the other bone, the femur shard. That's one of the few things you would bank from the angle that he's coming in from. Which I believe is the bone after this bone. We're not doing that bone today. Not sure if we're reaching that bone today, though we're going to try. But yeah, femur shard is the next one. The problem with femur shard is the banking is kind of awful for it. I almost want to get wood cutting up a little bit before I do it. Actually, maybe even that's the next tool, too. If we're talking about tools that would help us in the exact immediate future. I wonder if I get a handsaw and the hatchet before I do that. Before I go get sickle. Because the only one downside of sickle is I can't use it again to like level 100 something gatherer. But I would need the handsaw at 56 with the better Suave tree. And the hatchet at 53 to go get to that point as well as anything else. So maybe we pivot what we're doing and hold off on sickle for a little bit. Even though it's more useful than the other two for what I need. The other ones I'll need for a little bit more immediate XP boost. So it might be worth considering doing hatchet next. The only problem with that is we're getting scary close to having to do carpentry if I do that. But I think it actually is better to do hatchet than handsaw than the other thing. The only problem with that is before I can get gatherer above 70 something, 79. Before I can train above 79, I would have to get both a maxed hatchet and a maxed handsaw. One of those should be pretty easy. The problem is I need like 20 more gold to do both. Which I'll get over just doing mining, smithing, other stuff like that. This makes our gold requirement a little bit higher. At least gives us a little change of pace and get a little bit more variety, I guess. Just so we're not doing gather all the way to like, you know, 20 to 200 in like a week. Because more than half our gathering levels we've gained this week so far. We did some of it too when we did the base 50 grind. But then also we did one stream we ended up doing 50 to 66. And this stream we're doing around 66 to 79, roughly. Not sure if we're going all the way, but we'll get at least like 75-ish. I just realized, can you hear the keyboard and mouse inputs? I just noticed the volume thingy. They always sounded like somewhat quiet, but now that I see it on the mic, almost sounds like they're all coming through. Because sometimes I'm like really clicky. Like when I move the camera like a billion times. I'm not sure why. I feel like the mic has been so much more sensitive lately. I'm not sure if it was like a Windows patch that's changed one of my settings or something. I feel like it's been so sensitive to noise the last like couple weeks. More so than it has been in the past. Oh yeah, he's definitely doing femur shard. Oh, that'll be us sometime soon. Probably this Tuesday, probably. Is when we're likely getting back together. Though maybe a little bit later, because if I am going to get both those tools upgraded, we need a little bit more time than that to make the gold we need. There's no way we're making 20 gold that quick. Unless I did like only money making methods between that time. Because what we're doing right now just makes no money. It will like, hey, blue pudding hat. It will like way down the line, but in the immediacy it makes nothing. In the immediacy of now. Do I know my bones per hour? I wish. Which nodes give the most bones? Oh, bone spike. What we're doing right now. This is the most bones per hour you can get. How many we're getting per hour? I don't know. But it's definitely the most bones per hour based on how banking works. So if you're a non-guardian looking just for an upgrade for your weapon or anything, bone spike is the best way to go. I'm not sure if you can make a shield out of bone spike though, but it covers your weapons and that's the main thing that matters. But I don't think you make a weapon out, I mean a shield out of a bone spike. But you only need it for the weapon upgrade. That's the more important one. But these are the highest bones per hour. I'm not sure what the bones per hour is. But the reason we know for sure it's the most bones per hour is where the bank is. Every other bone, you have to go at least 2, 3, 4 rooms, if not more. Just for a banking cycle. Whereas you go 1 tile for a bone spike. If I want to bank right now, I just click right there and boom, we're there. It's 1 tile distance from the path. Whereas every other one is at least multiple rooms away. Yeah, this is the most useful bone in the entire game. For non-guardians. Though even for guardians, it makes one of their 3 best weapons. But particularly for non-guardians, if you're just looking for generic bone to upgrade something with, this is the generic bone you're looking for. And the best part is the other component that it needs is Suave. And you're surrounded by Suave trees. So if you want to do both of them at once, you can. Currently I'm not, but you can. It is an option. So on the same route that you would do for your bone spike, you can still be getting all the trees you want as well. Oh, that guy's actually boosting. I will be doing that later when we come back here. Just right now, priority is to get 159 stonemason. Is how we're currently training stonemason. We're gonna turn these bones into stone. But we're just dumping our knowledge into stonemason. We could be doing literally anything right now. I was doing gather because we need the bone right. But we could be doing literally any activity in the game. To some degree, we should start that mining pivot up, which probably starting tomorrow would be the direction we go into a little bit more. Go really heavy into that mining pivot. One bad thing about this is because it's perfect cycle, I have like no water downtime. It's not a good water drinking activity. Hmm. So I still have to keep using the sense spell. I still wish it would show where the spawns are. Like, I know generally where there are, but there's like a bunch of different hitboxes in the way that you can accidentally click on this, depending on your camera angle. Like right here, depending on how your camera angle, the tree just blocks your spike. And other stuff like that. Still waiting for the always on sense option though. Or customizable sense as to what it actually does as well. Because I hate that it hides everyone's names when you do it. It shows your own, but it hides everyone else. Like the inverse of what it normally is. Where it hides your own, but then shows everyone else. But it does the exact opposite when you use it. Try and double check if we have like anything we could do between then. We have an AFK that we could do at 68, but it's not worth it. Though it does get boosted by Rake, oddly enough. Orchard we found out was not worth it. That's used for the yellow potion, which we don't care about. Bitter fruit you literally just drop on the ground. Yeah, it's the only thing we can do then. Oops, I thought we already did full inventory. Whoops. So yeah, we're stuck with these all the way to 79. We're likely not going all the way 79 though. But we do have to go to about like 75-ish. So we can boost down later. Actually, the main goal is basically go until we have... our actual goal for how far we go with Gather is whatever we need to get 159 Stonemason. Whatever that level is what we probably stop at for today. Then whenever we come back to it later, either later today or some other time, we need to acknowledge it with the 5% pots. And just dump all of it into Gather. Just so we can get to the next bone a bit quicker. Because at this range, we don't want to do that. But once our level is like, you know, 4 or 5 higher, it'd be a lot more worthwhile to do it. The scales based on your level. Oh, Black Santa hat. I think it just took the lead on Santa's. Oh, no, never mind. Still down by 1. I forgot. We did really good on Red Santa earlier. Red Santa's still up by 1. 68 rolling in. Here's the AFK. Wow. Wait. You need 68 Gather just to do the 20 bone rate AFK? That's funny. That is so high. Why is it so high? I didn't realize it was that high. I'd explain why the other one was so high as well. Yeah, 68 Gather just to do 20 bone rate AFK. That's insane. I actually looked into that when we were doing bone rate. Like, remember when we were doing it for Lost and Found, like the first week of the game? Or a little bit after the first week? Or somewhere around the first week. Or we're looking into, like, oh, what AFK can we go do? And, like, the very first one is like, oh, yeah, we need this, like, bone thingy. But I was looking into it then, too. Yeah, Gather. You need 68 Gather just to do the AFK for 20 bone rate. That is so high. Like, it's currently week, what would you even call it? Week 5? 6? It's like week 6. And we needed that, like, week 1. In week 6, we finally got the requirement for it, if we were to get it ourselves. Yeah, there's such a big disparity between the two. 68 Gather for 20 bone rate AFK. I wonder if it's going to be similar for that for Chapter 5 as well. Because Chapter 5 also has AFKs that feed into bone rate. I wonder if they're like absurdly leveled. Because the first one of them you can do at 46 bone rate. But does that mean you're going to need like 100 level Worm Wrangler in order to go get it? Oh, so we're calling it Worm Wrangler now. Someone mentioned it one time on stream, and I can't not call it Worm Wrangler now. I don't even care what it's going to be called when it actually comes out. I'm still going to call it Worm Wrangler, probably. Kind of like how we're currently training the apple picking skill. Alright, 5 more knowledge and we should be good to go. Not sure how many more gather levels we'll gain along the way, but whatever it is, we'll get. It should give us a pretty good basis on Bone Spike. Should get almost 1,000 by the end of this as well. Oh, I still need to do even more after that. But the rest we'll do with knowledge down the line. Otherwise, we're going to have like 2,000 something Bone Spikes by the end. Which is not awful, but it's a lot to have to process later. That's kind of the whole reason why we're doing it, so we can get some free bone rate XP. Though we are going to have to dunk thousands upon thousands upon thousands of bones at some point in the future. We're going to try to do most of them off stream, particularly like the low tier stuff. Once we start hitting the high tier stuff, we might start doing them on stream. The super low tier stuff is not going to be done. Like the ones we're getting now is technically under low tier category. It's a level 66 bone. We're at 90 bone, right? So this is still technically a low tier bone, which means we're almost finally at a high enough gatherer level to catch up with our bone rate. It's taken a while, but we're almost there. That means 2 more bones from now, or it's probably at our actual bone rate level. And then we'll be moving on to tier 3. And then they really start to matter after tier 3 onwards. Particularly tier 4s, that's when they start touching the 199 range, which are some of the main ones we need to stock up on. I just realized they're called dappled bone spikes. What does dappled even mean in that context? Dappled, dappled, dappled. Actually, now I'm even trying to think what dappled even means. Let me go check real quick. Dappled. Marked with spots or rounded patches. Why would they be dappled then? I'd have feel it was something around that, but I wouldn't really call a bone dappled. It's just a weird adjective to use for a bone, I think is the main thing that's throwing me off. Bright toad's eye, but not bushy-tailed, because that would be weird. Honestly, I think they just ran out of adjectives for some of them, and there was like, what's something close enough? Which now I kind of almost want to look at all the other bone names. Let's see. We have the Dusty Femur Shard. That one works. We got the Rigid Goat Horn. That one works. I think they just ran out of adjectives and just had to get some creative ones for some of them. Let's see. Because that one works too. We got the, let's see. Let's keep going. The Sturdy Ram Horn. The Weathered. Now that's an adjective I think you would associate with a bone. Like that one makes more sense than Dappled. Let's see. The Smooth Goat Horn. Like all these other ones make so much sense. I don't know. The word Dappled just threw me off. Oh, okay, Chunky's a weird one. A Chunky Ram Horn. I guess they mean chunky in the bulky sense, not chunky as in like the pieces sense. Like they mean like a thick chunky. Not like a, like, you know, like multiple different chunks of a horn kind of chunky. Oh, another purple hat. Purple just took the lead. Purple elf in the lead now. It's funny thinking of a ram horn as chunky, though. Then we got the pointed bone spike. That one makes too much sense. Then we got the straighted femur shard. Straighted. That one does sound like it works. I forget what straighted means off the top of my head, though. Like, exactly what it means. I know, like, vaguely what it means. It's one of those words where in the context of a sentence, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. But on its own, it's like, what again does straighted mean? I'm pretty sure that works good for a bone. Then we got the long goat horn. That one's pretty straightforward. We got the pristine ram horn. Then we got the jagged bone spike. Then we got the sharp femur shard. Kind of weird that they didn't do it the other way around. The jagged femur shard and the sharp bone spike. The other way around. We got the robust goat horn. Then the emasculate ram horn. I think the ram horns have the funniest ones. And then we have the razor bone spike. Really gonna poke some people out with it. And then we have the chunky. We got another chunky one. Chunky. And then we get the chunky femur shard is the highest tier shard. That's so funny. What's the highest bone in the game? The chunky femur shard. Oh, gosh. The 3311 or 331 cunning lobsters. Honestly, that kind of makes sense. They're going to dodge your traps. They got a good agility level. It takes so long for them to catch it that it takes 12 hours. They're not cunning. They're so cunning it takes the trap 12 hours just to catch 12 lobsters. Oh, we're almost at the funny number. 69 gatherer, almost. We're getting there. Honestly, we're getting a lot quicker to 79 than I thought we would. You know why? We've been training so many post 200 skills lately that anything that isn't a post 200 skill actually feels quick now. Because I'm starting to get used to the 200 EXP curve. So now whenever we go back to a non-200 skill, it's like, oh yeah, this is actually lightning quick, even though this is like one of the slowest skills to train the whole game. Also helps that bone spikes have a really good rotation, so even compared to other bones, this bone is quicker. It's the quickest of all the bones, due to banking location, and the fact that it has perfect cycle, while also having an insanely good banking location. Yep, I keep forgetting. I almost did the drop ball again. I did that a couple times on accident yesterday. Because whenever you go to a normal deposit box, you can click in your inventory deposit all. Whenever you do it to store drift, you're not allowed to. It always throws me off every single time. Now we're almost at the funny number. Which means we got 10 levels to go then. We're not doing them all right now though. We're just doing it till we get 5 more knowledge. Oh, that is going to get us most of what we need though. Should get to like 74-ish? 74, 75, somewhere around there. It's hard to tell because I've been doing so much post 200. I'm not even sure how EXP curve works below 200 now. It's actually throwing me off whenever we go back to a smaller one. Alright, there we go. 4 more knowledge to go. And then we can return to the stonemason. Oh, I did the thing again. I hate when it does that. Go back. There it goes. Too many pop-ups on both sides. There we go. It has all been fixed. A few more bones and we'll hit the 69. Oh, is that the 500 cape? No, that's the 200. Can't wait till we get the 500 watch person cape though. Still want it so badly. It's not in a rush to get it. Alright, there we go. 69 rolling in. Still got a good ways to go though. As we need 10 more levels. Not sure if we're doing all 10 right now, but as soon as we go get the 4 knowledge we need, we'll go to Stonemason again. And then from there, we can kind of figure out what we want to focus on. Because we could either then go back to Bone, or we can go back to, or not back to, but for the first time this stream, do some mining smithing. Because I think I put in the title that I was going to work towards 206 smithing. We're definitely not reaching 206 smithing today, but we need to work towards it. And have it by either tomorrow or Sunday. I mean, tomorrow or Monday, I mean. Because tomorrow is Sunday. I'm not sure why. It still feels like Friday night to me for some reason. I think it's because I crashed like so hard last night when I actually went to bed. Like the water bottle I was drinking was still on the bed when I woke up. Luckily it was closed. But like I literally like fell to sleep holding water. Luckily closed water. Oh, nice. Yellow pudding. This is the one we have the least of. I think we're up to 25 now. Yep, 25 puddings. Oh yeah, I just realized I do lose a tile whenever I do that, don't I? I actually do need to start manually clicking that one bone spike. I was just testing it that route, and yeah, you do lose one tile if you don't. It's actually the only bone spike I think you have to manual click on. Otherwise, you lose one tile every rotation. I think it's the only spot you lose a tile. But yeah, the third to last bone, or the fifth bone, whatever one you want to look at it as, the one all the way in northeast of this next room, you got to manual click to its south side. Otherwise, it'll west priority you, and you'll lose one tile. It's the only one you have to manual click for. It sets you one tile closer to the next bone. And that bone, it doesn't matter because you can't cut through the other area. So yeah, it's only the northeastern bone where you have to do a manual click. Every other one, you can just click on it. But you gotta do a walk and then click on the other one. It means I've been wasting so many one tiles. It's not that big a deal though, but because this is nearly a perfect cycle, that one tile actually does make a difference every time. If there was downtime, it wouldn't matter. But these actually don't have any downtime, so you're saving a one tile every time starts to add up. Because now we can pretty much get to them right when they spawn. That way we have the one tile lead. You notice how he had to walk into my tile when he did the diagonal there? That's what happens when you manual click on it. You'll save that one tile every time. It's not a lot, but it adds up. It takes, what, 0.325 seconds to grow one tile? Which also doesn't sound like a lot. But you're multiplying that by like hundreds of times, that's a lot of time. Saving 0.325 seconds every cycle. It's basically what every tile is. Every 3 tiles you save is 1 second saved. So whenever I mentioned when I was doing some mining cycles where we're saving 5 tiles, like when we're doing like tentacle skip or something, that's saving about 1.6 seconds, roughly. So like one single one doesn't save that much time, but when you're adding them all up, they make a much bigger number. If you count that like per hour, per 10 hours, it starts to be a way, way bigger number. Each rotation of this is like, what, a minute? So per hour, we're saving like half a minute to a minute. Just for clicking on one tile instead of a different tile. I did just realize, though, you could probably go from the other side, couldn't you? I'm not sure if it's the same speed both ways. I didn't bother testing. There's one thing interesting about going from the other side is your will actually be tile perfect automatically. Without having to manual click. I'm just not sure if the path is the same distance overall, though. And I kind of don't want to bother trying to figure it out right now. Just double checking every single tile count on both directions. Like if it's better to go left or right. Left is fine as long as you manually click the one tile. Because let's say they're both the same. If they are both the same, you do have to still manual click the other side. Otherwise, everyone rotating from left to right would just seem like the quicker way based on how far this one is, so yeah. So the way we're doing it is quicker, but you still have to manual click then. Because I'm looking at it now, yeah, you'd have to backtrack at least a tile or two. So the way we're doing it now is the quickest then. You just have to make sure you manual click the one side to the south rather than to just clicking on it. Otherwise, it'll force you west. Due to the east-west priority that the game has. I still find it really funny that he did that, because he did the same thing in RuneScape. So he coded the game exactly the same as he did 23 years ago, at least in that regard. Obviously, other things have been done differently. But that one particular weird concept is still the same. The east-west priority over north-south priority. That's why when you're the equal distance from east, or you know, if you're the equal distance north-south or east-west to an object, like let's say both sides, like east and north, are both the same distance. When you're going into an object, you'll always be put to the east rather than the north. Even if you're equal distance from both. It's not going to do half one side, half the other. It'll always bring you to the east-west side. So whenever you need to go south-north, you have to manual click it. Hey, green gnome. I mean, green elf. I always keep on calling them gnome. It's definitely my favorite looking elf hat, though. I got really few of them. Not like it matters exact number. But yeah, it's actually my lowest elf hat. It's my favorite looking elf hat. It's because when I think of an elf, I definitely think of green. It's more of a greener color rather than like a red or something. Yep. Didn't realize I didn't click it. Just rubbing my eye. It's one weird thing with bone sometimes. I feel like I click the center of them, but then it doesn't do your click. It'll like click the walk here rather than to take bone. So I want to try picking up the potion in a interval where we don't have to go to that other menu. If we can help it. As long as we pick it up and drop it, we never actually have to bring up the Steam menu. That, like, what faded effect that it has. Oh, no! It consumed my walk! I didn't wait long enough. I have to wait an extra 0.3 second. Hopefully queuable actions will fix that. I'm hoping queuable actions have no delay and that you can actually queue a walk. Because if queuable actions were out and you were actually able to queue a walk, that wouldn't have happened. But what happened is I canceled my walk before he went to the tile. And then went to the wrong tile because of it. Hello, drop? So click the drop button. Alright, 3 more stonemason knowledge levels to go. Well, 1 more level, 3 more knowledge points. Be honestly, after yesterday, it feels so nice doing a below 200 skill. I almost want to get them all to 200 now. It just feels so nice doing a skill below 200 again. After doing nearly an entire day of above 200 skills, not counting stonemason. It reminds you of how quick the XP rate is below 200. Where you can actually realistically see in a level every hour, if not multiple levels. I'll pretty much guarantee multiple levels for every skill. Whereas there are a lot of skills post 200 where you will not see a level every hour. Whereas pre-200 is pretty much guarantee you'll get at least like 3 an hour. Around there. Even for some of the slower skills in the game. I forgot to manual click, whoops. Oh no, how could I? I saw everyone else just doing the thing and I was just like following them instead of manual clicking. Whoops. Surprised there aren't slightly more people doing it. I know people aren't generally being like ultra tile efficient, but still. I'd expect at least like one other person to be clicking the right tile. It is a lot more convenient just clicking on the bone though, that's for sure. Oh, I skipped the bone. Wait. I skipped right over the bone. That's funny. It would help if you maybe get the other bone first. Then go for the bone spike. Gosh, the place is so ominous. I hate that there's no music playing here. That's one thing that always bothers me whenever I'm doing woodcutting or gathering in this area. Is the lack of music. It's like so off-putting. There's not like an override to like make music play. Unless we go play our own. Let's go find the hit singles of all the Brighter Shores music on Steam. I mean on YouTube. I think Knuckledrak ended up posting all of them to his YouTube channel. Not sure where else it is. This place is just so ominously quiet. Hello, Campion. Welcome, welcome. How have I been doing? I've been doing pretty good. Currently going the bone rate, or technically the gatherer grind, so we can go get bone rate up. We're also trying to get stonemason up with our knowledge, which is why we have the mining potions. Well, technically we have them dropped, but we have them for the stonemason grind. Because right now main priorities are 206 smithing and 200 stonemason. I'm just doing some gathering, so when I go do bone rate, we have some amount of bones, more than 0. Yeah, things been good. Already prepared for a holiday, already got all the holiday shopping done. Obviously on Christmas Day, we will be pretty busy most of the day. We'll still do like a small, like maybe hour stream, just to say hello and Merry Christmas to everyone. You're so far behind now, everyone now? Well, honestly, as long as you're playing, you'll probably catch up pretty quickly. There's a lot of people have kind of stopped for a little bit for like a week or 2 or 3. Because Andrew Gower also went on vacation, you know, like the lead dev of the game. And yeah, he probably won't be back till like super early January, like first week of January. So we're pretty much not getting any updates for the rest of the year. So a lot of people kind of taking a break from Brighter Shores between the holidays and no updates coming for about a week or so. It could be a good week and a half before another update hits. So if you're playing right now, you're probably getting more progress than most people. It's like a lot of people are kind of just waiting for the next big content update. Well, we're still here grinding. Been busy for the last month just about. Still been playing, just not as consistent. Yeah, that's one thing that's pretty nice. You can still use like the 24-hour AFK thingies. So even when you're busy, you still get progress on whatever you want. As long as you unlock the passive activity for it. We're like 400 total. That's still pretty good. Definitely, if you haven't already, definitely want to go complete out Chapter 4. So when trading comes out, you'll be able to. Trading is pretty much guaranteed coming out next month. Also got a second character, about 300. Nice. Yeah, I've still been checking out my other 2 characters for their AFK activity. Haven't been doing too much beyond that, though. My main goal is just to get them to trading and to get them to, you know, like a half-decent AFK activity. And just keep having them run that every single day. Just check them for like a few minutes. Yeah, I've mostly been playing this account. Oh, we're actually top 20 right now, oddly enough. We're, where are we right now? We're 18th overall. Oddly enough, we're not top 20 in any one particular skill. But we are top 20 total. Most because we kind of been doing a little bit of everything. You just started the 4th chapter. You've had it unlocked for a while. Just train merchant. Oh yeah, merchant to leatherworker is really good. Merchant itself is pretty average money. The real money for merchant is the discount you get for leatherworker. Because high-level leatherworker starts making a lot of money. Like, I'm at 174. I think I'm making like 1.4 gold an hour. And we're not even above 200 yet. It's actually my most profitable skill, despite multiple skills being higher than it. Yeah, it's pretty good. The only problem with it is you need really high merchant to support leatherworker early on. To even get to 50 leatherworker, I think you need almost like 100 merchant or something. Eventually they get a lot closer together as far as the range. Like 200 merchant gets you to 190 leatherworker, for example. But early on, the level disparity between the two is really high. There's some level ranges where you need like 5 times higher merchant level to support your leatherworker. Also, I just misclicked so hard. Because we're taking the scenic route to this bone. Well, the main thing that you want to do is just double check the hide discounts. You start getting them at 10. And just make sure whatever hide you're doing for leatherworker, you make sure to get your max discount. So for example, let's say, I don't know, let's say hypothetically we get to 77. This gets to moderate brown cow. So if we go check leatherworker, we go down to moderate brown cow. So 77 merchant goes all the way down to only 35. So if you did that all the way to your activity, you'd be able to get to 44 before you'd have to go do merchant again. So 77 merchant only gets you to 44 leathermaker before you would need to go do it again to go get your next best hide off a merchant. So yeah, the level disparity is a bit high early on. But once you start to get to like 100 plus leatherworker, it's pretty much a golden hour. And it's somehow AFK as well, which is nice. Like every single time you do a step, it's almost like 1 minute AFK. If you want to like multitask it with stuff around the house or just watching something or anything else. I made like 200 silver getting to 21 merchant today. Nice. Yeah, whenever... It's one thing that always throws me off whenever I do merchant. Because I know merchant makes money, but I never do merchant to make money necessarily. Just to make leatherworker make more money. But then after I do merchant for like a couple hours, it's like, oh yeah, where did all that money come from? I think merchant at 200 is around 0.6, 0.7 gold an hour? Somewhere around there. I know it's like slightly under a gold an hour. But I always view it as like no money, even though it's making quite a bit actually. Lower than other methods, but still really high. The big issue with merchant is your money per hour differs a lot based on how efficient you are, though. Or even based on RNG. Sometimes you just get trolled with a lot of bad tasks in a row. There's not much you can do about it. They have added a drop all mechanic that makes merchant a little bit easier. You can click drop all on an item and it all goes to the ground. It's the last feature they added before they went on holiday break. A few other things came in the update too, but that was one of the bigger things, and it makes merchant a lot easier. You can only have up to 100 items on the ground, which is 16 different merchant stacks of 6. But you can make a bunch of different stacks, buy like 12 preemptively, drop them on the ground at the tower, or the merchant tower. And then it makes it a lot easier to turn in your merchant activity. As you can just pre-drop like 15 different sets of items and then, yeah, be good to go. As long as you don't exceed 100, which is basically 16 sets of 6. As long as you do that, you're good to go. But you can basically keep all like the really, really far away ones. Like at your level range, like doll or pumpkin or something. I think you're getting to those soon if you don't already have them. Like stuff like those are like a mile away. Particularly pumpkin. Pumpkin's a good one. Because pumpkin gets turned in on Main Street. But the buy location's kind of in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, merchant's definitely my favorite skill in the entire game. I was actually really surprised with it. Out of any skill in the entire game, I was definitely most surprised with merchant. I was always expecting detective to be something pretty unique. So it didn't really surprise me that it was decently unique. But merchant definitely did. I was not expecting merchant to be as out there as it was. I just really love the synergy and everything it has. It's also pretty much the only profession in the game that requires any amount of thinking. Because every other skill, you kind of just click. Like right now, we just click on bone, click on bone, click on bone. It's really relaxing. But it's also very, very simple and straightforward. Merchant's the only, like, ultra, over-the-top complex one. Detective is a little bit, but most people don't bother with investigations. Most people just do the easier stuff. Like the AFK raid dens and stuff. Combat's our RNG adventure. Yeah, honestly, you're just running a slot machine whenever you do combat. It's probably the most luck-based skill in the game. As far as training it. Because the rate that you can get, assuming you're not making it through your professions, especially post 200, is basically just the RNG of getting a drop. Like, we're currently level 219 right now, and I know I didn't do all of it without, or, you know, on combat directly. But I did do a good majority of it on direct combat. And I have gotten 0 4-star drops so far, post 200. We tried yesterday to go for our first, and we failed. But yeah, we've been trying. We just can't get it. You haven't been dropping stuff? Oh, yeah. What is your level ranges? So you said you were like 20, 30 something? Oh, yeah. You're almost at pumpkin then. I don't know. What would be your best drops? Definitely soap if you don't have the shortcut. Well, definitely not required. 83 detective helps a lot when doing merchant. As it unlocks every shortcut in the city. But yeah, something you would probably want to drop at the tower would be soap for sure, because it's on Main Street. Pre-buying doll could be okay if you're not running plate. It depends if you're running plate or not. Yeah, there isn't too many things you could really pre-drop that early on. I guess it's mostly just soap. Because you haven't gotten some of the, like, the really good pre-drop items. Soap is really annoying to get to, especially without the 83 detective shortcut, because it's in the middle of nowhere. So pre-buying like a whole inventory of them and just dropping them at the tower for whenever you need them could be pretty good. How long do items stay on the ground? 10 minutes. It's why I keep running this 9-minute timer. If you click Shift plus Tab, Steam has like a little timer overlay that you could do. And I was using the inbuilt Steam thing with the clock. And you just pin it to your thing, set the timer up, put it on a loop. Or you don't even need to have it on a loop, but you know, set it to like 9 minutes or so. But yeah, they last 10 minutes on the ground. I set it to 9 to make sure there's plenty of time to go pick them up. That's what this timer is, if you're wondering what that random timer is. It's basically the lifespan of our potion that we dropped on the ground. For Merchant, though, you generally don't need to necessarily time them. You just pick them all up and drop them to the ground. It's really quick to do so. This is how quick it is to drop a whole thing to the ground now. I have 8 items. Click drop all. Click pick take all. I just did it. I just refreshed the whole stack. So you don't really need a timer for the stack when you're doing Merchant for the most part. You mostly just need a 2-minute timer set to the message board so you know when it resets. Because resetting all your stacks is basically free now. It's like 1 to 2 seconds per stack, depending on how quick you do the drop all, pick up all. Because before you had to do every single item one at a time. But now, yeah, you could pick up all, drop all in like 1 second if you click quick enough. So as long as you do that like every run or two, they'll never despawn, even without a timer. Only reason I set a timer for the soap, I mean for the potion, is just to make sure we do pick it up. Because we're not really in a cycle where we have to keep interacting with it. Because the rate at which I need 1 knowledge point, or get 1 knowledge point, is slower than its despawn rate. Whereas when you're doing merchant, you're generally picking them up more often than you, you know, before they would despawn. Yeah, we've been doing that. It's been helping a lot. You set a 2-minute timer to the merchant clock, and you're just good to go. So you know every single time when it gets reset. And the drop all thing made it so easy to get a lot of XP when doing merchant. I don't think anyone's made a guide on it yet. I kind of almost want to. No one's made an updated guide on how to do merchant with drop all. I just figured I haven't really bothered getting around to it. They keep making such drastic changes every few weeks. That's like by the time I make a guide, it'll be like irrelevant in like 3 weeks. But I don't know. I kind of feel like doing it at some point. Only problem is a lot of the player base is kind of taking a break from the game at the moment, I feel. Kind of waiting for the next big content update and everything. So I'll put all this effort, like 5-10 hours into making this guide video, and it'll be like, you know, it'll get like the same amount of views or less of like a single stream. So I will do eventually plan on going over like a super in-depth merchant guide. Maybe one for every skill, but it'd probably be after we have like 200 all and stuff like that. Wait till the game's basically in like 1.0. Because I'm not sure if I'm really going to be covering any like guide videos prior to 1.0. Kind of wait for like the full release of the game. And then we can kind of go crazy with it. Go through like every skill, every activity, every boss, if there's any by then. Oh yeah, now's the perfect time to catch up on the game if you've even taken a break from it. Because people have been kind of doing the opposite, where they've been playing since launch and now are starting to take a break. So hello, MK Jets. Thank you for the like. Greatly appreciated. Hope you've been having a wonderful weekend. And a good upcoming holiday. How much more knowledge do we need? We need 2 more full knowledge bars, and then we can go back to Stonemason. It might not look like it, but this is us training Stonemason right now. As is the knowledge system in the game. Wait, that's one thing that's really nice about Merchant, too. It's the highest knowledge rate in the game, currently. Most activities, like what we're doing now, is only around like 3.5 or so. But there are a handful of them that are quicker than that. And the Merchant's the absolute quickest at about 6 or so, give or take a little bit. Depending on how quick you are. But, yeah, we need 2 more knowledge points to go back to Stonemason again. And then I believe we're at Tier 3 Granite we can start doing then. So with this up into that point, then we'll go to all of our Granite. And then after that, maybe we'll come back to Boning? I'm not sure. Go back to the Bone Zone. Because ideally at some point in the stream, I do want to get 79. We're starting to get to the point where the bones are starting to get slow. Because we're beyond the XP curve where we really should be doing this activity. By like 74, we should really be just knowledging it up. We need to get to 79. The problem is this is a level 66 activity. So by about 73 or so, it's going to start getting really slow comparative to where we should be. Because I'm not going to bother doing the 71 orchids or the 76 bitter fruit. It's just not worth it. So by the time we go over to Stonemason, we'll probably be at a gathering level, probably like 71, 72. And by that point, we should pretty much just start knowledging it. Or maybe we'll come back to a little bit of gather while knowledging it. But then once we hit 75, we're probably going to do knowledge only while doing other activities. At 75 to 79 is going to be pretty slow. If we do it by actually training the skill itself. Because that's one good thing for knowledge, is try to fill the gaps between all the slower XP ranges. Because we're going to get glazily slow XP range around like 70, pretty much everything up to that 79 bone. So those last few levels, we pretty much want to do it almost exclusively off of knowledge if we can help it. As it'll be more, it'll be a lot quicker that way than actually training it manually. It would actually be a good time to go bring out merchants. Almost tempted to. If we get to like 75 gatherer, bring out the merchant for the final levels, because I do need to at least get like 205 in the near future. So I can unlock the next hide. I think it's like deer hide, which I think gets me to 190 or 196, somewhere around there. Doesn't get us all the way to 200, but gets us pretty far. Just let me double check. Where does superior deer hide get you? Superior deer hide gets you to 96. That's what I thought. Yeah, 196. Technically, you could do it all the way to 200 if you want to. It wouldn't be that big a deal. It's not that big of a difference between the two. Which honestly, I might just do just so we don't have to get 222 merchant. I do plan to eventually, but it skips needing to do that. I don't know, we'll see. It's just 222 merchant with 210 leatherworker makes way more than 205 merchant into 200 leatherworker. It's also better XP doing the higher one. Because otherwise I'd have to do some lower tier hide than what I would be able to do potentially. Which would hurt our XP rate and our profit rate slightly. Join you on the merchant runs? Oh no, we'll see. We might go to it a little bit this stream. We'll see. Because those last few levels of Gatherer, we're definitely going to have to do something that isn't Gatherer for it. Or it just depends what we're doing. Oh, I already set the potion. I accidentally double reset it because I saw the timer. I forgot I already reset it. Whoops. Yeah, 222 gets you 200 more silver an hour, yeah. They start to go up a lot. I think it's still worth going for the 222. It just, getting 222 merchant sounds like a nightmare. Because that's effectively getting 288 merchant if you compare it to like pre-200 levels. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at any skill post-200. It just times it by 4 every level you're doing beyond 200, and that's technically what level you're going to. And it's basically the difference between going to 220 merchant or 288 merchant. Effectively. Not the actual level, but the effective level is like pre-200. That's a pretty big difference. That's effectively a 60, what is that? A 68 level difference. Imagine having to get 68 more merchant levels, more than you would need to pre-200. That's basically what that is. The difference between 205 and 222. Because that is not a quick thing to do. Like, that's a day and a half to 2 days of, like, pure merchant. Probably 2 days, but how we divide it up. That's like a solid 2 days of almost just merchant. Like 66% merchant 2 days in a row. Hey, gather level. I do think I am going to do that, though, the 222 into 210. For a couple reasons. One of the bigger ones is we need the money for the tools, but the other reason is if cubable actions do work on leather, I'm probably doing a lot of post-200 leather maker. Because while there are a lot of useful things we will use, you know, the cubable actions for, I can't think of anything I would use it for more than leatherworker, assuming it worked for it. The only big issue is how annoying it is to bank them. But everything else is so AFK. Do it for the love of the game. Oh no, I'm really bad at making guide videos, I think is the problem. I'm really bad at structuring my thoughts in a way that conveys them to another person. Because my brain kind of just goes randomly all over the place. And it makes sense to me, but I feel like to other people, it's like, what on earth are you talking about? Like, I almost feel like I make it more confusing rather than, you know, more concise. I feel like I'm really bad at structuring info in a way that conveys it to other people. Like, I can understand it and use the info, but I feel like other people, when I try to convey it, might not work as well. Because how all over the place I sometimes do some explaining. Like, it makes sense to me, and I know exactly what I'm saying, but then, like, it's not making it less like, it's making it more confusing rather than less confusing sometimes. I'm also really bad at going off of a script. There's one reason why a lot of the videos I have covered over, like, the, like, almost decade I've been doing YouTube have all been, like, one take, like, no script videos. Like, 90% of my videos are that. Or maybe 95, honestly. Like, an absurdly high amount. Or, like, completely unedited, one take, just off the cuff, no script kind of, guide videos, if they are guide videos. The problem is there's a lot you can't show without doing cuts and other things to the video. Without editing it down. And to the other comment, one of the main reasons I haven't really covered that many guide videos is not necessarily because of the player base number right now, but simply because of the rate at which change is happening due to early access. I'm just not a fan of covering and spending so much time on a guide video, and then like 1 week later, it's like, oh yeah, they changed something fundamentally. That means I need to go make another one. Because that would have happened with the merchant guide. Let's say I covered a merchant guide a couple weeks ago. I would need to do a new one with the new drop all mechanic. Because while some of that info would still be relevant, it doesn't incorporate the drop all mechanic that came out, you know, a week ago. I don't think a single one does. I've been checking. Still no one has covered a updated merchant guide using drop all mechanic. There's a mechanic somewhat used before, but it was never used to the scale that it is now, due to how quickly you can reset it. Which allows you to diversify it a lot more than before. Like, it was always a mechanic that was used for merchant, but not to the scale that it is now. That you could drop all and pick up all instantly, pretty much. Whereas before you had to pick them up, or you had to drop them one at a time before. You could still pick them up all at a time, but you weren't able to drop them all at one time. The only other weird thing with merchant too is it's hard to show it for each level range without like making a second account that goes all the way to 200 merchant to show what the runs look like every 20 levels or so. Unless I go through like all my footage of every stream, which I guess we could technically do. That'd take a while though. Because otherwise I'd have to make another account and go through all of 200 merchant again to do a 200 merchant guide video. Because the way you do merchant changes almost every 20 levels or so, give or take a little bit. There's just some key synergies that completely change how you route. Like what your primary path is at a given time. We're almost there. I just need one more knowledge point. Well, one more after this knowledge. So close. Right, let me go pre-drink this. Gotta reset it anyways. Perfect. Oh, come on, drop. There you go. How many hats do I have? Oh gosh, too many. Let me go check in a second. Yeah, we got a lot of hats. That many. We have around 700-ish hats. Somewhere's around there, around 700. Not sure the exact tally, but some number around 700. And I currently have... My highest is 46 Purple Elf. Is our highest hat right now. But our lowest being 25 Yellow Pudding. Hey, we got a lot. I still need to get all 20 on my other two alts, though. They're working on it, but not quite all the way there. Yeah, that's our current stat status. Stat status. I mean hat status. I just said stat hat. Oh gosh. Hat status. I just couldn't switch the S and the H. Oh gosh. It's too early for us to be this out of it. Yeah, I said stat hattis instead of hat status. Not sure what happened there, but... Hattis the status. That's funny. Yeah, brain and mouth don't always work together well. I've always had speech problems. I'm not sure if I ever mentioned on any Brighter Shore stream, but I used to be in speech. I think I did like once way back, like first week. But I used to have like speech classes when speech classes when I was in like preschool, elementary school, everything else like that. Because I don't know, I just always had issue with speech and reading. I'm really good at writing, oddly enough. But speech and reading, I've always been so bad at. Like, my reading comprehension... Like, I can read, but my reading is so slow. I probably read at, like, a 6th grade level right now. Like, don't get me wrong, I know how to read and write. And I write actually pretty well. But my reading is so slow. And my word comprehension sometimes is just really weird in my brain. Because my mouth just doesn't want to cooperate with my... with my brain sometimes. It mixes up some things. It's a slight dyslexia thing as well, I'm pretty sure. I've never been diagnosed with it, but I'm almost guaranteed I have it. Because it happens way too often. I just don't have the money to be going to, like, test everything mentally. Really should at some point, though. America isn't particularly well known for having good mental health. Especially with the whole insurance system and everything. Because I have, like, very bare bones insurance right now. Mostly just for, like, extreme catastrophe kind of situations. And even then, they'll probably deny it. Good old Luigi. Yeah, the whole Luigi situation is kind of crazy. I haven't talked about it too much on stream. It's come up a couple times here and there. But yeah, hopefully some amount of reform will happen to some degree. I doubt it, though. I keep forgetting how slow knowledge is from this. Almost does make me want to go do merchant. Merchant, you gain a knowledge point like every 10 minutes, pretty much. What we're doing right now is a knowledge point pretty much like every 20 minutes. Which means it's going to take like 10 minutes for us to even get to the 50% more we need. That's why we keep having to juggle the potion. Because we're getting a knowledge roughly every 20-ish minutes. Maybe like 18 or 17 minutes. But the potion only lasts for 10 minutes on the ground. It's one thing that's pretty nice with merchant as well as technically you could even use a potion. I personally don't with it. But due to how the rotations work, your potion would never despawn. Because you're picking it up enough that it wouldn't ever, you know, completely die out. But you know what? We're gonna do a small pivot real quick. Because I need to make a quick bathroom break. And I might just AFK the last of this real quick. Not all of it, but let me go to the AFK raid thingy real quick. Go have them poke them a little. I'll be right back in like a minute or two. Because right now we just need to go get our knowledge point, so... This will pretty much finish our knowledge as well, which will be very convenient. Let me just go head over here. I'll be back in 1 minute or so. And, yeah, I think we head over to Stonemason then. And after we finish Stonemason, we head probably back to Gather. Or to really anything that we can want to go to. To go get that to 79. Anyways, I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Alright, so what we're doing, we need a little bit of knowledge. Though, honestly, since we're here, might as well just do it here. By the time we get back to the bones, be better just to AFK them here. Grab a quick Zach. Yeah, I forgot how much of a penalty we're getting. So I'll probably go back to the other thing to go finish out the knowledge we need. Because I think I had a little bit of flint left we could go use. This will be the last one we do. Also, if we do merchant, I need this door to be open anyways. So if we do a little bit of merchant later, the door will be open. Yeah, these things are like minus 40-something% penalty. It's so bad. I get the next rate at 219 though. We're at 217, almost 218. Yeah, they're like 49% penalty. Let me see. Yeah, 44% penalty. That's rough. Almost getting half the XP. But hey, half is more than 0. It also reduces your knowledge rate too. I was gonna clear this one and head back to Stonemason then. Alright, good to go. Done eating. Good for the rest of the stream now, hopefully. Alright. Yeah, we'll have pretty much all the knowledge we need. We'll go to one inventory of flint real quick, or best salt, whatever we're at. And then, yeah, we can head over to the thing. I guess I should only bring one potion with me. Because I'm not going to need multiple. Because I'm probably going to go etch the stones. And I think we do have a good number of them that we need to go do. Gosh, we're getting so close. Come on, 219 detective can't come quick enough. We'll probably have it by one more night of AFK. Which means by tomorrow night, I got to go get the smithing AFK or something operational. Because we got to pivot from detective to ideally smithing. I was going over here to do the potion real quick. Because I want to go deposit the rest that we don't need. Alright. You get the first venture very fast on merchant. Didn't realize they had grapes unlocked. Oh yeah, you get it really, really quick. It's actually the easiest to obtain venture in the entire game. Is 21 merchant grapes. Is the lowest requirement of any venture currently. The next lowest is detective, I believe, at 34. Well, technically there's a 30 mining venture, but it requires a quest. So even though this one is the second lowest, it's quest locked. But we should only have to make a few of these. I just need it for the knowledge point, and then we should be able to go straight to granite. How do you unlock more venture slots? You can't. There's currently no way to get more than 2. There will be quests that will probably unlock it in the future, or some kind of other feature, or whatever they do. But I assume you'll get a bunch of quests that will unlock like 1 each down the line. But currently 2 is the max. The other 4 are not accessible at this moment in time. It technically says it on it. This cannot be used yet. But yeah, they mean that. They cannot be used yet. It's not a you can unlock it. It's a you literally cannot use this yet. They haven't added more into the game yet. But I assume there will be like 4 quests in the future where each one will unlock a venture slot in various regions. But that's just for future content rewards. For future quest rewards, probably. I don't know what it will be from, but it's most likely going to be for quest rewards, I would assume. But it could be from anything, but currently they don't exist. They do have a lot of quests they plan on adding in the future. But we still have gotten 0 new quests since launch, but they are going to be getting around to quite a lot of them. I wouldn't be surprised if a few years from now there's over 100 quests in this game. Whereas currently we only have, like, what, 9? Not counting main storyline. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 9 exactly. 2 per chapter with 3 in chapter 1. Yeah, the 2 main adventures I normally do is the mining one and the detective one. Mostly because they're our highest levels, but also because the detective one is just so free. Not only does it give you the reward instantly, but it has, like, no downtime. Like, you show up, you put a board up, and it takes, like, 3 seconds or so. Whereas something like this is a little bit annoying, even though mining XP is good. And if you want to do any amount of depth mining, you kind of need that explosive. But the problem with it is it's a very long daily. It probably takes almost like a minute and a half between teleporting there, doing the venture, completing the venture, starting up the new venture, and then going and having them turned into dynamite. That's not ideal. What do the pin badges do? What do you mean by pin badges? What do the pin badges do? Not sure what you mean by that. What's the one I'm looking for? I think it's granite. Yeah, 116. Oh no, this. Oh, never mind. I forgot. We're not at granite yet. We're at this weird A1 that I keep forgetting exists. The andesite. The pin badge guild contract. Oh, they don't do anything specifically, but as far as where you turn them in, you should be ignoring them. You can do it once for the first time bonus, but you pick them up in the middle town square, I believe. Yeah, you pick them up in this market right here, just to the west of the tower. But to be able to turn them in, you have to go all the way over to the Cyclops area. I forget which one of the 2 you do, but one of these 2 Cyclops you have to go turn them in on. But you shouldn't do anything beyond the first time bonus. Anything that ever goes to Cyclops area, you should never do. They're all just dead tasks that you never touch. Oh yeah, I didn't use my knowledge point yet. I'm like, wait, why wouldn't it let me? I forgot. Let me go do that. That might help. Whoops. Hey, Lazy Sloth is here. Ooh, 200 plus Stonemason as well. Nice. We'll be there soon. Give us like another week. We'll be there. Slowly but surely. But we don't have nearly as many of these that we need to go turn in. The only problem is, I don't believe we could use these till 160 something. Oh no, bolos, never mind. We can use them immediately. Perfect. As soon as we're done processing them, we can start using them. Actually, I might as well go get my first time bonus on them too real quick. While I have the XP pot going. We'll do that right after this set then, before I forget. And these need to get us all the way to 169 so we can do granite. I'm not sure if we're going to get to granite today. Even if we do, I don't think I'm going to do granite today. Just because we've already done so much stonemason already. But I will finish the andestines probably, or whatever these things are called, andesite. I just realized I won't be able to get the first time bonus in time. No, I might still just do it. Maybe I can. It's going to be tight though. Nah, I don't think we make it. It's going to end before it goes through. Maybe we'll get lucky though. It's gonna be close. Oh, it's gonna be so close. Oh no. Let's see, do we make it in time or not? I don't think we do. Craft quicker, go! We're on a timer. It's not that big a deal, it's only 5% XP. I don't think we make it. No! We're like 3 seconds too slow. Rip. Yeah, we didn't really lose much. Let's see. We go deposit that. Deposit like everything to get a clean inventory. Let's go run all the stone. Wait, how much gas do we have left? Oh no. Oh no, we have enough, barely. Yeah, we won't need. That's even another reason why we don't go to granite. In order to do granite, I need more gas. So yeah, I'll do all my andestites or whatever these things are called. Maybe not use all of them because I do need some of them for 199s later down the line. Which I might even want to save all of them for 199s. There's a lot more knowledge we'd have to do though. Because right now we need to get to 169. Probably do some of them now. I should save a lot of them though because we need more 199 material. And these are one of the 199s that make a 3 material item. Though buying these from the shop can't possibly be that much. They get kind of expensive though because that means they're going to be like 2 silver each almost, 2.5 if you buy it from the shop. Which means every attempt you do is going to be like 7.5. But you make back like an okay amount. I think you make back like 6 or something. So you're not burning that much money, I guess. Oh no, it was based on this. They're probably about like 4 silver, never mind. So each one's about 12. You make back about 10-ish, I think it was. Like 9 or 10. Ooh, white pudding. You'd still be losing like a few silver each though. I guess it's not awful if you had to buy them from the shop just to make a quick craft. So yeah, I guess we could still use a handful of them. Just to get a level or 2, just a little bit less knowledge we'll need for later. Plus more for our cash stack. We're currently at about 15 gold, we need 18. I still haven't decided what my next tool is though. I keep going from one to the other, to the other, to the other. And I really don't know which one I want to settle on. Because I'm considering upgrading the hatchet, then the saw, then the sickle. Just so we can start whenever we want to go do the carpentry woodcutting grind. As well as whenever we go and combine gatherer with woodcutter. We'll have the tools we need to do so. To be able to maximize our XP. But that's just a little rough because how much gold more we need. We need a solid, what, 30 something more gold? More than that. Almost 40 something gold. And we need about 40 gold. Because I need 2 tools to 18. That's 36 of alone. The rest that we need for this upgrade, which is about 4. Let's even just say 3. Because the other one would slightly higher. So that's what did I just say? 36. Plus 3. Yeah, 39 gold. More we'd have to make. To be able to have basically every active gathering tool max for Chapter 2. Right now we only have the bone rake. Technically it's just called rake. I call it the bone rake though because you only use it on bones. I don't think there's a single thing you use on that is not bone related. Yeah, this will be the final rock that we do for today as far as stonemason is concerned. I still have to do a little bit more mining smithing, or which I haven't even started yet this stream, but as far as specifically stonemason, mostly because I'll probably get the gas off stream, because I'm just going to max out the gas. It's going to take like around 30-40 minutes. But I want to go fill up the gas tank so we don't need to worry about it for pretty much the rest of the time. Because if I go max out the gas here, we're not going to need more gas for like 6 more months. Not because we're going to be using it that, or you know, mostly because once we get to 200, I don't plan to do it much. And that is way more than enough for 200. Like, way, way, way more than enough. So that'll probably be the game plan then. Is just do these, get them all etched, use up almost all the gas we have now. And then later off stream, I'll get the rest of the gas, so whenever we do get to granite, we'll have infinite gas for all the way to 200. And probably beyond. Because I don't plan to do too much stonemason beyond 200. A little bit here and there, but unless we're making a specific tool, we won't really be doing it. Unless we need an upgrade for an item or, you know, doing a next tier ore again, or stone. I don't think the next tier stone is for quite a while after 200, though. Is what would be up to it by 200 flint? So all the flint items. So it'd be the first thing after flint, which is basalt. What is the first basalt item? I know stone discs are. Stone mace's wall. Because that means you could technically do it at 200, which makes sense because I believe it was a 200 ore. Yeah, you can start doing tier 5 basalt at tier, at 200. Which means the one after that would be, this one weird A1. Which means at 233. Yeah, so we wouldn't need more gas until 233 stonemason. I don't plan to get that anytime soon. But if I maxed out the gas tonight off stream, yeah, we wouldn't need it again until 233. And I don't plan to go much. I won't have 233 probably in like a half a year from now. At current rate. I don't plan to get it that high. Unless I'm like going really crazy on the AFK activity 4 or something. So yeah, that's pretty much infinite gas for life at that point. At that point if we finish it tonight. Or fill it up tonight. I guess that should hold us over for a while. For 199 upgrades and anything else we need for 4 stars. For low level 4 star. The only problem is when we need high level 4 star. But by then trading will be out, so shouldn't matter too much. Yeah, out of curiosity, what's our Mines of Matubin rank? I've really been trying to get ranked in it, but somehow we are top 20 as of today. We also have a pretty low combat compared to probably most people in this area. There's a lot of people in top 20 probably have 200 Mine Fighter, if not higher. Whereas I basically barely even touch combat in this area. I kind of want to, but mostly for alchemy, not necessarily even for Mine Fighter. But just for the alchemy supplies you get while doing Mine Fighter. Do you think hats will be pretty valuable? Based on what we currently know about how they'll be tradable, they should be worth almost nothing. Because the way that they're currently going to be doing it is you will always in the future be able to trade a 2014 Christmas hat for a 2014 Christmas hat. But for someone who doesn't have a 2014 Christmas hat, you will not be able to go give them one. So if there's someone who comes to the game for the first time, like in a few months from now, and they play the game, it is physically impossible for you to trade them a 2014 Christmas hat. At the absolute most, the only way that you could sell them for value is if someone who played during this time didn't get the hat they wanted, which is very unlikely given that you can get all of them in about 5 hours or so, if you trade for whatever few you're missing at that point, because you'd have at least 20 by then. But that means someone would have to play during this duration, like, you know, in the last week or, you know, in the few weeks coming up. They would have to have played in that duration, but then not gotten all the hats that they wanted. So there might be a few that go like that. Like maybe like a red Santa, black Santa, whatever else. Maybe if they're missing something for the collection, they still want to trade for it. Or whatever it is. But at absolute most, I don't think any of these will go for more than a gold. If you do a 1-to-1 trade. Even then, you'll be lucky to even get that for it. But basically, you can't trade them to people that don't have them. So their value is nearly 0. Even when trading does come out. No, you won't be able to sell them to people in the future. Was his current stance on them. You'll still be able to 1-to-1 trade them with people who have them. Which means when trading comes out, you could basically charge for a 1-to-1 trade. But beyond that, yeah, you can't really do anything with them. Like at absolute most, maybe there'll be a collector who's trying to get like 1,000 or 10,000 of a given one. Or let's say like 1,000. Let's say someone's trying to get like 1,000 red Santa hats. You may be able to sell them your red Santa hats for like 1 gold each or something. But unless there's like a collector trying to get like 1 billion of one, it's probably not happening. That's the only thing I could see them having any value for. Is there someone out there who's going to try to get like, you know, like 1,000 blue elf hat or 1,000 Santa hats or 1,000 black Santa hats. And those people might start buying them for like 1 gold each. Just so people would actually trade them 1-to-1. But I'm still not the biggest fan of how he set up the holiday event thingies. I don't like them being discontinued. I wish there was at least like a small chance that next year people who didn't get them would still be able to get them. Even if they're like 10 times rare or 100 times rare or however he wants to do them. I don't think they should be completely discontinued though. But I also don't feel like they should be tradable if they are discontinued. Which currently they won't be. But I don't like that people like a year from now, 2 years from now won't be able to go get them. Especially if they never bring like a Santa hat back again. Like if next year if they just do different colored Santa hats, it's like, okay, it's not that big a deal. But if like Santa hats like never return ever for the rest of time, then, you know, that's kind of weird. Because then if you didn't play for like the first month, then you would just never have a Santa hat. But even more of a reason to be playing now, though, at least, if nothing else. You definitely want to get at least one of each hat, just to have them, I guess, for completionist sake. One other number to tick off the checklist. I still need to go do it on my 2 alts as well. You can technically do it on 3 accounts since you get 3 profile slots. But I've only done it on the 1 so far. I think I have 6 on 1 and 10 on the other, but still got a ways to go on both of them. It's because I haven't really been playing on them. Other than to check their dailies. Unfortunately, the dailies do not give you hats, by the way. It does have to be from knowledge. It's about every like 67% knowledge or so. The only update that mattered before the new year, hats. Lots and lots of hats. I'm really curious what he's going to do for Halloween hats. I really want a Plague Doctor mask. I really like any game that adds it. Something about the aesthetic I just always like. And I feel like it's one of those things generic-y enough that most games will add it. I know he didn't last time around, but I hope he does this time around. It's a cosmetic I just really, really love to have in various games. Especially if you do like a whole outfit for it rather than just a mask. I'm trying to think. What did he ever do for the very first Halloween event? I'm pretty sure it was the Halloween masks. Like the red, blue, green ones. What's that little lost skill? Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Any shadow updates or bans last night? No, I'm not aware of. No, I think he's like out on vacation at this point. Hey, Black Santa hat. Speaking of them. Speaking of hats, Black Santa is finally caught up to Red Santa, but they're both still 5 behind our highest right now. At 46 purple elf to our 45 blue elf. A few top players from top 20 got banned? Oh no, I hope we didn't get banned. Oh no, did we get banned? And I don't know it yet? No, just kidding. Most of we're not banned. Because we're literally playing on the account right now. That would be funny though. I just wake up, it's like, oh no, I've been banned. What have I done now? Yeah, we've streamed like 98% of what we've done, or 95%. No, it could have been cheating in that other 5% though. Have my auto clicker running all night. No. Haven't done anything like that yet. Yet, no, I was kidding. I never would. Not in a game like this. If it was like a single player game that didn't have like any multiplayer thing, that's like a different story. Like it was like a, you know, like a solo clicker game. Like use an auto clicker for that just so your hand doesn't just die. But I would never do it for like an MMO or a live service thing like this. That's interesting. I haven't really been paying attention to that. Oh no, who looks like they haven't gained any levels today? Does anyone know? I haven't been paying attention to it. I'm trying to think who's not a streamer here who might have. Dubé, we've literally been seeing him do this thing, so we know he's safe. Patricio is definitely safe. Yif is safe. I'm pretty sure Unbe is safe. Irksome, I'm not sure. Vorpal, I don't know. Ratsplat, I don't know if he has been. The Vint guy, definitely? Really? Which one is Vint? Where's Vint? Oh, he's only one rank above me. Alright, that's gonna be a free pass right there, then. Ooh, free leaderboard status. He's one rank above me right now. But I know Patricio, Yips, and Unbi are definitely safe. Meadow's definitely safe. I don't think I've ever seen Irksome or Vorpal. Ratsplat's probably safe, though. I'm not sure. Not sure about Zan or Empathetic. Miles, yes, definitely is safe. Mightiest, I'm not sure. Rockstar, I'm not sure. Chino's definitely safe. BBK, I'm not sure. Charon, I'm not sure. Dubé's definitely safe. We've literally been seeing him doing Stonemason the last, like, 4 days. Better player, I'm not sure. Vint, you just said, was one of them, and I'm not sure about BTiz. Oh, not what I meant to do. But whatever bot detection they got has definitely been improving. Maybe that's was their secret. They said they were going away for vacation and everything, but they're still like running bot checks and everything. It just gives them some time to not have to worry about pushing out content. That would be like the most like funniest thing ever. Imagine if they just said that they were going on vacation, but really most of that time they weren't. They still were, but most of that time they're not. But in actuality, they're just doing that so they don't have to push out content, so they can keep getting their bot detection to be better before trading comes out. It sounds like something he would do. He's a hard worker. I think he just did that as an excuse so people don't expect quality of life updates or any kind of update for the next week or so. But in actuality, he's just like doing a ton of bot detection behind the scenes and making sure that's good to go before trading comes out. Yeah, that definitely sounds like something he would do. That 100% sounds like something Andrew Gower would do. He said he's all for vacation and started banning cheaters, like catching Pokemon is funny. No, I think he actually is legitimately going on vacation, you know, seeing family, all that, but he's probably taken off for like a week, week and a half, but probably only seen family for like a few days. So the rest of the time, he's like back end just getting the code ready for trading and just getting all the bot detection good to go. Bots will eventually advance beyond whatever bot detection he has, though. So hopefully whatever he has in place is keeps adapting to it. Because there's one big issue old school RuneScape has. Even though they do have bot detection, it doesn't keep advancing quicker than the bots. Like, the bots keep advancing quicker than the anti-cheat does. Rather than the other way around. Is there already a bot in Brighter Shores made by Rot? This sounds like something they would do. Like earlier this year, I think Rot's entire clan got banned for cheating in a money tournament when they had Deadman mode. And within a day, they already had like all real world traded bought new accounts, as well as you know, botting new ones. So they're both buying and botting. Buying them through real world trading and then botting up new ones. Wait, are there a bunch of ROT accounts in the top accounts? Are there? I haven't noticed, though I haven't really scrolled down. How do you scroll down? How do you scroll, like, way down? I'm not sure how you scroll. Just type I compare ROT? Well, I don't know any of the ROT names. Oh, show you any ROT. Oh, does it show all of them? Wait, what? Does it really? I thought it only would show one account. I'm not sure what you mean. You can type at compare ROT, and it'll show you any ROT related account. How? Because I'm pretty sure that definitely doesn't work. You only check one account at a time, and I don't think there's any way to scroll through leaderboard rank. Like, I can't scroll any further down to 27th while I'm in 18th. At least this side, there's not a single ROT person. Let me see if I can see them from mining leaderboard. Because mining's something that you would definitely bot. Let me see. Go check the mining leaderboard. I'm pretty sure most mining leaderboard people got nuked, though, who are botting and or macroing. Yeah, I don't see any ROT down here. Lady Sloth I know for sure is real. MFS is definitely real. Seen them quite a few times. Yeah, I'm not seeing any ROT, though. I know there was a lot of mining nukes recently, though. Because quite a few people were botting it. Because how easy it is to bot mine carts. But yeah, ROT were a really big issue in RuneScape. They were an issue all the way back in like 2005, 2006. And to this day, like almost 20 years later, they're still a huge issue. They had a gigantic controversy in the last Deadman mode, which is a money tournament RuneScape holds every year. And they were like botting with like hundreds of bots and cheating in like almost every way imaginable. And they had to ban like hundreds of their accounts. But it didn't even matter because they just real world traded for new ones and just botted whatever else they needed. So it didn't really fix the issue. Like at all. Like they're still around. Even though they nuked like every single one of their accounts. They just bought new ones. You were part of Rot in 2008? Oh gosh. Yeah, I didn't hear too much of Rot when I was younger. The only thing I know that was Rot related was the 666 massacre. Or, you know, the 6606 with the whole duel thingy in the housing thing. Because I was actually around that time. Not in the world that it happened. But I was actually, like, either in school or playing at the time. I don't remember which. But I definitely heard it, like, later in the day. Like, everyone talking about, like, the Falador Massacre. They didn't call it the Falador Massacre at the time, but that's basically what it's known as today. If I remember later in the day, like, everyone in game talking about it. I can't remember if I was on at the time or at school, or... I know for sure later in the day, every single person in game was talking about it, though. The 666 incident, pretty much. These happened on 6/06/2006. But yeah, it was a glitch related to the construction skill. Where if you kick someone out of your house when they were in the boxing ring, they could still attack people outside. And loot all of their loot. So people were killing for party hats and stuff like that. Things worth almost like $1,000 each these days. And they were able to just kill people within like 30 seconds for them. Hey, Blue Elf, what are we up to? Oh, we got the tie again. Purple Elf and Blue Elf. I hope Blue Elf wins. Blue Elf is cooler. It actually matches Cryo Knight really well. I really hope by the end of it all, my Blue Elf stack is higher than my Purple Elf. But currently they're tied highest at 46. Doesn't really matter too much either way. So we could wear them whenever. Did 76 get banned? I'm not sure. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I didn't see 76 on the leaderboard. Some people might be hiding, though. Like, I'm curious what happened to Rita Ore, for example. Because I think Rita Ore is just hiding on the top of the leaderboard. But I'm not sure if they got banned. It didn't seem... They seemed like they were a real player. But, no, 76 is still here. Though it maybe didn't get removed. But, I'm pretty sure Rita Ore up here is just hiding and not banned. I'm like 95% certain they're hiding and not banned. Because if they're not banned, they should be 500 mining within probably next week. They're currently fighting Jester for it. But within the next week, they should be 500 mining if they didn't get banned. I was not sure if that was a ban or them just hiding. They've been hiding for almost a week now. And I'll find out when Jester has 500 mining. Because he would definitely reveal himself again if Jester has 500 mining. Because by then he would have either won or lost the race for 500 mining. Actually, that'd be kind of funny if you were fighting someone for leaderboard, but then spread the rumor that you got banned. But you weren't actually banned. That'd be really funny. Like 2 people racing for 500, but then spread a rumor that you were banned, so the other person lays up a little, and then he sniped 500 because you were actually just hidden the whole time. That'd be some ultra meta play right there. Yeah, it's hard to tell if anyone's gotten banned or not, because if they're not being removed immediately from leaderboard, I thought they were when they mentioned that earlier, though. That they would be immediately removed from leaderboard. Yeah, that's why I'm not sure if Vint actually was one or not. Because you said it is, but, they should be removed from leaderboard if they were. Oh, it's supposed to work like that, but isn't? Yeah, that could be the case, too. From what you can see, a lot of people stop leveling at all, but it could just be people that quit the game as well. It could just be people that burned out or busy for the holiday. There's just been a good number of people who've completely burnt out. Because I know a few of them. Actually, I can't even see far enough down. But Feathers was one. They were like one of the highest merchant in the game, as well as like top 5 at one point. I don't even think they play anymore. There's also another who used to watch our streams who, I think they were as high as like rank 10. And then eventually end up just stopping. So they'll probably come back when more content comes out. They just kind of burned out on the current state of the game. But I mentioned it before, I could easily play the current state of the game for like 2 years and not run out of stuff to do. I don't mind it staying exactly like this. It's one of the reasons why I don't even mind there's not going to be an update for like another week or two. There's plenty of stuff to hold us over in that time that we need to go grind out. We're barely even going to dent the grinds we need to go do. But no, we'll find out later. Don't want to like accuse anyone of anything. Whatever the situation is for anything, it'll sort itself out. Are you expecting a lot of the top 30 players to burn out? I'm not sure if I would. I definitely do feel like there'd be a point where it'd play a little bit less than, like, you know, 12 to 14 hours a day. But I haven't really felt any burnout yet, really. Maybe at the end of the day, but this is because we've been going all day. If you do anything for 12 hours, you're going to burn out on it on a given day. To some degree. Because that's what happened last night. You may have noticed, like, the AFK time was, like, 13 hours. Basically, the second I hit end stream button, I didn't come back until the following morning. Because I just needed, like, a clear head before I would go back and play anymore. Also getting a couple things done this morning and last night. But I just kind of need a clear head because by the time I hit the end stream button, it's like I'm done for today. But then once morning hits, it's like, okay, let's go get these grinds done. What is it, my playtime right now? We are at 630 hours. We did the math. It comes out to 14.1 hours per day since launch. Every day, on average. Monday's normally a little bit less playtime, but every other day's average out to be a little bit more. And we stream about 11 hours a day, except on Monday where we stream for a very short duration. Normally like a few hours. Alright, let me go get the XP pot. Wait, how much more ore do I have while I'm here? Alright, we're almost done doing these. I might not bother processing them. I'm not sure yet. I think I'm going to hoard them just because they can make 199s. While also having a decent level range. So I might actually not cash them in for XP just for future 199s when we need them. I'm really considering that just so I don't have to keep getting material in the future. It'll make it a little bit hard to level Stonemason now, but we'll appreciate it like months from now when we need a 199. And we can just make it in like 5 minutes. And not need to go through like a whole process, so... Instead of cashing them in for XP, I'm probably just going to make them all into stone to just leave them there. And just do the rest through knowledge. It'll make it a little bit hard to get to 169 Stonemason, but it won't take that long. We can train anything in the game to go get it there, so it's not that big a deal. Alright, let me go get our mining pot. Just need one. But yeah, we're only just going to finish etching these stones and then stop stonemason for the rest of the stream. Then we'll go back to like gatherer and some of the other things we need to go do. Yeah, luckily this is a pretty good game if you have a small amount of time to play. As long as you have at least like an hour to play a day for Brighter Shores, that's pretty much all you need. You can get a lot of progress done due to being able to AFK things for like the other 23 hours. Because within that time, that'd be enough time to always get at least one knowledge point to upgrade whatever you're doing. As well as work towards whatever your next goal is. But it's a really good game if you only have like an hour or two for each day. Even just half an hour for each day. Even just a few minutes. As long as you have at least one day where you can do like half an hour to get a knowledge point. It's scaled really well for people that don't have as much time. That's what my two alts have been doing. My two alts since launch have played for about 15 hours each, if even that. And they're already in chapter 4. Pretty much with trading unlocked. Something that if you played normally would take like 40-50 hours. But because they've been AFK'd so long, with only like 15-ish, like 10 to 15 hours of playtime, they have chapter 4 unlocked. And pretty much trading unlocked. And that was with an average of like, what, 20 minutes a day? Somewhere around there. Yeah, that's one thing I want to go do. I'm still conflicted on if I should get my accounts to do a 500 combat or 500 bone right and stonemason. I still haven't made that determination yet on if I should get them to a 500 combat AFK or get them to a 500 bone right and a 500 stonemason. I'm trying to think which one I want more, and honestly, I'm considering the bone rate stonemason thing. Combat is better if we just want to print money. But oh no, that's a lot of processing that we could do immediately. Oh no, it just takes so long to get 500 combat though. I guess 500 the other ones would take equally as long though. I guess when it comes to combat, I don't really know what chapter I should go do it in. Because we don't have bosses, we don't have like we don't know what the end game for any zone is going to look like. I'm considering putting them back to their first original pivot though. Like unpivot them from their billion pivots and put them both back on guard. Because both of their high combat levels right now is guard. Main reason I stopped was weapon maintenance was getting too annoying. But now they have access to chapter 4. Weapon maintenance isn't a thing anymore. Well, how much gold is, but the problem is they're not going to be there for a while, though. Because both of them won't have a 500 combat by, like, what? Like, summer of next year. Like, whatever we do 500 for them first, they won't have till, like, summer of next year at the earliest. And that's if we offset it some manually. It would be even slightly later than that if we didn't at all. So technically they only need 480, not 500. Yeah, I know it's the most amount of coin for doing it. But there's no secondary purpose to it, though. Is the thing that I always think of in the back of my head for it. It's why I was considering bone rate on one and stonemason on the other. Because you still profit from those two, just not as much as combat. But they have a secondary purpose. We don't know to what degree, like, for example, what does 500 guard do when bossing comes out? Or when combat rework comes out? Like, it's completely up in the air what on earth it does, for example. But we know exactly what 500 stonemason will do. We know exactly what 500 bone rate will do. That's my only concern with doing it for a combat. It's still really up in the air. Like, what is the secondary purpose beyond gold farming? What is the secondary purpose of what guard would be, or scout will be, or whatever it will be? Whereas we know exactly what 500 bone rate and stonemason will be used for. What it's used for now is still what it will be used for years from now. I know, YouTube says it has an error message. YouTube is not receiving enough blah blah blah, I can't read the rest. Got cut off. Hopefully, is anyone experiencing buffering, by the way? YouTube just has the error message right now. Error message, go away. Connection's being weird. Yeah, let me know if there's any buffering or anything. YouTube's saying we have bad connection thingy right now. No buffering from Hydrozoa, thank you, thank you. That's weird, why is it showing an error message? It's been so good lately. Oh, hopefully it'll go away on its own. It's probably something on YouTube's end. Because I'm not lagging in Brighter Shores or in RuneScape right now. Alright, we're still woodcutting in RuneScape. Oh, there it goes. It went away. That was weird. But yeah, we've still been on the woodcutting grind. I haven't been AFK in leagues because, or the old school RuneScape leagues, just because we don't need it anymore. Or I still need it, but I ran out of good AFKs. But yeah, he's still going. Also, 58 million woodcutting XP, no beaver pet, by the way, which is the woodcutting pet. For any of you that don't know, that's like 2.5 times over drop rate or something. If you've tried for it before, yeah, that's rough. But he's getting there eventually. At some point, he will get the beaver pet. There's a bunch of transmogs too. You can transmog it into a fox or a pheasant. I definitely want the bird. I mean, I already have the thingy for it as well. I just need the actual pet. Yeah, I'm still leaning towards that 500 bone rate and 500 stonemason on the two alts. I think it's just slightly more useful. I'd rather have the utility purpose of it than not have it. Because imagine being able to craft and sell 500 4-star items. Or be able to craft boss loot into, you know, a 500. Or something like that. Like, even though we'll make less per hour from the actual activity, when trading actually comes out, the amount of value of having all three of them at 500, even if we have to trade them 3 times to 3 accounts, is still so good. Unless there's eventually an update where you need like 200 all-in-one or 300 all-in-one or something. Because right now you could do them separately. Like if you wanted to make a 4-star item right now, if you had each of your accounts had 1 500, the process that you would do is, you know, one of them would have 500 smithing, one of them would have 500 stonemason, one of them would have 500 bone rate. You then trade the 2 items to whatever one, like this one, for example, and then I can combine them all together. Because you don't need the level of the item to combine it. You simply just need the item. So I don't need 500 stonemason to combine a 500 stonemason item into my 500 smithing item. I simply just need the item. Because I don't plan to go much beyond 200 bone rate or stonemason on this account, but my 2 alts, they could. They go AFK all the way to 500, and it wouldn't affect this account at all. Or, you know, not at all, but you know what I mean. It wouldn't affect our AFK activities at all. Be able to AFK whatever we need without having to worry about bone rate or stonemason. So thank you, campaign, as well. If boss added or content is added, you will always have funds to adapt to all 3. Well, keep in mind, other things still make money. Like, I know it makes like 3 times, 4 times worse in combat. But the other AFKs still make money when you're trying to get them. Like, when I'm trying to get my bone rate to 500 by doing a, a Wendigo skeleton AFK, I think still generating funds. It's just about like 3-4 times worse than combat is. But it's not like it's making 0. And it's giving us something that gives a really good utility purpose. Making 500 bone rate items. Or any level that we need. 26 merchant now definitely got a lot slower at 200. Oh yeah, everything gets slower after 20. Luckily, every time you get a new merchant item, your XP rates do scale to your level. It is probably one of the reasons why merchant is so quick for knowledge, as well as for XP, is every single time you get a new item, everything scales to your level. So you already said you were at 26, so as soon as you hit 28, you're going to see a huge spike in how much XP you're getting. Because right now, you're only getting 23 XP rate, the level 23 XP rate. But once you get to Pumpkin, you're going to be getting level 28 XP rate. So you're going to get a huge boost as soon as you get 2 more levels. Like, level 27 to 28 is going to be slower than level 28 to 29, for example. Due to the boost that you'll get at 28. Not just because of the item itself, but because all your tasks get boosted anytime you get a new item. I believe the same thing works for cooking contracts as well. Where they scale whenever you get a new cooking contract. Or, you know, get a new cooking dish. Your cooking contracts scale to your level then. And the same thing happens for merchant. Anytime you unlock a new merchant item, all your contracts, not just a new one, but all of them scale to the new level of your contract. So you start getting more XP as soon as you hit those thresholds. It applies to cooking, it applies to merchant. And apply it to probably any skill that has a similar system in the future. But those are the big two. Technically have some for detective, but they work a bit differently. They do still scale, of course, but not in the same way that merchant and chef does. Where they scale every single time you have a new item. It's one of the reasons why I was doing so many cooking contracts earlier, too. It's they scale to your levels, so they're always good XP. Even if the rest of your dishes aren't good XP at a given level range. Unfortunately, Merchant doesn't have an alternative, though. So even if you're in a bad level range, you kind of just have to push through it. Better use knowledge to skip it a little. But it's such good knowledge, you generally don't want to be skipping merchant with knowledge. The only exception to that is if you're doing like post 200 AFK. Just to skip like a really dead zone. But beyond that, you shouldn't really be using knowledge on merchant. And same for combat. You pretty much should never be using knowledge to level combat, but you should be using knowledge post 200 to put it into the AFK activity. And merchant's the same way, where you don't use knowledge to put XP into it, but you'd still do it for the AFK activities in the dead zones where you can't really do combat as well. Or, you know, do the skill as well. Because there's a lot of dead zones and a lot of skills. I was mentioning it earlier, too, for Gatherer. When we go do Gatherer a little bit more later stream, once we finish these ores, we're only going to be doing it up to like 75, 76. Because from 76 onwards, we definitely want to knowledge it all the way to 79. Because our XP by that rate is so slow. Since we're doing a level 66 activity at like 76. Just so low that knowledge from a different skill would actually be quicker. Than actually just training the skill directly. There's a lot of thresholds like that in every skill in the game. There's just some skill a little bit more consistently, like merchant, combat, and stuff like that, where it's not as big a deal. But some, you get like a huge jump as soon as you reach the next activity. Now we're almost out of stone. And we can finally stop doing stonemason for a while. Because I got a knowledge all the way to 169. Which means I got a knowledge at 7 levels. Before we can use granite. Because I'm actually going to keep all these. I'll probably be using the granite because I don't think granite has a 3 object that you can craft. Unlike basalt and andesite. But, yeah, we'll probably use most of the granite then. Because I'm pretty sure the smallest thing you make out of granite uses 4, not 3. You've been using your knowledge points on alchemy? Yeah, it's pretty good to use on alchemy. There are a few levels that you do probably want to manually train it, though. The main ones being when you get to a really good potent potion. Some of these include 35 to 40 to go train up with the 28% potent. Or from 62 to about 70. Or from 77 to about 85-ish. There are a few ranges that you do want to actually train. Just because the potion that you have access to is both cheap to buy from the shop as well as good money. Or even worth saving for when trading comes up. If you don't want to sell them immediately. But yeah, alchemy is a pretty good one to put it into. I've been only neglecting alchemy mostly because I want to do foraging and gatherer first. Maybe even mine fighter. But definitely at least forager and gatherer. And currently we've been working on gatherer, or poking at it. With our rake. Poking it from a distance. Just raking it slowly. We were doing it earlier this stream. We're going to be going back to it as well in a little bit. Which probably once we finish this stone, we're going to head back. Oh, Green Santa. I think this is the one I had the lowest of as well. No, it's blue. Why am I doing so bad on Blue Santa? I only have 28 Blue Santa. Rip. I'll get there eventually, though. There we go, 162. Alright, I think that's the last stonemason level we'll probably get in today. However, I do have 57 more stone we gotta go do real quick. But after that, I think we're done touching stonemason for today. And move on to other things like mining, smithing, more gatherer. Because I still gotta poke towards that 206 smithing. Not sure how I want to go about it. I think I have like 2,000 something ore banked. But to some degree, I kind of don't want to do all that on stream. Because, gosh, that would take forever. But, yeah, I gotta get this by either tomorrow or Monday. Depending on what we want to do tonight. For our AFK activity. Because I gotta start getting the 206, smithing AFK going. Because I don't want to use any knowledge into smithing. Or, you know, for XP wise. If I can help it. Because I still need a mine all the way to 215 at some point. And that much iron will 100% get us to 206 smithing. Without needing any knowledge. So we should definitely do the mining grind before we do the smithing grind. But I also need to get the smithing as immediately to 206 as possible. With the rest of it just being offsetting to 226. Because once we get to 226, we can AFK the next one. And what's really huge about that is that 215 mining, you may be wondering why 215 mining. But the reason for 215 mining is that's when you can AFK the mining one so you can get the material for free. And since I need that at bare minimum for 8 levels, I want to do that before we get to that smithing grind. So that we can at least get 8 levels worth for free. That's a lot less we'll have to buy. How much we use it beyond that is in question, because I can't be doing the mining activity and the smithing activity at once. So only 215 to 223 probably there. But, yeah, after that, at least we get some free material for it. Just so we don't have to buy all of it from the shop. But yeah, you do actually have to use AFK activities post 200. It's not required, but there's definitely some level ranges and some skills where it's like pseudo required. Where you're like, yeah, you could not do it, but gosh, are you going to have to grind so much more in-game. It's only one slight bad, but also good thing about post 200. Is you're basically forced to actually use the AFK method, like the whole passive system that the game has. Even if you didn't touch it at all prior to 200. There are definitely situations where you have to use it post 200. We're almost done with all the stone. So close. Then we'll probably go back to Gatherer. I might even dump a level into the Gatherer. I'm considering it. Because I'm not really in a rush. I don't know. Am I in a rush to get 200 Stonemason? I am and I'm not. I don't know. I guess I somewhat am. Because if we can get to 199 Stonemason, we can make our 199 we need for the 205 two-hand. Which would use a 205 from Blacksmith, which we should have by tomorrow, hopefully. A 199 from Stonemason, which we should have in a couple days if we focus on it. And then a 211 that we already killed from Bone Rate. Our Bone Rate level's not high enough, but we got it as a drop, which kind of allowed us to pivot slightly. That was one of the reasons I even went so hard in Stonemason the last few days. It was all because of the 211 Bone Rate drop we got while doing Watch Person. And because of that, I can now make a 205 two-hand if I get 199 Stonemason and 205 Smithing to combine with it. And the main reason I want that is so I can run the 219 AFK raid dens. I'll have to do them manually at first, but once I have the 205 into slightly higher combat level, we should be good to go on them. Yeah, that should be enough damage and enough durability to hopefully survive by like level 225 or so. Definitely by 230. Alright, there we go. The final Stonemason for today. We'll still be dumping EXP into it, but that's the final actual training of it. Alright. Oh, what's the game plan? Game plan. I think we're doing some Gatherer now. What's this Death Stone I could do? No, it's the higher level one. It's gonna be the big level gap that I can't really do. I don't know. Maybe it's time to go actually do Death Stone mining at some point. Ah, that hurts. Oh no, is that even worth it? I'm definitely not gonna use the Death Stone immediately. I'm just gonna save them all for later, for when trading comes out and everything. But how much is this Death Stone even worth? Only 3 point. That is so little. How much is Death Stone worth? That would be worth more once it gets etched and everything. Why are they worth so little for how much effort it requires? I'm not sure if I should go do them later or not. Anyways, let me go to Gatherer. Let's go get my potion real quick. Maybe sell some junk that we have too. I think we had a couple items, right? I think there's a few things I trashed in here. Yeah, there's a couple. Alright, like I sell just junk. In case we do some more crafting for smithing or whatever. And then, yeah, I guess we go mining pots while we do the activity. That or Gatherer. I really should put into mining again, though. I just do Gatherer without the XP until we get to like 75. And then we can kind of ignore it and just do whatever for it. Alright, put all that in there. Go get our potion. Yeah, let's go do Gatherer while boosting Stonemason. Okay, so mining. Like 30, that should be way more than enough. We're not gonna be there that long. Even 10's probably enough. Timer, you're called again. I need you. Need you to start timering again. Good old despawn timer. Yeah, back to the bones we go. I'm probably aiming for like 75 or so. Then I might do a little bit of, honestly, blast mining. It is the next stone that we get after granite. And I do have like a couple hundred banked. It's not the best, but it's not the worst either. I might just bite the bullet and just do them. Just so I have it for the future. I'm not going to make anything out of them. Oh, Meadow's here. What level is Meadow right now? Well, I know what level Meadows is. Obviously, we're looking at it. But, what I meant by that is, oh, they're in second place. Yeah, they've been hidden for a while. They're in second right now. Alright, anyways. Oh, also that was a walk under, by the way. We've done that a couple times. Basically, if you walk under an enemy, and move right when it's about to move as well, it won't end up hitting you in most situations as long as it's not moving into your direction. You use it to aggro or skip enemies. It's a weird movement tech in this game. One of the few that it has. But it's only relevant if you're up against that melee aggro unit. Which might not sound like there's that many, but there's actually quite a few rooms that you walk through that have a melee aggro unit. And that is one of them. Now we're back on the Gather. I'm probably going to go do Gather until 75, though. The rest, I think I'm going to Knowledge. Like 75 or 76. Probably 75. Just so we're not doing bones for, like, the rest of today. Because if we tried going all the way to 79, we'd be here for a while. But I think 75 will be our cutoff. And then I'll just Knowledge the rest to 79 later. Or for now, we're Knowledging Stonemason. I think that little ding that whenever you get a bone makes. Something about it is just so satisfying. Same as that little jingle that plays whenever you get a, what's it called? A hat. Oh no, I canceled it again. I hate when I do that. And of course, one of the main reasons we're grabbing these bones, aside from just XP, is good old bone rate skill. These are only level 66, but we're almost at the point where we can gather bones up to our bone rate level. Initially, we were using knowledge on it, but then I realized, why am I wasting so much knowledge getting this up when I could just be getting gatherer? And then we kind of hard pivoted to kind of doing a bit of gatherer. Because we are working towards 200 bone rate as well. It might not look like it, but we're getting there slowly. Even though we've gained no levels in like probably 3 weeks. We are indeed trying to get bone rate up. Very slowly. But it will get there. I feel like it would be worth it in the end when special attacks come out. Is we'll be able to make any special attack weapon up to level 200 or so. Which isn't bad at all. And as our smithing goes even higher, we can go even a little bit higher than that. Up to like 210, 220. And it should hold us over for a while. As far as combat is concerned. I was really hoping the special attacks do come out next month. Even if they don't do the full combat rework, I just really want something fun to just, like, hit something with. Start getting value from the grind. I hope they have some pretty cool animations as well. Not sure how unique he's going to make every single one. Because I know the first wave for that RuneScape had back when he did dragon weapons, they weren't too bad. Some of them were definitely better than others. But I'm pretty sure every single one had a unique animation. Different than just the default attack animation that you would normally, like, you know, hit something with. Oh, I did it too early. So you need a tick counter for. We just did it one tick too early. And it moved us south. I mean, it moved us west instead of south. Yeah, there's the jingle for the hat. Wasn't even looking directly at it, but I heard it. I didn't see what hat it was, but I heard that we got a hat. There's the only slight downside of having level 200 AFK skills, though. Is it's never worth doing an AFK below 200 after you have a 200. And the problem that arises there is you can't really AFK anything pre-200 then. The only way you can kind of skip it is with knowledge. Which leads to a lot of training skills you might not want to get up. Like carpentry. Gosh, I'm dreading the carpentry grind. I've been joking about it, but I'm kind of serious that whenever we do carpentry grind, just so we can't chicken out of it, we're going to do a 12-hour carpentry grind at one day. Not because I want to, but because we have to. No time soon, no worries. By any carpentry enjoyers out there. There's a stream that has to happen at some point. Otherwise, it's never going to get done. There's one stream where we do nothing but carpentry. Possibly 2 streams. Though they can't be consecutive. I will lose my mind if they're back-to-back. But we'll have to dedicate like 2 12-hour streams to doing carpentry at some point. And the rest we should be able to knowledge away. It's going to be somewhat similar to how we do stonemason. In that we'll process everything we have, then have a bit of a gap, then process everything we have, then have a little bit of a gap. Carpentry is going to be pretty similar in that regard. Oh, you can actually see that we're 1 tile ahead. Remember earlier when I said if we do that one movement, we're 1 tile ahead? Notice how she's like 1 tile behind me right now? It's because I did this side and she did the other thing, but we both got there at the same time. And next cycle, for both perfect on it, we should be 2 tiles ahead. It looks like we got more of a lead even from that. But you can see the little bit extra gap there, I guess, technically. It's hard to tell because she's not clicking instantly. Hey, let me go pick up my potion before it despawns. Oh no, potion! Don't die on me, I need you! We need you! Okay, I think we're just going to 75 for now. I kind of want to knowledge the rest because we're starting to get to the point where the skill is getting slower. The 75 should be a good middle ground before it really starts to die off. I know we'll make it in time. Hopefully. There we go. Use that, use that, use that. Get stalled. I do hope they remove the stall whenever you do that. I think the weirdest one is whenever you add or remove a friend, it stalls your character. I think that's the weirdest one. Like, some of them make sense a little bit. But I think the funniest stall in the entire game is when you add or unadd someone. It'll cancel whatever action your character was last doing. Which makes no sense at all. Alright, 2.5 to go. So close yet so far. But it'll be worth it. I'm not sure what level bone the next one goes up to, but should be like 70 something. Which means the bone after next bone, we are finally caught up. After all this gathering over the last like week on and off, we'll be finally caught up with Gatherer to Bone Rate. And then from there we can start leveling it properly. Everything we've been getting prior is all low tier stuff, but everything afterwards, of course, will be, you know, either at our level or even above our level. Kind of like how we were etching the stones earlier. Like that, but for bone rate. The only main difference is I can't really use them for anything. Because I don't have carpentry. So I'm just going to dunk the bones and just let them marinate in the bank. Without actually doing any follow-up on them at all. Just going to kind of sit there chilling, doing nothing. Because I am not going to go get the carpentry component. I will if I need to make an item out of them. But the rest are going to be made on command for whenever we need an item to upgrade the item. But aside from upgrading our cryonite equipment, I will never pretty much be touching bone rate. As far as the actual, like, making of stuff. So Savage Shores has been here like all day. They're on that high tier gatherer grind. I wonder what level they are. They're right in a 50 cape. I could have sworn they're like really high in this area. Kind of like how we're like 200 something smithing yet still wearing the 100 smithing cape. Which is going to be really funny, because honestly, we're going to probably be 3,000 total level, still rocking the 100 smithing cape. Because I don't plan to get rid of it until 200 armor maker, or 500 watch person. Those are the two capes that would get me to get rid of it at the moment. And chapter 5 is until at least a couple months, if not longer. Hey, yellow elf. And, what was the other one? And 500 watch person is probably months away, unless we power grind it. So we're going to be rocking 100 smithing for quite a while. It just reminds me a lot of like the Fire Cape and Inferno Cape in RuneScape. So it's like, might as well. Close enough. Because it's the main cape that you wear in that game whenever you do melee. Because they don't have like a transmog system or anything. So whenever you need a best in slot melee cape, you have like a big, bright yellow, black, and orange cape on your back. It's like really glowy. And this is close enough. Same difference. Same cape, different game. So I'm just used to, when doing melee, having just like a super ultra bright cape on the back. And yep, this cape does that. So I love that little notification. If it wasn't for that notification, I probably wouldn't have actually remembered to reset my potion. I disabled the sound of it, but I didn't disable the little pop-up thingy. I'm actually not even sure how to be honest. But yeah, whenever that pops up, it's basically just a reminder to go reset our potion. Normally it makes a ding as well. However, I have muted the ding. Because it gets really annoying when it dings 30 times an hour when we do merchant. So I have to completely disable the sound, which you can do in Windows system settings. I don't think you can do it directly through Steam. Or if there is, I haven't found a way. But Windows volume slider thingy, if you go into the mixer, has it for like every game. But it also has like Steam divided into like multiple different categories. And one of them is the like the Steam interface. Like whenever you have this menu open, it mutes like everything that happens there. Which includes the alarm. So hello, Isabel again. Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, also Isabel, remind me to poke me on Discord when you get the chance later. And hopefully I'll remember to go check it after I grab a bite to eat. I should. Oh, we're gonna have a whole little fishing party? Nice. I'll join you guys later. Just gotta grab a bite to eat later and do the Gems of War daily thingy. And all the normal things we do before bed. But yeah, it should be free by like 1 o'clock, I think. 1 a.m. Let's say end the stream a little bit earlier, we'll see. Depends where we are in our grind. Because it might just go to 11-ish tonight instead of midnight. I don't know, we'll see. Depends where we are in our grind at a given time. Because what is it right now? It is 6:40 p.m. my time. So we're probably going like another 4 or 5 hours then. Or it just depends about where we are and what grind at the moment. Because things that we 100% have to do to stream include 75 Gatherer, which we're doing right now. Honestly, that's the only must-do, to be honest. Obviously, I want to do more than that. That's the only must-do on my list right now, though. I guess gain at least 1 smithing level to get to 204. Which sounds like that would be quick, but I assure you that is not a quick thing to do. That's like an hour and a half. Like, it sounds like, oh, 1 smithing level. How bad could that be? It's about an hour and a half, roughly. So we want to be really ambitious and go get 2 smithing levels. I do have 2 banks, so we could if we wanted to. There's no way we reach 206 today, though. The intention was never to get to 206. It was just to push to 206. Tomorrow's the day we have to have 206 by, though. The only problem is I don't think I have 206 banked. I have 205 banked, but not 206, which means I actually gotta do more mining before we get 206. And the whole reason why 206 is relevant is for the first post 200 AFK for smithing is at 206. Oh, you know who I actually saw there earlier, too? Yuki, or whatever his name is. Whatever rank, Yips, I mean. I didn't think it was Yuki. I like combined Unbi with Yips to make Yunki. But anyways, Yips, I saw him at the smithing AFK last night on my alt account because both my two alt accounts are at smithing, or the smithing AFK. And yeah, he's also doing smithing AFK. I believe he's a Cryo Knight, which makes sense because he was trying to get, better gear for his Cryo Knight for when he does combat post 200. He's getting to the point where he has to start thinking about that. Because even though he's not 200 all, he still has to think about, he's almost 200 all. So he has to start thinking about the future. So he's been AFKing smithing apparently. I just found that kind of funny. But when I was resetting my accounts for like a minute or two, they're smithing AFK. I saw Yips both times. Just chilling at the smithing AFK. Or, the passive activity. Based on his level, I believe he was doing the 226 one. The really good one that we get, that we could feed into mining. We can actually see, too, based on his smithing level. That, oh no, he's not at the better one yet. He's still doing the gold one. But yeah, he's doing the 206A smithing AFK. Seems like he's not training at all because he still has the same level he had earlier. It was 224 then and it's 224 now. Which means he's probably only doing that when he goes to bed. And the reason he didn't get a level from it is he's at a level range where it's actually really bad to be doing that one. Well, not bad, but it has quite a bit of a diminishing return until he gets to 226. Also, he probably didn't even sleep for 8 hours. With how much playtime he has, he probably slept for like 6 hours, which wasn't even enough for a level. Which we actually know based on that he slept for less than 8 hours then. Most likely. Because for him to not have gained a level at that level range, 100% it was less than 9 hours AFK. And realistically, probably close to like 6-ish. I think you could definitely live off of 4 to 6 hours of sleep. I try to get like 8-ish normally, though. I normally don't want to be getting less than 4, though. Anything less than 4 is probably really detrimental long term. But overall, honestly, Gather's been growing on me a little more. I feel like anytime I do any skill in Hope Forest, except for Carpentry, I'm like, you know what? It's actually not that bad. I kind of like this place. Carpentry's the only exception. I think that's the only skill in the entire game where as I do it, I hate it more rather than like it more. I can't think of a single skill in the entire game that I have had the inverse effect on. Where I actually start hating it more rather than liking it more as I do it more. It's like the only exception. I really hope they do something about carpentry in the future. What? I don't know, but something. I don't know what needs to change, but something needs to change. Ideally like a boss that we can multi-skill it on, or any multi-skilling activity that we can do where we can do carpentry plus like one other thing. Maybe some kind of wood activity where we can kind of combine the two. Just something that isn't what carpentry currently is. Luckily, once we get to 208, we never need to do the skill again. As we could technically AFK it all the way to 500 if we really had to. The problem is getting to 208. But once we're there, it's pretty much pseudo-maxed. Nearly every skill is pseudo-maxed the second you get it to the 200 AFK activity. Not in the sense that there instantly are, but in the sense that if you really wanted to truly ignore the skill, you could at that point. Because you can level it without ever leveling it. You can relog IRL for 1 hour and come back after the server update and work 23 hours on skilling. That's how the real gamers go. Gosh. Yeah, someone was mentioning someone had like 1,000-hour playtime, and we were doing the math. And to have 1,000-hour playtime right now, if you like legitimately actually have 1,000-hour playtime, you would have to have been playing for, or you would have to have slept for basically 1 hour a day to have had 1,000-hour playtime yesterday. It was basically 1 hour and like 5 minutes of sleep a night on average. Yeah, our average was 14 hours a day since the game launched. Some of that I think was a little bit of idling on title screen, but not too much. If you take away like that decimal that had like the 14.1, was basically 14 hours a day. Which is definitely way above normal. You definitely shouldn't be going that hard on it. Even that's kind of crazy number. I feel like a normalish number is like 3 hours average a day or 5 hours average a day. Like if you're playing a lot at launch, but then slow down to like an hour or 2 a day. I feel like that's where the average person is. Or they might have been doing like 6 to 8 hours at some days during launch, but have slowed down to like 1 or 2 hours now. Averaging out to like 4 or 5 hours a day. Or even slightly less. One hour of sleep, that's easy. Gosh, Isabel, I wouldn't doubt that you actually only get an hour of sleep sometimes. Should be careful with that. Because I know you're up like super ultra late sometimes. Like, so am I, but I feel like sometimes I see you up and then I wake up and you're still up. Like if I check like the Discord thingy. Because you're the same time zone as me. So I know it's not like a time zone difference. Like, I know you have insomnia or whatever you mentioned though. I'm not sure what that's like. I don't have it to like any degree for the most part. I just have a really weird sleep schedule. Let's see. Oddly enough, my sleep schedule has been really consistent since Brighter Shores. Because my schedule in general has gotten pretty consistent per day, other than Mondays. But there's one weird thing that Brighter Shores has actually done. My sleep schedule has actually gotten more consistent, not less consistent, since Brighter Shores. Just because we keep streaming at the same time pretty much every day. I know we started like 2 hours late today, but that was because I had something I needed to do this morning. But normally we start around like noonish, go until about midnight-ish, go to bed around like 2 or 3-ish a.m., repeat the cycle. But yeah, Brighter Shores has done wonders to my sleep schedule. It has actually gotten better, not worse. It's kind of funny. It basically fixed my sleep schedule. It's almost perfectly consistent other than on Mondays. Yeah, Isabel tried Brighter Shores some. She's more into Palia, though. It was a game that came out a year ago that's also an MMO, but it's a lot more of like a cozy style MMO. Still the same genre of this game, but a very different type of MMO. It's a lot of fun. I'll be playing it tonight with her and a couple other friends. Apparently they did a fishing update, so we're going to go fishing together. They've done a lot of updates since I last played. Honestly, I don't think I played in like 3 or 4 months. Because I know I haven't played it at all since Brighter Shores came out. Even then, I just don't think I played it for like another month before that. It's still in early access though, so it still has a ways to go. It's kind of in the same state as Brighter Shores in that it's kind of just needing more content before it's like fully fleshed out. If they oversleep, get sent to the carpentry gulag. Oh, gosh. It's kind of funny because whenever I go to the leatherworker place, it literally feels like a sweatshop. I know this game will probably never get to that point, but I feel like if this game ever got populated with bots, there would literally just be a gold farming or bot farm sweatshop going on in the leather maker place. If this game ever gets like legitimate gold farmers or, you know, botters that are like not like overly botting so it gets past detection. Like they're all just going to go to the sweatshop to go print money. The sweatshop of leather maker. You would play, but you need a tutor because his MO is very complicated. Yeah, there's some things in it that do get a little bit complicated, especially later in the game, like merchant and such. I would love to help some. If you ever have any questions about it, I'm just bad at like doing like the exact one-on-one kind of thing. There's a lot of things in this game that I just like always instinctually just kind of know. Just because, like a RuneScape background kind of thing. Like the whole step under thing in combat and out of combat and a few others like that. But it's mostly because I've made point and click MMOs for like 20 plus years now. Between RuneScape, a few others, and obviously Brighter Shores now. So all these mechanics I just think of, like things that I just take for granted as like, you know, standard things in these games. It's like, oh yeah, that might be a standard thing. Especially for people who come from, like, let's say, like, World of Warcraft who try, like, RuneScape or Brighter Shores for the first time. It's quite a bit of a different experience. Like a point-and-click MMO compared to, you know, something like World of Warcraft. Or a cozy MMO or something similar. Like, they're very different MMO types. That's exactly what Cookie did to teach you Gems of War. Yeah, most of it's pretty straightforward in this game. There's a lot of more advanced things you can do, but on the surface level, it's pretty much just click on thing and you're good to go. Also, I heard it runs pretty good on Steam Deck, which I assume is what you're playing it on. I haven't actually played it on Steam Deck because I don't have one, but I have heard it works pretty good on it. But most skills pretty much just boil down to check what it says the highest activity you can do is, and basically just do it. I guess there are a few exceptions to that. But at a basic level, that's pretty much all you have to do for most things. And is click on things. I think the hardest part is kind of figuring out initially like where you need to go for certain activities. But the game does actually have a feature for that, which is nice. Like, let's say I don't know where to catch like the level 2 fish. If I found the area for it, it will literally show me on the map where to catch the level 2 fish. And just go there and click on the level 2 fish. Which is a really nice feature. But I feel like it's really underrated in this game. Like, if I don't know where to go to, let's say, mine Rune Knight ore in something like Old School RuneScape, you know, you'd have to go check the wiki and go figure out. And then when you're showed 10 locations, figure out where, like, which one of these 10 locations is best to do. But in Brighter Shores, you just click on this. Let's see. I want a pine tree. Boom. Okay, there's a lot of them, but let me just click on one. Boom. There's my pine trees. I'm going to go do it right there. And oddly enough, that's actually one of the more efficient ones. Those two right there are actually the efficient locations. It's kind of funny. But, yeah, you could do something like that. So even though there's like a overwhelming amount of locations, you know, you can just click on it, click on one, boom. Just go there and do it. There's one really nice feature that this game has to make it less overwhelming and not need like a wiki to check everything. Yeah, that's the biggest issue I feel like old school RuneScape has, and possibly even RuneScape 3, and maybe even other games, is it's really hard to find things. Like if you don't just naturally know where it is, it's hard to just instinctually know where it is. But in Brighter Shores, you just click a few buttons, boom, it just tells you where it is, as long as you scout out every room in an area. But I do feel like you would like it over time. I know it's different from what you would normally play, but I feel like you would like it over time. He says a lot of the things you kind of already do in a lot of other games. Just in a bit of a different way. Knowledge points confuse you. Yeah, basically what KP is. So what KP is in this game, it's a mechanic that you don't need to worry about until you get to level 20. So the game doesn't overwhelm you with it initially, but is a big mechanic once you get past level 20. So basically, once you have a level 20 skill, you'll start earning a second EXP bar. That's what this bar is right over here. That's the 60% right now. Basically what the second EXP bar is, it's second EXP bar that you can put on anything. You get it just while doing any activity. Like right now it's going to go from 60 to 61. And you just dump this into anything you want. You can put it into money, you can put it into XP, you could put it into passives that you could do while you're not even logged in. That will keep running when you log out. But the biggest thing that's normally used for is to dump XP into various skills. So whenever, it's what you see whenever I bring up this menu. I can't do it right now because I don't have a level thing for it. But you can convert it into XP and then put it into any skill you want. And it allows you to basically train anything while training anything. Like any skill you have over level 20, you can train by doing any other skill. So it basically allows you to do your least favorite skills. There's a couple ways you could do it. But one of the more common ways is whatever your least favorite skill is. Like let's say you only like a few of them and want to focus on those. As soon as you get the other skill to 20 that you hate, you can start using knowledge on it and never need to level it again. Like let's say our carpentry that we keep saying we hate so much. I could technically get all the way to 200 carpentry, technically even 500, without ever doing carpentry. I can simply just use these knowledge points that you get from doing literally anything onto carpentry, and then boom, we'll have all the carpentry levels we ever want without actually engaging with the skill. It's a pretty cool mechanic. It lets you basically ignore whatever few skills you hate the most, but you can also use them to offset whatever you need. Like right now I need more stonemason XP, so I'm putting into stonemason, for example. You definitely know carpentry's the worst. Honestly, carpentry's not as bad as I make it out to be. Though it is pretty bad. But once you get to level 20, you can just knowledge and AFK it all the way to 32 so you can get Spider Nest. Spider Nest lets you use these little storage rift. That's something I'll explain more if you ever get it around to that point. But these things are so important to get early on in the game. These little storage rift thingies. But that's a topic for a different time. That takes at least a few days to a week to get to. Even Reddit posts? You checked the... Wait, you've checked the Reddit more than I have? So I think I've checked the Reddit like 3 times since launch. The Brighter Shores Reddit. Do people on Reddit actually say carpentry is also the worst? That's pretty funny. Because it's just factually true. I don't think that's even like... That's almost basically just objective truth rather than opinion. That carpentry is pretty much the worst skill in the game. Not from what it could be used for, but as far as like the training and just the overall like way it's set up. It's just pretty much almost objectively the worst skill. It's a useful skill, but it's objectively like the training and the process and just everything about it in that regard is pretty bad. It's not objectively the most useless skill, but it's objectively like the most annoying skill, other than maybe bone right. But you needed carpentry to even do bone right, so they're kind of like tied together to some degree. Yeah, bone right is technically the worst because it combines everything bad with carpentry with also needing to do gather. I'm only doing the gather component because obviously I'm not going too heavy on the carpentry component. Even when I do, I'm probably just going to sell most of it to shop. I don't think I'm banking any carpentry supplies until like tier 4. Because it's so much more efficient just to sell to the shop. But once we get to like tier 4 plus, I think I'll bank them instead of sell them. But tier 3 and below, I'm definitely just selling everything. It's just so slow to bank them. I don't know, the way I view carpentry is it's basically just weaker leatherworker. Like, it's basically everything leatherworker is, but for weapons instead of armor. Except you can't print money with it. You will always burn money unless you get the logs yourself. Why is it slow to bank? You mean like how far you have to travel? Yes. Generally, whenever I refer to banking in this game, I'm referring to storing all of your items in a storage bin. It's a term used in RuneScape a lot, but doesn't make as much sense in this game because there's not an actual physical bank. But I feel like a lot of people still call it banking. I know I do at least. I don't know, do you guys call it banking whenever you store stuff, or do you call it like storage rifting or something? I don't know, I still just call it banking, even though this game doesn't have a bank in the same sense. It's just kind of the term that RuneScape has kind of established for the activity. But it makes less sense in Brighter Shores because there's no bank, it's just a storage rift. Yeah, storing or banking make more... I mean, storing makes more sense in this game. Like, storing or rifting. But I'm pretty sure a lot of people still just call it banking. Because that's the term that, I think even WoW establishes some. Like, if you had, like, a bank chest or something. I forget what WoW does for its banking situation. But, I know RuneScape, Old School RuneScape, and RuneScape established that. You call it rifting sometimes, or rift. Yeah, I do call the object itself a storage rift and not a bank. Normally. But I normally call the activity of using the storage rift banking. Or storing anything away as banking. But in Brighter Shores context, it technically doesn't make sense. Because there's no bank in Brighter Shores. It's just a term I'm used to using for it. Someone asked why no centralized banking. There is one mechanic that I wish this game had that it really needs at some point. There's currently no way to see all your storage bins at once. Like if I wanted, like you know, like you would in like a normal bank in RuneScape or something. Like you can't see all your ore storage or all your bone storage or all your potion storage all at once. It's fine if there's not a place where you can, you know, withdraw them all at once. But there definitely needs to be a place where you can at least see them all at once, either with a spell or something. Basically like a storage view spell or something. Or whatever they want to call it. Because right now there's currently no way to do that. Yeah, maybe in the marketplace you'll be able to see it that way when you do trading. Because right now there's not like a storage view spell or anywhere that you can see your entire storage from, you know, one spot. Right now if you want to check like 5 different storages, you have to go like across the entire map over the course of like 5 minutes to go check them all. It takes so long. There's not any quick way where you can just glance at all of it and find out in like 10-20 seconds what you have. It's something they definitely need to change in the future. You also keep checking the wiki charts too, for all many different things. You're like, question mark, question mark, question mark. Oh, yeah, I'm sometimes checking them. The main thing I'm normally checking for that is to see how much I need to go grind for. Because they have some EXP rates. The main thing you normally see me checking is probably the enchant screen. Just to double check how much gold I need for something. Though I have memorized now that the level 25 is basically 18 gold. I think it's 17.8. But you do tend to use a wiki a bit in these kind of games just because you need to check info that might not be relayed pretty well in the game. Like, for example, I don't know what level bone right I would need to go do the next gathering bone. Because I know what gather level I need for next gathering bone. But without actually having the bone, like, I don't know what the femur shard, like the dusty femur shard, I have no clue what level I need to be able to process it. But if I go use the wiki real quick and just bring it up, I can see if I type in dusty femur shard, I can see that the number is something. Like, I currently don't know what it is. But if I check this, it is level 76. I need 76 bone right, which I do have. But that's one thing that the game doesn't necessarily relay too well. Like right now, if I check this, I can see what it is, but I can't check an object I don't have. Like I see this one's 66. And I just checked that the next one is 76, which I of course have the bone right for still. But that's one thing that the game doesn't currently relay pretty well that I hope it does at some point. Because it basically doesn't relay the info until you actually have the object, rather than beforehand. I think the biggest issue is if you go to the bone right page, it doesn't say that at 76 that you can do it. It shows an object that is at 76, which if you have some knowledge of what bone right equipment is, you would maybe know. Like if you knew what guardian equipment was, but I feel like the average person won't look at that and know that instantly. Guardians might, but like a Cryo Knight or Hammer Mage probably wouldn't, because they don't use the gear as much. But the game doesn't really relay at that level point, like, hey, at 76 you can start dunking this bone. It's something I really wish they would add to those pages. They don't tell you when you can smith a bar, or dunk a bone, or etch a rock. They don't show on the skill pages currently. They really need to add that at some point. Because right now you basically have to check the wiki if you want to do it on one that is, you don't have the level for. Unless you're really familiar with the objects, and what they require. Oh, so hello, Hearthstone! Welcome, welcome. But no, for the most part, you can pretty much just play this game just doing whatever. It's pretty straightforward for the most part. Maybe a future spell that upgrades the Rift spell? Yeah, I could see that. Someone said earlier that they were already working on another quest for Chapter 1, I believe it was? Like a 5-star Chapter 1 quest or something? Not sure when that's going to come out, but there's a lot of quests they have planned. There's only like 9 right now, but I'm willing to make a bet about a year from now, there's going to be almost like 50-something. By 2 years, probably over 100. I'm trying to think, how long did it take for Recipe for Disaster to come out? I can't remember what year Recipe for Disaster came out, because I believe that was the 100th quest. And we can kind of infer, based on when that came out, probably how long it would take for us to reach 100 quests in Brighter Shores. Assuming it goes at a similar pace. Could be slower, could be quicker. Because I'm pretty sure that quest came out in 2006 or 7. Can't remember. Which would have been 5 years after launch, approximately. That's how long you took to get to 100 the first time around. Oh, we got Yellow Pudding. That's the one we have the least of. Nice. Matuban's Legacy has a lot of animations, yeah. Between the drill, the enemy that they needed for, and a bunch of other stuff. And it actually might have the highest amount of unique animations of any quest. We're pretty high up there. Hey, Sanaka, what you were mentioning with the crystal tool? I saw you mention that. I wasn't sure what you were mentioning it to, though. You think they should bring in voice actors and force dialogue, as you have no idea what the lore is? Yeah, honestly, I have skipped it too. Actually, maybe that should have been the poll question. Actually, let's still make it the poll question. We could do a late one, or that, or re-poll it tomorrow even. But I'll poll it today and tomorrow potentially then, because this is a pretty late poll if we do it now. But I'm gonna do that for the poll. Have you yeah, I'm gonna do it. Start a poll. Let's see. Have you read the dialogue for Brighter Shores quests? Yes, most of them. Let's see. Let's see. Actually, I should read this in a way that doesn't imply you've done all quests. Have you read the dialogue for Brighter Shores main storyline quests, I guess? Yes, most of them. Some of it, but mostly skipped. Skipped all of it. Skipped basically all of it. Skipped basically all of it. There we go. Might word it a little bit different for tomorrow. Let's see. Read most of them. Or most of it, I should say. Alright, I think that's the poll. I think I typed it all right. We'll find out when it's not correct. There we go. Have you read the dialogue for Brighter Shores main storyline quest? Yes, read most of it. Some of it, but mostly skipped. Or skipped basically all of it. Actually, the two of those are basically the same, isn't it? I meant one to be more medium and the other one to be like almost all complete skip. But the second and third options sound almost similar. Because I was definitely in the skip category. I probably shouldn't have been. But I have actually skipped literally all of it. I get the gist of what happened though. But I have skipped probably like 98% of dialogue in this game. But I'll reword that better for tomorrow when we make it. Because I do want to re-poll that tomorrow when we have it going through the whole stream. Rather than just right now for the next like few hours. But yeah, we're going to re-poll that tomorrow. Because I'm actually kind of curious on that. If people have or have not read the storyline. If they have, did they read like some of it? Or, you know, kind of like all of it? Yeah, we'll run the same poll tomorrow since we didn't really have one today. I'll restructure in a way that makes a little bit more sense. I'll probably also only have like two. No, I should still have 3 options though. For speed running, no time for rating. No, I wasn't going like max efficiency early on. But just to drag it down due to how slow I read, I kind of skipped it. Because if I didn't skip it, the storyline probably would have taken us like 5 to 10 more hours than it did if we read all of it. Not just because of the time required to read it all, but also me reading it slower. But I would love if this game got voice acting. I don't think it ever will. Not sure they have the budget for it. And he's definitely not the kind of guy who would use an AI voiceover. But it's pretty costly if he was to get this entire game voice acted. Not to mention he'd have to do it indefinitely forever. Even old school RuneScape doesn't do it. And they have more of a budget probably than RuneScape 3 these days, despite RuneScape 3 doing it, I believe. Plus, Pokemon still hasn't. They have like infinite money and they still don't have voice acting. It's so sad. They're like one of the most profitable IPs to ever exist. and they still don't have voice acting. Like, voice acting isn't cheap, especially if you get like professionals and not just like hire someone random on Fiverr. I said hello, Lester. Welcome, welcome. I said hello, Rico. Yeah, the fishing and mining nodes are pretty bad right now. It's one of the main reasons I've been ignoring fishing. While I do enjoy the gameplay loop of fishing, the amount of downtime if you're doing anything other than eel pufferfish is so bad. The other thing that feels weird about fishing is you move slow during water movement. Like, it makes sense why you move slow, but the fish just move so quick because you're moving so slow. There's the two things that are kind of holding me back from fishing. I like the concept of the gameplay loop, but the respawn times and your movement speed while doing it is just feels really clunky. But yeah, the current poll that we have, I definitely gotta go rename it later when we do it tomorrow. Because the more I look at it, the more I just realize I basically have two that say the exact same thing. The middle one was supposed to be the in-between, and the bottom one was supposed to be, like, you know, basically full skipped it. But the way it's worded makes it not seem like that. But yeah, we'll run it back tomorrow when we run it for the full stream. It's almost like they want to punish free-to-play players. But it makes sense why you move slow through water. It just doesn't feel good. Like, it makes sense, it just doesn't feel good. Not sure how you would make it feel good, but it currently doesn't. Maybe if you can, like, throw the spear, like a javelin. Could you imagine? That wouldn't quite fix the problem, but it would be funny. Javelin fishing. The thing I think about it of is gosh, what's that one guy's name in Dota 2? I haven't played that game in like so long. But like Pudge, I think his name is. That one like butcher thing where he has like the hook shot and it hits into something and then it drags it to you. Imagine that, but for fishing in Brighter Shores, where you throw your spear, it hits the fish, and then it just retracts straight to you. Like you have it on like a string, and you just pull back your spear, and this fish just comes to you. That'd be funny. That's actually something that he did do in his other game. Not with a spear, though, but with a bird. The hunter skill that was added in 2006. That's what hunting was with birds. Basically, you had a bird, you targeted a resource, and then the resource got brought back to you. That's how I feel like fishing should work. Fishing should work how, like, that bird thing did when he first made it for Hunter. Where you have a tool that basically goes to your resource and brings the resource back to you. And then you can just stand there clicking on the resources, and, you know, they just come to you. That's how I feel like fishing should work. Where you just like throw your spear, retract it back, and the resources comes to you, and you just stand in one location just keep clicking on the fish nodes. That'd be so much fun. Because that's how the bird catching worked when he added Hunter to the game back in the day. And I really enjoyed that Hunter method. It was like my favorite thing about Hunter. And actually, Old School RuneScape added that exact activity, actually, now that I think about it. It's called, actually, I'm not sure what it's called. I think it's just called aerial fishing, where you use a bird to catch a bunch of fish. I didn't even think about that, but Old School RuneScape literally has exactly that. The only reason that activity is hated is not because the activity is bad, but because you have to farm it for like 1 billion years. I think it takes like 50 hours to finish the collection log there or something. It's something absurd. Like, it's something that should be like a 10-20 hour grind, but you have to spend like forever there. Yeah, but I would love if at least one fishing method worked like that. Where you just stand in place and you just keep clicking on the fish. You like throw the spear, it retracts back to you, and you just keep catching them. Not like all fishing in the game, but we need at least like one fishing method like that. That'd be so much fun. Like the harpoon from Valheim. Is that how the harpoon works in Valheim? I never played Valheim. But that's a great way to fix fishing without making it feel clunky. Just throw your harpoon at everything and have it retract back to you. So you don't have to slog through the very slow water. I know the hat coming in. Also, half a level to go. We're done with bones. Oh, it works on enemies, but not on fish. Oh, okay. Yeah, I kind of didn't even think about that, but Old School RuneScape actually literally has what I mentioned. But instead of doing it with a spear, you do it with a bird. They added that a couple years ago when I wasn't actually playing the game, but I have done the activity. It was pretty fun. The amount of time that it expects you to do it is absurdly long, though. Because I think in total you need like 1,400 pearls from the activity, but you only get like 10 to 20 an hour, which is absurdly slow. And it's even slower if your fishing and hunting level is low. Hey, we got the shield. Wait, did I need that? No, I didn't need that. Never mind. I'm not sure why I'm excited for that. What I really need is 169. Nice. But, yeah, we gotta hit the funny number. Because 169 is when we could do tier 4 granite. We're definitely not gonna hit it today, but it is our next stonemason goal. I plan to get it tonight, but I don't plan to get it during the stream. And at 75, we'll stop doing gather for now. Because at that point, I'm going to need to start putting knowledge into it for it not to be so sluggish. You think co-op fishing for sharks and whales, where you need like a 30-person boat to go catch them, that would be kind of fun. It's kind of funny because that's what his first fishing minigame was. It was called Fishing Trawler. Where you weren't doing like whales or anything like that, but you were doing a boat ride out where you had to like maintain a boat. And you got a bunch of fish. But that was actually his first minigame he ever made in RuneScape Classic, I believe. It was very buggy mess, but it was the first minigame. It was back in like 2002 or something though, 2001, 2002. Times have changed since then. He would definitely make his first minigame way better than that. He followed it up pretty strong with Castle Wars after, so he kind of made up for it. But yeah, that was the first minigame I believe that ever came to RuneScape back in the day. In like Classic 2002 or something. It was like a fishing minigame where you went out to sea and you had to keep fixing a net. You had to protect a boat from a tentacle monster creature thing. Like, you know, like an octopus like trying to attack the ship. You had to keep bailing out the boat because a bunch of cracks kept coming into the bottom, and you had to keep patching up the cracks that kept happening. And you're basically forced to do it in modern day old school RuneScape as well, because it gives the fishing boosting outfit that gives you like 2.5% fishing XP. The premise of it is fun, but its implementation was pretty bad. But that was like 22 years ago, so could easily do way better these days. As I've been talking so much to stream the last like several hour or two that I kind of forgot we're even still doing Gatherer. We're almost done though. Like last I checked, we were like level 72. I've zoned out so hard that we're now 74 and a half. I'm sure where the time went, but it kind of phased. Like the last hour or two kind of just phased off in like seconds. Yeah, here we are, almost at 75. But yeah, 75 is our end goal, by the way. Well, at least for now. 79 is technically our end goal, but we're getting to the point where it's getting slower. So we're going to cut it off at 75 and just knowledge the rest, most likely. Or if we do come back to it at some point, you'll be doing knowledge and gather at the same time. Whereas right now, we're putting knowledge into stonemason. After we're so close to the level, I might as well go bank the potion. So I don't have to deal with constantly juggling it. Because we're not going to need it again up to that point. Deposit? We're going to need it again, just not for right now. These we could delay the other knowledge and double stack it for stonemason again. And then I think we head over to mining smithing. Because title says smithing, and we've done 0 smithing so far this stream. I might just do every single ore we have in the bank. There's only one problem with that. Is that number is very big. I think we have like almost 3,000 ore in the bank right now. Like 2,000 something. How many rooms am I going to grind gathering? For this activity or just in general? Because right now we're only utilizing 2 for the current activity. And we'd utilize about 4, I believe, for the next activity. When we hit 79 for femur shard. This activity only uses 2 rooms. Because the bank is literally on route. It's like 1 tile away. This is actually the best bone in the game because it's only 1 tile off. Most resources in Hope Forest is only a 2-room cycle. Well, a lot of them are in like a billion different rooms. Most activities you don't need more than 1 to 4 rooms for. With most of those extra rooms coming from banking. But this one's bank is absurdly convenient in that it is like right on path. And some activities only use one room, like when you're doing like Bramble Suave, which is the room right down there. Not sure how many people we'd see there because all the people who were rushing for 500 have kind of quit now because someone had got 500. But I'm pretty sure if I go in there, we'll see someone immediately. I'll go check it real quick. But there's probably someone doing the Bramble Suave. Because this woodcutting activity, for example, uses one room. You do the 8 into the tree. Yep, 2 people here. Yeah, you do all 8 of them, then do the 1 Suave, then repeat. And then once you have a billion Suaves, you bank right here and repeat again. So it technically uses 2, but a lot of people just drop them on the ground rather than keep them. Oh yeah, I don't need this timer anymore, do I? Well, honestly, Hope Force has definitely grown on me a bit. I think it's mostly just my hatred of carpentry that brings it down now. I don't know, the more I'm here, it's like, you know what, this place kind of works. Carpentry doesn't, but everything else does. It's just brought down really, really heavily by carpentry. If you need to finish level 50 to do the last quest, yeah. Honestly, it wasn't too bad because I already had it at like 37 with knowledge and everything else. So most of it I just knowledge from like 37 to 50. And then from there the quest gave me like 51 and a half, so I was like, yeah, I'll go get one more level, I guess. If you do it exactly at 50, you get like 50 and 2/3 of a bar. It almost brings you straight to 52. It's actually a really good quest to do for its XP alone. There's a few extra rewards you get too, like the ability to go farm Dock Leaf and stuff like that, and a new teleporter. That's good for a couple spots in Hope Forest. But honestly, the biggest reward of the quest is actually the quest XP. It's nearly 2 woodcutting levels and nearly 2 carpentry levels. It also went from level 30 to 33 scout if you try to cheese the boss and do it early. But even if you do it at a recommended level, you're probably still gaining a combat level as well. Though I did gain like 3.5 because I did it at such a low level. Because you use the chest as a safe spot currently. So you just infinitely heal behind the box and then go kill it. And also he never moves, which is the main thing that makes that possible. For whatever reason, once he starts attacking you, he basically stops moving. And by basically, I mean he never moves again. So whatever tile you stop him at, you can just keep him there forever. You might even be able to walk under him. I didn't even actually bother trying. And if he does move when you walk under him, then that means you can actually drag him to whatever tile you want. Which means you might actually be able to drag him towards the chest. And then once he's there, you just kind of hide there and heal. Because the only issue with the way I did it is you had to walk a little bit to get to him to go get into melee range. I got him somewhat close, but not like very, very close. But regardless, it's pretty cheesable. If you just use the chest to heal behind. You've been getting kind of tired of plays. He's been idling mostly. Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like a lot of people have kind of reached that point. I personally haven't yet, but it feels like it's kind of been the consensus recently. Where a lot of people kind of just stopping for a bit because kind of just waiting for new content and everything. Wait until after the holidays. Wait until like early January. Wait until like the next big update. But I'm still going to be going the whole time personally. Oh wait, what was your burgers? Lurking while you eat burgers and fries? Ooh, from where though? Where do you get them from? Oh, you know what Summer brought back from the household recently? I always just say that whenever it's, what's his name? I was trying to call him because I never established a name for on stream. Don't want to use his real name. But the guy who had like all the medical issues and everything and had to sell his house and all that. But he ended up picking up Burger King when a friend was driving him to where he needed to go. And he ended up bringing back some for me. And it was like the first time I had Burger King in what I feel like is almost a year. And honestly, it's not bad. I always remembered Burger King being kind of mid. But honestly, it wasn't bad. Like the onion rings with the burger. I had it a lot during college, but pretty much since college, I pretty much never ate Burger King. And the only reason I even had it a lot during college is it was like right where the bus would stop. Because I used public transportation. And the place where the bus would stop closest to my house was literally like 2 feet from a Burger King. So I was like, if I didn't feel like cooking anything after college, it was like, okay, I'm just going to grab something from Burger King, I guess. It's like literally right there. Oh, homemade? Nah, this is even better. Yeah, we got a grill earlier this year that we've been using some this summer. I haven't used that in at least a couple months since it's gotten a bit colder, though. Alright, we're reached 75. I just want to finish one more inventory. And we're out of here. And then we got to go into mining, smith, and grind. I'll probably do all the smithing of the ore first, then maybe mining. Or maybe mining and smithing. Technically, it would be better if I did mining first. And then just power grind to smithing. Yes, how much time do we have left? Okay, I think I see the angle. Wait, what time is it right now? Because I forgot we started late, so it's like a weird time. I think I'm gonna mine until I get a mining level. And then smith every iron ore in the bank. You grill even if it snows? Oh gosh. I don't know. If I'm gonna grill, it needs to be like decent weather. Like you can technically grill pretty much whenever, but I don't know. It's just so inconvenient grilling when it's cold outside. It definitely feels like more of like a, not necessarily like scorching warm activity, but definitely kind of like a mid-temperature activity. I feel like when it's like super, super, super cold, it's just not worth doing. It's just really inconvenient. It would sure taste good though. Doesn't matter when you do, it wouldn't hurt to taste. I just know I definitely wouldn't want to grill in the cold. Other people, not so much. They might want to. I know I definitely wouldn't. Hey, PDF file. I found the PDF file. What a name. The PDF file is currently cooking. Lost skill. That's funny. Alright, we're off. Gosh, this town square is still so busy. And as we get servered into like an empty server, there's always at least like 15 people here just randomly. People are still trading hats as well. Anyways, I'm out here. To the mines. Did that guy's name just have chunk in its name? Are there already chunk accounts for this game? They're 20 years too early. Are people actually making chunk accounts? Where they're doing like every task in a square before they move on to the next one? That's something pretty popular recently in old school RuneScape. I feel like that would take forever to do in Brighter Shores. Because the funniest death chunk ever would be if you get the cape stall guy. Because that means you'd have to get every 500 cape of every skill they have access to. So what tier Cryonite armor is that? It's tier 4, I believe. It's whatever one we have earlier. I figure out what color he has. Looks like white. I was wearing that the other day to have the snow kind of color for the holidays. The only big issue with the drop we got earlier is we ended up getting a chest plate that's like the chainmail instead of the really cool looking one. Which is kind of unfortunate because it's like our best in slot chest plate for a while. But it's the one that doesn't look as cool. It's why we're not wearing our armor right now. I'm just wearing like normal basic clothes. But yeah, I think the game plan now is to mine for an entire mining level, then smith everything in the bank. Which I know is not the greatest of viewing experiences, but it's on the category of must-do grinds. I don't know, what should we talk about to fill at the time? Because, yeah, we're going to be here a while. This mining level will probably take over an hour. And then after that mining level, we need to go smith like 2 to 3 hours worth of bars. Fun. Let's see. I do enjoy it though, but it is going to be very repetitive for the rest of this. Not that the other thing wasn't, but even more so. Oh no, I really enjoy mining and smithing in this game. I feel like mining and smithing in most games is enjoyed. It's one of the reasons we even went Cryonite. Is I knew I would do like a billion mining and smithing whenever we'd get around to it. And that's exactly what we did. Obviously we're not the highest miner or smither in the game, but you know, compared to average, it's decently high right now. Actually, I say that, we actually are pretty high on smithing. By a couple days from now, we'll probably be rank 1 smithing. Not because we're trying to be, but just because a byproduct of what we're doing will get us to top 20 smithing. He's currently 20th place is 211. And that's not too hard to get to. That's pretty much the plan for the rest of the stream, by the way. Mine until we get 211 mining, and then smith until there's no iron ore left in our bank. Which by that point, there should be over 3,000 of it. That's the exact number, though. Assuming that can even be done in that time frame. I'm not sure. We'll find out. I'm probably going to stop around 11 or 12 tonight, which is in about 3 to 4 hours. I was not sure if you could smith that much in like 2 hours or 2.5. I never paid attention to how many bars you can do per hour. Unless someone happens to know in chat. I still have not timed it to this day. I might go time it when we go there. Because I might just do part of my stack rather than the whole stack. And just do the rest off stream. But we're definitely doing 211 mining right now. I need to get at least 1 mining level. We got to keep poking this up to 215. If we do like 1 a day or even 1 off stream as well. Like 1 a day on stream and off stream, we'll hit our goal by like what, Tuesday? Not even, by Monday. Gosh, how hard is it to click on that one tile? Alright, that's all the building supplies we have, by the way. Got a decent little chunk in it. I got it preemptively for building because it's the only material you can get pre-builder before the building patch ends up coming out. I'm pretty sure you'll just be able to buy it from a shop or something, but just in case you can't, I wanted to preemptively get it. In case you want an AFK builder the first week it comes out while we go do Armor Maker. And also because free bone rate XP. Hey, someone said earlier, what's his name was doing mining. I wonder if they've moved on to a different activity because they're not here right now. And the current level that they were at earlier would have assumed they were doing mine carts. They're 65 right now, which means they're doing whatever the activity beyond minecart was then. So yeah, they wouldn't be here then. But they have gained slightly more mining levels since then. How close are they to base 200? Oh, they still got a lot of gatherer to go. They stopped at 138. Also, notice the lack of 200 carpentry. These, of course, you'd be missing carpentry. Who on earth wants to do carpentry? They should give us like 5 or 10 more KP limit instead of 2. That would be kind of funny dumping them all at once. I do wish the number was at least a weird number. In the sense that, I feel like it should end at not a full bar. Like 250% or some similar number. Because one issue right now is whatever they make the number, it could be 300%, it could be 500%, it could be, you know, 1,000%. The issue that it'll have is you're always going to want to have the highest percent in order to cash in all at once, which would waste some small amount of your knowledge. But if they made the cap like 250%, you would never hit the knowledge cap, or you would waste any. Because right now you can still waste any by double holding. But if the limit was like 250%, you would never waste any, ever. Because if you double hold, you would be at like, you know, 201, 205, 210. But you would never hit that 250. That's the only big issue with what they have right now as far as the system. Is if you have it as a whole number, or, you know, divisible by 100%, the meta will always be just a double hold or triple hold or the quad hold, or if they made it up to like 10 hold. But it wouldn't solve the issue of excess knowledge. To do that, you'd have to have a you know, extra excess beyond that. Like a 250% or 350% or, you know, whatever you'd want to make it to. Or even just like a 210%. There's something that's above the threshold of a perfectly divisible by 100% number. Because the biggest issue with it right now is the meta is to double hold and just use the XP pot. Ideally a bigger one, like a 7% or a 10%. But in doing so, it didn't fix the initial issue of wasting some amount of knowledge. The best way to do it is technically to pre-pot it a little bit. Where at like 195% or so, or 190%, you go and, you know, use your potion. And then you could double dip that way. Also, one funny thing that you can do with drop all now that I haven't been utilizing, but it would be funny, is you can actually keep dropping the iron, keep a timer going for it, and then just multi-bank it. That actually sounds so tempting. Should we try it? I've never tried banking iron that way. It'd be slightly more efficient than what we're doing now. Gotta try it. I'm gonna try some interesting tech here. Just gotta remember that you can only keep 100 items on the ground. But I'm gonna do like a multi-iron turn-in. Where I'm gonna drop them whenever I go through this road right here. On the tile that's closest, which would be that tile right there. And then we just multi-bank. Just so we don't have to go to the bank as often. We waste a lot of tiles banking. Is it 5 inventories? I guess it would be about that time, wouldn't it? Guess how much time has gone by? 1 minute. We got another 10. So yeah, 80. No, would you be able to get a 5th? Not sure if there's enough time to get a 5th. Just in case, I'll probably do it with a 4. With like a triple grounded into a full inventory. I'm just concerned about the despawn if I like lag a little IRL. And kind of forget about the iron and let them all despawn. Because right now it looks like it took us 2 minutes to get a set. So it's going to be a really tight timer if we did 5. No, I'm almost guaranteed when you set an item on a tile, it doesn't reset. I don't know, maybe it does. Then again, that would explain why the other one didn't despawn. Alright, maybe it is refreshing the pile. Because that would explain that one day why it wasn't despawning, but it was the other day. I never actually tested that yet. But it would explain that weird behavior that was happening that one other day we were doing it. Because I was wondering why the pile never despawned. But it was because it kept getting refreshed until we had 100, in which case it wasn't getting refreshed. Because when they get deleted, it seems like it's not refreshing. As long as you're putting new, fresh item on it, it does. I still feel like I want to do it based on the timer for a triple, though. Triple drop into bank, bank, bank. Actually, how many would you have to do in order to... Oh, no, but you can't because of the 100 limit on the ground. Like, yeah, how many do you have to mine for the extra 4 inventory to be an extra inventory? Because technically that would be 5 sets. So yeah, I guess we would do 5 sets then. Because you would need, what, 100 ore? No. Wait, you would need 96. Wait, what is the number I'm trying to get to here? What's 240 divided by 20? 24? Wait, that can't be the number I'm looking for. Wait, I'm so confused. I know, I'm trying to figure out how... It would have to be after 5, which means 6. You would have to do 6 of them. You'd have to drop 5 and, you would have to drop 5 and have a full inventory. So you'd have to do a 6 rotation then. Because you'd have to do it in a way where your 24 would gain value. Which would be after 5 runs. Which would be, oh yeah, that'd be 4 dropped on the ground and then, never mind. Yeah, it would be the thing, yeah. It'd be 4 on the ground and 1 in the inventory. Oh wait, but the one in the inventory doesn't gain value though. Wait, 96 is 24? Wait. I'm confused. It's too late for me to be doing maths. Eddie. Well, the thing is it worth doing the reason why I wanted to do an extra is because you only gather 20 at a time. But you're trying to hit 24 times 5. But that means you have to do an extra inventory that isn't a full inventory. But you still bring over 4 full inventories. I mean 5 full inventories. But yeah, it'd be after 5 sets though. That's the main thing I was trying to figure out. That's 5 full runs. Because you would gain a 4 value each time and that goes into it 5 times. Which you can easily figure out from the 4 excess. The only other weird thing I was trying to figure out, though, is we're only going to get 20 this set. Also, hello, John! Welcome, welcome. So how does that work? Because we're at 80. We're going to have 100. I'm trying to figure something out real quick. Because I know the math on the other thing. The problem is the number that we're gathering is weirder. Wait, calculator, where even are you, calculator? My brain's not braining right now. Ooh, Blue Santa, I need that. My brain has definitely stopped braining. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I thought. Wouldn't it have to be a 6 inventory? To be able to visit by... Wait, but then the 24... Wait. Yeah, so you'd have to do 120. Oh, never mind. You even mentioned that in chat, yeah. Because you have to do a 120 run. Oh, I just realized a problem with this. How am I going to, I'm gonna have to do a weird juggle. Because how do I get the potion out of my inventory? If I drop the potion, I despawn an iron. Because I currently have 100 items on the ground. I have to do like a weird drop, grab, drop. Oh no, my brain's not braining. Alright, time is expired, but that's not the full timer thingy. You start the run with potion drops, and drop the potion, move to the other rotation. But I can't drop a potion if I have 100 objects on the ground. That's the thing, though. If I drop a potion right now, I have, the number on that pile will go down by 1. Well, the way I'm trying to do is do it divisible by 24, though. Which I believe I have, unless I miscounted. Which I probably did. But what I'm trying to do is a 5 turn in 24. Yeah, I have to pick up first, because that's what I'm going to do when I go over there. But I mean, it's still 100 stack on the ground, so... Oh! By the way, that doesn't work, by the way. Dropping something on something doesn't refresh it. We just lost 20 iron. No! My precious 20 iron! But yeah, we can't actually do either anything that we're mentioning. Because dropping it on it does not refresh the stack. We lost 20 iron. Rip the iron. Yeah, dropping an item on the stack does not refresh it, so we can't even do anything we're hypothetically mentioning. Because the stack will despawn before you even can. Unless you're, like, dropping it midway through and picking it back up. Otherwise, your stack will start despawning before you can even bank it in a perfect interval. Because ideally, you want to have, like, 5 sets. Yeah, if you juggle it, you can, but you can't put a stack on a stack to respawn. You'd have to drop, you'd have to pick up drop. But yeah, I know what we need to do. It's just, we gotta 20 juggle the stacks into, let me restart the timer. Well, technically there's nothing on the ground at the moment. But, yeah, I know what we need to do. We just need to we just need to multi-juggle 20. And then, I'm gonna stack them, then juggle them, then we go and do the 5 set. I tried to explain it, but I do know what we need to do. It was what I was originally going to do, but it kind of got confused for a second in between. But yeah, we just do it divisible by 24 into the stacks and then drop them, juggle them so they don't despawn, and then we're good to go. And then we can do a 5 turn in, which saves you 1 inventory of having to go there. I just wanted to do them on a perfect tile, but we're going to have to do it on 2 tiles instead of 1. Because I got to re-juggle the first one. Because you got to re-juggle whatever your first pile is. The rest you can stack on 1. But everything else you have to stack separately. But you do have to re-juggle your first tile. So that one right there we have to re-juggle. And I currently have the re-juggle timer on right now. It should be the only one we have to re-juggle. I just have to juggle again when we go drop the potion. Otherwise it will despawn 1 iron. But yeah, we only have to juggle twice. One of the initial 20. And then once just to grab 3 so we could drop a potion. Otherwise it will delete one of the 100 that are on the ground. Alright, so now we start a different pile. And this is the don't need to be juggled pile. So the one that I keep on perfect path will be my juggle pile then. And the juggle pile needs to be juggled when that timer goes down. Another way to indicate it is we'd have, what, 60 in the other stack? Yeah, on whatever route we have 60. Honestly, we can kind of do it whenever. I could technically juggle it even next route if we really want to. I could juggle it on my next drop ball. I could even move it to the better stack. Oh, that would work even better. I can move it to the bigger stack on next cycle juggle. I could technically even do that to the first drop. Because we don't need that much extra time on it. We just need enough to get it there. So on my next full inventory, even the first full inventory, we could have juggled it. Which means we don't really need the timer as long as we're going full time the whole time. As long as I put my juggle pile down and then re-juggle onto our second pile, we should be okay. Because that's the only pile that needs to be saved. The min-max is real. I saved you having to bank one time. Which doesn't sound like a lot. But it is around like 20-something tiles to bank. Once. And it saves having to bank once. Because you have to do it divisible by 24 with 20s. So basically what we're doing is we're using the extra 4 that we get every single time to go into an entire stack so that we don't need to bother with one. So we do this, we juggle that, we take that, we drop that. And now none of those should despawn. I don't even need this timer. This timer is actually kind of irrelevant. Because you're never actually going to hit timer as long as you're actively doing it the whole time. And now none of our iron should despawn by the time we finish. As long as we juggle the first 20 that was dropped. And now the only thing I gotta remember is all the way at the end of this. We gotta pick up then drop potion. If I drop potion first, we delete a 1 iron. So if we do it in the wrong order, we do delete 1 singular iron, which isn't too big a deal. But I'll try to save the iron. Now I kind of want to go do this for every single rock where we do a 120 set. Because every single one that's like this, you technically need to do like this. Which are, what, 4 of them? Because there's iron, the carbonice, the blue one, and the green one. Would all benefit from this. They have to be a 20 rock, though. They can't be the other ones. The other ones don't benefit from this. But anything that's a 20 rock does. As it saves 1 bank every 6 sets. Or sorry, every 5 sets, I mean. Because you're gaining 4 value each time, and after 5 sets, that makes another inventory. So every 5 sets, it saves you from banking once. Since there's no plushie in Brighter Shores, it's all about the capes, right? Well, right now, there's definitely a lack of objectives in this game. So the objectives are pretty much whatever you want them to be until they add more content. But capes are definitely one to go for. If you want a cool-looking fancy cape. You get your first one at level 50 in any skill. You're asking seriously? Yeah, I know. That's basically the equivalence of them in this game at the moment. Because until they add more content, there really isn't too many other, like, big goals like that to go for. Like, equivalent to what you knew from plushies. At least currently, until they add more stuff to the game. You want to know what you're doing all this grind for? Well, currently there isn't too much. Just because a lot of it's going to be like for the future. Like right now I'm trying to grind for like being able to craft better weapons so we could go do bossing in the future. There's a lot of other targets you can end up doing. There's a lot of stuff we just don't know exactly like when it's going to come out. To watch number go up, honestly, yeah. This number is very much a number go up simulator. Keeps are definitely a fun thing to strive for though. Some people already got all the level 50 capes as well. I'm not sure if anyone's bought all the way up to 100 or 200 yet, though. But yeah, this game's basically a number go up simulator. Especially in its current state. Oh, I found the cat. That's a pretty good name get. We got bird. Got to keep that cat away from our bird. Alright, now we just gotta remember, don't drop the potion. Whatever you do, do not drop the potion. Alright, now you can drop the potion. Alright, so if we did this correctly, this should be all iron ore. Every single one of these should be full 24. Without a single one getting deleted. But yeah, all we have to do is just juggle the first pile. That was our mistake last time. Is we didn't juggle the first one and the timer wasn't long enough. But as long as you juggle the very first one you drop, you'll be fine. And we're not on time pressure for this pile because it takes from the top down. So whatever one has the most recent despawn time, it takes first. It's like these won't despawn for like another good 8 minutes. Because those are the newer ones, not the older one. There we go. Yep, we have saved all the iron ore. Then we just grab our potion again. Guess I technically could grab that on next cycle. Grabbing it initially is a bit of a waste of time, but there we go. Is it deal you want to pick it back up your potion after you've after you're waiting for the downtime of the iron to respawn? At some point, they'll fix this interface. Alright, now we could drop our potion. The problem with that interface is there's things that stall you and things that don't. And that really annoying pop-up doesn't stall you. But making the pop-up stop does stall you. So it's never worth making the pop-up stop. It's something they gotta rework later. You're actually punished for making the pop-up stop. Because it stalls your character. But being bombarded with a billion pop-ups doesn't stall your character. Which is something they definitely gotta change in the future, but we'll definitely do at some point. It's more so a matter of when they change it rather than if, but it's definitely something that needs to be tweaked. Because right now it's more efficient to be bombarded by like 10, 20 pop-ups until your next cycle. Oh, so we could probably get that pretty close to the bank. I might move them over a little. Because we had a lot of downtime in between. That we could probably move it further to the west. I don't want to move it all the way into the room, I don't think, but we can get it pretty close. Like at least like 3 tiles eastward, I mean, not westward. You know, closer to the door. Closer to where the rift is. Ah, I wasted too much time. No. Okay, maybe we can't make it go that west. We can make it at least like 1 or 2 tiles further, I think. But that was slightly too far. We want to make sure we're back by spawn. If we're not back by spawn, then we took too much time. Like, I want to move it as far west as we can, but still make it back for spawn. It's probably just best just to keep it in the middle, though. And just have the other offset once to the west. That's perfectly fine. Because then we still make it back in time. It's just the further we can get it west is 1 less tile we have to do when we bank. Every tile to the west is 1 less tile 5 times. Let's see, can we make it back in time? I might just start using that tile if we do. Oh yeah, we can. Oh, we easily can. Yeah, we're gonna start using that tile. We have to waste time once, but we save time 5 times. So it's definitely worth it. We might waste like a second on one run, but we save 5 tiles, which is about 1.5 seconds. So if we save at least 2 ticks, I believe. If we move it to that tile. Anything further than that wouldn't be worth it, though. But that's like a good in-between. Oh, so we're halfway there. Slightly more than halfway. We're halfway there. Honestly, there's still a lot. I almost still want to cover a mining guide. But there's still some tech that we need to learn for probably the 6 rocks. Because you got the 10 rocks on point now for all of them. As far as what we need to do. But I still got to figure out a good way to use the downtime for all 6 rocks. Particularly the weird A1. Where you probably have to kill a tentacle. As well as, what was the other one? Oh no, basalt and granite. Yeah, that's the only weird one. I'm not sure what to do with the A rock. Or with flint only. They're both kind of awkward. Flint without basalt and the A rock only are 2 still really weird stones in mining. You just bought the premium pass? Nice! Congrats, John. Welcome to the Mines of Matubin. Yeah, I might even see you here. If you walk by. What's that all about? Also, why also doing actions in a certain pattern? Ticks you don't really need to worry about for the most part. You could easily play the entire game without ever interacting with it. But basically, the game, I believe, is running at, what, 0.325 seconds? Before it renders an action. But it's something that, for most activities, you're never going to need to worry about. As far as why I'm doing it in this pattern, I'm just trying to save 1 inventory of banking. I'm just doing it in a way where we would get, have to go to the bank 1 less time. Because normally I'd have to go to the bank every 20. We're trying to make it divisible by 24. So we're doing it into 5 sets. Which saves us having to do it once. Otherwise we'd have to bank 6 times instead of 5. But on a basic level, you don't ever need to worry about ticks in this game. It's basically like the internal metronome that the game is running on. But basically, all actions in the game, you don't really need to know about how they work. Unless you're like ultra min-maxing. Which we're starting to slowly do. Slowly. Oh wait, how many am I up to right now? Is this the bank? No, this is my final drop, then we bank. Because I gotta keep remembering, do not drop potion. If we drop potion, we kill it. The other alternative is pick up 3 stones. When we click the drop all there. Actually, even just picking up 1 stone. I need to start doing that on final set. Pick up 1 stone and drop a potion. On the one that I just dropped on, I need to do that. That ensures that we don't need to worry about the double screen at the end, which wastes a little bit of time. Because I need a way that I could pre-drop the potion. But to do that, I need to pick up 1 iron after dropping the 100 stack. Which I could do right now. Hey, click drop, go! There we go. But I gotta do that quicker next time, but... yeah, it's basic premise then. As long as I remember to do at least one of them. Because now I don't need to worry about, the weird potion drop thing anymore. I just gotta remember at one point, once we have the 100 stack, to do a trade of 1 potion for 1 iron. And then we can just keep picking up the stack, and then grab our potion on our next cycle. We should be good to go. I gotta be careful with that. Oh no. It's actually so close that I can't even click on it properly. Keep forgetting the escape key too, which can make this go quicker. Click deposit all, boom. I can't just play with 1 hand, I gotta use 2, oh no. I gotta use 2 hands. There's actually a key that's useful for once, the escape key. It's honestly always useful, I just don't normally bother. Just want to get this iron done a little quicker. And we're doing like, no, we're going with like every method possible to make it slightly quicker. Pulling out every single possible thing we could do. Just to save a few seconds here or there. Yeah, I think that's about as quick as we can get it then. I just gotta be careful when we do the ore trade on the next one that we get back there in time. But wasting 1 extra second there doesn't matter because it saves more time later than it wastes initially. Even if we go slow on it. Yeah, we're almost at 2/3. Come on, iron, get there, get there. We still gotta do this all the way to 215, by the way. And that's if we want to use the AFK method. We'd have to go even further if we weren't using it, though I'm definitely AFKing at 215. Hello, Champagne. Welcome, welcome. Or Campaign, I mean. You had to go earlier? Welcome back, welcome back. We've gone from the bone zone to trying to min-max iron as hard as we can. So we don't have to do my iron as long. We're stuck here to like 215. I'm gonna go for 211 right now though. Then we're gonna make some iron bars, make some iron product. Which I might just do iron bars. I'm not sure if we're gonna make them into anything. Hello, Mad Hatter. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, let me go shut off the poll from earlier. It's actually pretty even on all of them, but I want to go reword it for tomorrow. We started that like a few hours ago. I started pretty late into the stream. But I want to start like a fresh one from the beginning tomorrow and ask it. I just realized I made a grave mistake with what I just dropped there. The problem with what I just did is I have to juggle that one. Which means my next pile has to not be on it. Wait, how do I go about fixing this? Any way that I can think of to fix it wastes more time than it saves. But I gotta make sure whenever I do that, I do it one tile off. Because I can't juggle it when it's on the tile. Well, I guess I could do a take all, drop all on the same tile. I think it takes it from the furthest back one. Because you should, when I do the take all function. I know when you normally take it, it does. I think it does with take all as well. That's gonna get annoying. Gotta deal with that menu a billion times over. Alright, so what are we doing here? I need to drop all, take all. Drop all, takes all, drop all. Alright, that should be fixed now. I think. It's not ideal because I wasted time here, but that's fine. You got 203 guard? Nice, huge congrats. Roger, to take rank 10 merchant? Nice. Wait, what level are you? That is absurdly high. Very, very nice. You want top 100? Nice. 307? Ooh. Are you going all the way to 500 or are you going to like a certain goal? Oh, we got a message. Oh, that guy gained a level since we last saw him. The other hallway, he was one level different. Ryan just got 500. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like he's getting 500 leatherworker. I wonder if he'll still be around that time. He said a few hours. We'll have to go to his 500 leatherworker party. As we AFK there doing leatherworker. Yeah, whenever we do Carbonice, I think I'm going to bank it all. But we're going to do the same drop method we're doing now. And then you know what that means. We get to play the Tentacle Road Rally. We're Or we're gonna have to go through Tentacle Road like 5 times in a row. We'll really get good at doing that after a while. Because the bank Carbonice, you have to go through Tentacle Road 5 times if we do the 120 method. To get the extra free bank. I almost want to get to that now, because that's going to be fun. 5 Tentacle Roads in a row. Because now I might actually go and bank our Carbonies. I was already going to, as far as what we mine, but I might actually go all the way on it, we'll see. The only problem is, depending on what their XP is, it's actually worse XP than doing iron. Just because how much further the bank is. But it's more smith XP banked, is the thing, though. It's worse mining XP per hour, but better smithing XP per hour. Have I ever played Fortnite? No, I still haven't yet. Tried it. I know of it, I just never tried it. They just came out with skins that haven't returned since release. Oh, that's kind of cool. I wish more games would do that. I really hate when there's like stuff that you can never get again. So far, Brighter Shores has done that with like the 2014 Christmas stuff. But I hope they reconsider at some point. The fact that it like never returns. But yeah, Fortnite's almost like a decade old at this point, isn't it? Should be pretty high up there. Like 8 years old? Like 8, 9, somewhere around there. Honestly, it's probably older than some of the people that play it now. Not everyone, obviously. I know there's definitely some kids that are playing it that are probably younger than the age of the game at this point. I think the main thing that has made me never get into battle or get into Fortnite. I do like battle royales, but I'm not a big fan of like shooter games. It's the main thing that made me never really try it. Because I don't mind battle royales, just not like shooter battle royales. Oh wait, did I do it too early? Oh no, I accidentally banked too early. I banked one inventory too early. Oh no. I messed up. It's not too big a deal. But it doesn't save us a banking session. Oh, whoops. No, I might as well still bank it all. Let's gonna drive me crazy if I don't bank it all. But the reason why you want to do it in that interval is so you can get it divisible by 24. Because you need to get 20 into 24. If you don't, you'll have an inventory like this. Alright, I'll go put these away. I accidentally did it one inventory too early. Whoops. But doing it that way does not save one bank. It's not too big a deal though. Yeah, at this point, it's almost turned into almost like a sandbox game. With like how many different things Fortnite has now. Make hatch tradable? Oh gosh. I'm not sure if they ever will make them tradable. Like, I both want them to be accessible to everyone, but also I don't want them selling for like you know, $1 billion. Like, can't we just do non-discontinued items? Just make them rarer to get. How about that? Make them tradable, but you can still get them next year. They're just like 100 times rarer. Like, next Christmas event, you can still get the 2014 hat. But it's like 100 times rarer than whatever the current year hat is. So you still have a chance of getting it. It's just a lot rarer too. Because that way it's not discontinued. But also the market price for it won't skyrocket to like $1 billion everything. Because we don't need like $1,000 plus discontinued items 10, 20 years from now. They would never go that high though. Because these things are so free to get. The hat. Let's see if I can do this run correctly this time. Slightly messed up the previous one. So we should drop all right here so I remember to go juggle it. I should make it back in time. Perfect. And then it's got to remember to reset that one diagonally over to the other tile. And then actually remember to get enough mined. Now we should be good to go. What's the gold cap in Brighter Shores? Someone mentioned earlier it's around 4 platinum. I'm not sure how accurate it is. But someone said it was around 4 platinum at one point. Yeah, after you get a 1,000 gold, you get a platinum. The platinum limit is currently not known. Because no one has really gotten more than like 1 platinum. So we don't know how high it goes. Definitely more than 1. But we don't know how high it goes if it stops at like some kind of number or something. But some people who were using like a cheat engine earlier said it goes to like 4-ish. But it could just be that they were using a cheat engine and it wouldn't let them go any higher. But the highest legit one in the game is currently, I believe, about only 1 platinum. No one has gotten 2 platinum ever. Well, when trading comes out, gold has like infinite purpose. Like gold has like more purposes than you could ever imagine. So just trading existing is already enough to some degree. As far as gold sinks, yeah, we need more than just the Enchantress. But as far as purposes for gold, I can name you like 1,000 the second trade it comes out. There's so many. I mean, not 1,000 different activities, but you know, at least 1,000 different things you can use it on. But as far as gold sinks, yeah, we need more than just capes and enchantress. As far as actually uses for gold, there will be a billion of them when you get trading unlocked. Or, you know, once they finally add it in a month or two. I assume by the end of next month we'll have trading. He hasn't given any official date. But the game was originally supposed to launch with it. So if it's not out by the end of next month, that'd be over 3 months with no trading. You're at 500 gold? Nice. Oh, you got a 40 pickaxe and 30 handcuff? Oh, gosh. Yeah, we were talking about enchant levels earlier. But yeah, 40 pickaxe, that is so overkill, but I understand why pickaxe is so good. Pickaxe is single-handedly the best tool by like a mile and a half. We were breaking out like the math on what it could be used earlier. I forget exactly what it was, but it was like 70% of activities and like 88% of AFK activities. Which is way higher than any other tool by more than double. As far as how many things it could be used for. But yeah, it was 70% active and 88% AFK is what it covered. Because it covers every AFK except for gold panning. And it covers all mining except for blast mining, minecarts, and wait, what's the third? Oh wait, did I do wait, wasn't there a third? What was the third thing? Oh, the third thing was the gold panning, never mind. Oh wait, so why did I say that then? So it's 8 out of 20. I mean 8 out of 10 then. So it covers 80% of all active activities and 88% of all AFK activities then. Because the only 3 things it doesn't work on is gold panning, AFK, active minecarts, and active blast mining. Every single other thing in mining it works on, which is a lot of things, including what we're doing right now. But I only went for 30. But if you're gonna like go crazy on any tool, pickaxe is definitely the one to go crazy on. Due to how useful it is. Oh, so we're still not quite there yet. We still need 169 stonemason to be able to do the next tier of ore. Which means we need, what, 4, other one, 5, 16, 17. We need 17 more knowledge points. Which we're definitely not going to have today. I probably won't even have it tonight. How old am I? 30. Big 3-0. Actually, we turned 30 pretty much when the game came out. We kind of joked about it because it's basically a birthday present to us. Brighter Shore's coming out. It was originally supposed to come out the 5th, and my birthday is on the 4th. So originally it was going to come out one day after my birthday, but technically it came out 2 because it got delayed to the 6th due to the elections that were on the 5th. Oh, you're 26 right now and your birthday's on the 26th? That's kind of funny. Yeah, I would say most of the player base for this game is around, if I had to guess, it's around 25 to, like, 40 something. Especially based on my demographics. Because normally my demographics are a lot higher on age. But for this game, if I go check it, it is so high in the, in, like, those middle bracket ones. Like, young adult to, like 40 and below. Like, you know, like that 25 to, like, 40 area. Because most people who play this game, or, you know, I feel like most people in general who are into MMOs were kind of around that time. At this point, most of them are in, like, their 30s, 40s. Or high 20s. Yeah, it's kind of funny how much skewed my demographics are ever since we've been doing Brighter Shores. Because they completely swapped. Because before, most of my demographic was probably around like 30 to 50. Particularly like the higher end of like 40 to 50. But then after Brighter Shores, it's completely dipped like way lower. To like the 25 to 40-ish range. You're 66 and this is your first MMO game? You've just retired? Nice. Also, good taste if this is your first MMO. Good first choice. Yeah, I've definitely been looking for like a new MMO for a long while before this game came out. And then I saw Brighter Shores announced earlier this year. And it's like, oh, that's the one. Especially when I heard when Andrew Gower was doing it. It's like, oh yeah, that's definitely the one. Because he made the other MMO I have way too much time in. Anything you can do while waiting for Flint to respawn? Depending on your level range, minecart. It's good from, if you're doing rugged Flint at 18, you could do 10 minecart. And if you're doing tier 4 or 5 Flint, I forget which, you could do like the 155 minecart. Whatever it was around that range. Not sure what level you're at. But otherwise, if you're in like a weird tier where you don't have a minecart that ends in that direction, you're kind of out of luck. Normal Flint without a minecart's pretty bad. But there's only 2 level ranges where it's viable to do Flint with minecart. And it's at the absurdly low level range and at 1 level range right before 200. I forget exactly what level it was. But there's a level range at like, which I'm not sure if you're at right now or not. But there's 1 level range right at 175, was it? No. Where was the one that goes in that direction? Right, it was the 175. Minecart limestone. Was it limestone? I don't remember now. There's like one minecart that had good synergy with it. Maybe it was limestone. Yeah, I think that is the one. Because that's the one that goes middle then to west. Yeah. So if you're 175 or doing 10 to 18, then you could do it. But if you're doing any other level, yeah, you kind of just do 6 flint and just kind of wait. It's actually really, really bad in that regard. Alright, what are we doing here? I gotta take all, drop, take some. I forgot to take it the other way around earlier. Alright, let's do it this way then. Go put all this in. Oh, I did not mean to hit the command prompt. That's a problem. There we go. Why does it even have a command prompt? I hope they removed that after early access. It's right next to my escape key. And if I big finger it, it hits the button that brings up command prompt. Alright, the rest of these I might just do normally. Just because we're kind of close to our level. Or we might just do one more set, we'll see. And then we can start doing smithing! For like 2 or 3 hours straight. Gotta get at least 1 level. I think is the goal. We cannot end this stream without 204 smithing. 205, we'll probably do a little bit off stream. Just to try to get it towards there. But 204, 100%, we can't end stream without it. And by the end of tomorrow, we have to have 206. Because that's going to be my new AFK going into tomorrow. I'm not sure if we have banked enough yet, though. Like, I'm not sure if banking all these banks us 206. I know it banks us pretty close. I'm not sure if it gets us all the way there, though. As far as how much we have in storage. You should have like 4-ish thousand iron, give or take like 1,000. Maybe 5,000, I have no clue. This also is a blur. I have no clue how much iron I've done even in total. We've definitely done over 10,000 iron at this point. Tier 5 iron. Just a lot of it we've processed already and sold. That's where most of this cash stack came from. Not all of it, but oh yeah, we're at 15 gold right now. We'll be able to go finish our gold grind tomorrow. Though I think I've determined I'm not going for sickle quite yet. I'm gonna go for the hatchet and then for the handsaw. The only problem with that is that brings us one step closer to having to do the carpentry grind. But you know, we were allowed to do the woodcutting grind without doing the carpentry grind. It's just kind of pointless too. Like, you can get 200 woodcutting and then just ignore carpentry if you really want to for a little while. It's not like after we do woodcutting we have to immediately do carpentry. Ideally, we'll do both of them side by side, though. Because what it feels like makes the most sense is to do, keep your carpentry level up with your woodcutting level. That way you can use the knowledge that you're getting from woodcutting and carpentry onto carpentry. And get 200 woodcutting and 200 carpentry at the same time. At least that's the game plan anyways. Because I feel like that will make carpentry a lot less awful. If we did it alongside woodcutting. You just pretend it's a component of woodcutting. Which it technically is, but you know. Pretend it's directly a component. Like, if we get a log, it just has to be immediately pretty much cut in half. And go carpent it out. Because I don't want either of those getting more than like a few levels away from each other. Because once they do, it's never going back. So if we keep them even, it'll make carpentry a lot easier. Same reason we kind of got to keep our mining and smithing close together. Same as a stonemason to it if we can. Post 500, that's not going to be the case, but, you know, up to that point, it's helpful. But yeah, we'll do one more bank of iron, which will go slightly beyond 211, but we can't just do a weird interval. We got to go for the full set. And then after that, yeah, we got a lot of smithing we got to go do. I'll probably go bank these mining pots then, because I shouldn't need them after that. We use double hold bar. You haven't unlocked the mines? Have you finished the chapter 2 quest yet? Didn't you say you got membership earlier? It requires full completion of the chapter 2 storyline. Oh, your first account. Yeah, it's actually what both of my other two accounts are doing right now, oddly enough. They're both smithing in the other location, doing the AFK smithing thingy. To 11 mining. 4 more levels to go. Not today though. If we just do 1 a day, we'll get there. And get to that juicy 215. I might even go really desperate and actually go do all the blast mining. I have like a couple hundred dynamite from the last like 2 weeks. It's worse XP than iron, but we'll need some amount of stone. We're also coming up to the level where we need it for stonemason, which is the only reason I want to do it, potentially. Is at 179 stonemason, we can etch all the death stone. Which will only get us a level or 2, but it's better than nothing. Dude, that's the only thing I can mine right now that gives me stonemason XP. Everything else would be too low tier. So even though it's the worst mining XP, it would give us some amount of stonemason XP. I'm definitely saving all the death stone for later, though. I'm not making anything out of any of it. We're going to be saving them exclusively for hammer mage items. There might be some hammer mages that don't want to do blast mining, but still need their best in slot items. And we'll be there. Ready to trade them. Hey, another hat for the pile. She keeps reminding me, I still need to go get those in my other 2 slots. They still haven't gotten it yet. The Hammer Mage and the Guardian. Alright, 2 more sets and we're done with iron for today. Until we need to go smith it! You're gonna done mining iron. I just want to finish the full bank set before we go to smithing. There we go, 165 stonemason. 4 to go. Until we can do tier 4 granite. Of which we have actually a lot of for once. I think I have like 1,000 of it. Mostly because I got a little bit extra because I knew I wouldn't do that much death stone. Currently I got 24. I would need thousands. I did not plan to get thousands. So we're going to have to knowledge even deeper from there. The good part is though, once we hit like 193 or 189, whatever it was, we should be in the clear. I think it was 189. We're not going to have all the XP from there, but we'll get a lot of it. Oh, it's technically 189, but then I got to go to 193. I tried to save the material. They don't have the knowledge from like 190. Yeah, those are going to be the 2 big dead zones. However far our granite gets us. And then there'll be a dead zone after that. And then the next really big dead zone is... Once we get to 189 from there, or 187, whatever it is, At absolute best, I'll be able to get to like, what, 190-ish? And then we're going to have to go all the way from 190 to 200 with only knowledge. Oh, this guy's gained 2 levels since we last saw him. Every single time I see him, he gains a level. He's working on it. No, I hate that. When it can make the sound but still doesn't go all the way through. Yeah, that's the thing that happens sometimes. Alright, we're out of here. Alright, let me go and put this potion back in, I guess, Hopeport. Alright, so let's get to smithing. We gotta get at least 1 smithing level this stream. That'll probably be our last goal for this stream. Get 1 singular smithing level. And since I'm not bringing a pot with me, I think we could either come back every single 2 sets, or we can do it based on just dumping out a knowledge into the smithing AFK. Because I'm going to need it when I hit 206 anyways. Might as well do some of it now. You're addicted to this game, it's my fault. Sorry. But also not sorry, it's so much fun. Yeah, we're really addicted to. What are we at? We're at 634 hours on the dot. Way too much time. And we're not even like 10% done. With the current state of the game. Not even counting any future updates. So we have 3,257 iron. Yeah, let's get to it. I don't plan to do all of it right now, obviously. Otherwise we'd be here for the rest till morning, basically. But I do plan to do this until we get 204 smithing. As our goal. As our final goal of this stream. 204 smithing, 1 single level. And by end of tomorrow's stream, we gotta finish 206. Because tonight's the last night, I should probably need the detective AFK. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna make any product out of these or not. One interesting tech that we can end up doing is double stack our bar. But do it in a way where we do it around the time where we over encumber our bank. I'm just not sure what percent that would be. I don't know, what do we get per product? 3%? How much storage do we have in Storage Rift? Does anyone remember how much untuned storage is there? I want to say 36, right? Like 18 and 18. Because if that's the case, 36 times 3 is a little over our knowledge. So I'd have to stop around 90-ish? Well, we can fit some in our inventory too. So yeah, I'd have to stop around 80% knowledge. And we can offset whatever with our inventory. But yeah, we need to do bars until 80%. then do the other things until 200%. And then we can go sell and double boost into Stonemason at the same time. I think it's going to be the game plan then. So I got to do iron bars to roughly 80. Then keep making product until 200%. And then at 200% we go sell everything we have. And then go and double boost potion the stonemason. It should work out. Technically I shouldn't do that until I get back though for when I use the potion. So we can get a little bit of it into our smithing XP as well. You have 236 hours so far? Nice. Yeah, this has been the most fun I've had with a game for a while. I like them number go up simulators. Definitely needs a lot more end game content though. Obviously it has basically none right now. But I don't mind endlessly grinding for future content. I've definitely super grinded games less developed than this. Because the base for this game is so good. It just needs to get all the core features in and then start adding content to it. Which obviously he's working on, but currently he is off on vacation right now. As it is the holiday. But the only big issue with this game is this game won't be fully realized until probably like a year from now. The 1.0 release is probably by the summer or slightly earlier. And then it's still going to be a good half a year to a year after that. Before it has enough content where it's like, you know, you can kind of compare it to some other games. As far as like the features that it has and everything. Well, we're going to be here for the whole journey. Yeah, he's currently busy catching cheaters. You have 188. You guys are animals. Yeah, some people are going crazy with the game. Someone said earlier, some people have like 1,000 hours. And we did the math. They would have had to have slept for like 1 hour a day. If that actually is true. If someone actually has 1,000 hours right now. Slightly under 1,000 hours would make sense. But if someone actually has 1,000 hours right now, that's basically 1 hour a day of sleep. Ours came out to about 14 hours a day. So that left like 10 hours that we're doing not this game. Yeah, 1,000 plus. If you're at like 1,000 or almost 1,000 right now, that's definitely not healthy. My amount's also not healthy, but you know, I'm still getting like a good amount of sleep and everything. And I have the free time to right now, so might as well. We're at some point definitely going to slow down a little bit, like how much we do per day. But so far, we're still trucking along with it. Like, my motivation is still there all the way since day one. Like, I'm not any less motivated now than from day one. Still have the same fire. Quite literally, as we do the furnace. This furnace reminds me a lot of a fireplace thing I had outside when I was a kid. That we used to roast marshmallows on. Obviously, it wasn't like a furnace like this, but it was one of those that you would, like, put wood in the middle. And had like a little bit more of an open frame like this, but like further down. It still had a thing at the top so all the smoke would go through. And it's really good for roasting marshmallows. Also, it was the first time I ever learned what getting burned is. I knew what it was from Pokemon, but I didn't know what it was in IRL until I accidentally got burnt from it. But yeah, fire hurts. If any of you haven't touched fire before. An interesting, very hurting experience. Oh no, that's a funny question. Have any of you guys touched fire before? I feel like everyone kind of has at least once, and then you realize you should never ever do it ever again. But has anyone not touched fire before? I feel like it's one of those things that everyone does exactly once. And then you very quickly learn to never do that again. Did you know that the 1 hour AFK potions is getting auto used doing passive training? Let's see. Yes. Oh wait, you mean making the potion? Oh, that's kind of an oversight then. If making the potion activates on the activity where you're making the potion. That's pretty funny. That's a bit of an oversight. That's actually a hilarious oversight. If so. Wait, are the AFK EXP potions for alchemy working on alchemy? So you could basically never make the Hope Port AFK potion then? Because it would work on Hope Port as you're doing the alchemy? Oh, that's really funny. Is that what's happening? Is that what I'm understanding? Because that's hilarious if so. If making the Hope Port AFK potion is giving you instant EXP while making the Hope Port AFK potion. It shouldn't do it for any other chapter potion though. Like if you're making like a chapter 2 5%, it shouldn't be doing that. But that's kind of funny if it's working on Hope Port that way. I guess to some degree it makes sense, but also really hilarious. Yeah, the main reason I don't use the 5% AFKs is we did the math on it, and I did the math wrong, or I did the math 3 times. And I'm still not sure which one was right. I still don't know. I probably should have checked in the morning. But I'm pretty sure it's not worth using the AFK EXP potions even above 200. Definitely not before. But even above 200, I think it's still not worth it. They get really expensive really quick. I said, hello, more zombies! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. We're currently back at the furnace. We did a bunch of Gatherer today in the Bone Zone. We did a bunch of Stonemason. And we still haven't done a single smithing level, which is what we're trying to do right now. I think we're going to about 80% knowledge, then running all of our bars, and then banking. And getting our double Stonemason buff then. Is our current route. We worked last night. Just got up and got last minute Christmas shopping. Nice. Yeah, I did all mine last Monday, so I wouldn't have to do it last minute. There's some things I still need to pick up next week's Monday, but it's mostly just food stuff for the holiday that I wanted to get fresh. But yeah, all my last minute shopping was done this Monday, luckily. So we're good to go to stream all day. Tomorrow. But yeah, on Monday I do need to go and get a little bit more shopping done. That's the last Monday we have free until Christmas. So yeah, we're going to actually have a couple of slightly smaller streams then. Because Monday's going to be a little bit smaller, and Christmas Day I'm probably only going to be around for 1 hour. Probably either in the morning or really late in the day. Like almost like nighttime. I'm not sure which yet. But we're mostly just going to be around to say, hey, Merry Christmas. Hope all you guys having a wonderful holiday, blah, blah, blah kind of thing. It's going to be a very short stream. Because midday, I'm going to be busy like the whole day. From like 1 to 8 or so. I was not sure if we're doing anything like super in the morning. Which case I won't probably stream until like 10 at night. Like almost the time we're at right now. Like that might actually be the case tomorrow. I'm still not sure. I mean not tomorrow. I mean on Christmas Day. Because the stream might not start until like this time. Which honestly will probably be the case. Because I'm still not sure if I'm free or not all the way in the morning. So there's a good chance that Wednesday's stream will be at like 10 p.m. Like pretty much this time right now. As far as the start time of it. So what you're trying to say is instead of farming 1 hour leatherworker to secure over 6 to 8 hours of 5% XP a day is not worth it? Shame. Oh no, is it worth doing that? You know what we could be doing with 1 hour of grinding any skill per day? It's one of the reasons why the 500, it's one of the reasons why I want to do Bone Rate on one account and Stonemason on the other. And not do like a 500 combat AFK. Is I like the utility of it more. And the utility of having an extra hour per day is probably better than 5% extra XP while we're asleep. Because 1 hour to put into anything is a lot stronger than 5% into whatever AFKing for tonight. Wait, does one potion last for 1 hour or 2 hours? Isn't it only 1 hour? Because if it's only 1 hour, then I'm pretty sure they're not worth it. Unless you're like really loaded. Yeah, it's only 1 hour. That's what I thought. So yeah, they're not worth it. They are once you have a lot of excess gold. I wouldn't want to do it prior to getting 25 of all useful tools, though. At that point, maybe I would consider it. Because you also have to keep in mind, a lot of AFK activities have a tool that make them stronger. Well, maybe not a lot, but there's definitely a good handful of them. And getting that tool upgraded first to 25 is more important than potioning it. As you'd rather have a permanent 10% on something like this, rather than like a 5% per night thing that keeps consuming money. So once I have all my tools to the 25 levels that I want them at, and trading still isn't out, I could then consider start dumping them into the XP pots. Because that'd be the next logical upgrade. But until I have every single tool to level 25, that I still need like about 150 more gold for. But until I get 150 more gold, I don't think I'm going to be doing the 5% AFK XP pot thingies. I would need to upgrade every single tool to 25 that's relevant. And then after that, it would be worth it. But not prior. Oops, I accidentally did these bars too long. That's not what I meant to do. Save that for later. Alright, what am I doing? Over here. I'm gonna go bank everything. I'm gonna go grab our bars. Alright, so what we're gonna do is, we're gonna do this now until we over-encumber our bank. And I accidentally did the bars slightly too deep, but the basic premise that we were gonna do is by the time we hit 200%, we'd basically have like a full storage. But I had to have done it at 80%. I accidentally did it to 100 too. That's still fine. We can still do the premise of what we were gonna do. I was going to hit 100% knowledge a little bit earlier, so I won't be able to make as many of them. But basically, we're going to do bars to about 80% knowledge, then do these until 200% knowledge, and then go sell and grab our potion at the same time. And then rinse repeat till we have 104 smithing. And we'll also make some money along the way. There's also be a nice in-between of just doing only bars or only the other thing. I guess technically, no, that would be, I don't know, would that work? I was going to say, one thing that we could do is, do the bars, then immediately make stuff. I kind of forgot. I could have done it that way too. What am I doing? Instead of banking them every single time, I could have just been making them into bars or into stuff. I'm not sure why I didn't think that through. Wait. I was thinking I had to do all one and then all the other, but I could just do one, then, you know, mix them together. It would still get the same result. Oops. I kind of forgot about that. I'm sure I just thought about that now. If you farm 1 hour, leatherworker is 1 gold for 24 pots. 24 pots equals 24 hours. That's like 3 days of AFK with 5%. Well, I did the math based on the amount of levels, though. Like, relative to what you would get when actively getting it. And it just didn't seem worth it at the time. It's the same reason why we don't use a EXP pot every 2 minutes and only use it when we use it get a knowledge point. Because that has a similar issue to why the 5% pots are not worth it unless you are at a point where you have like so much excess gold that you don't know what to do with it. I don't know, we did math on it a couple times, and depending on how you look at it, it looks worth it or not worth it. We did it like 3 different times the other day. Oh no, I guess we could use it some. I'm just not sure if I'd want to run it on detective is the problem. Like, there's definitely skills where it is worth running it on. Like, let's say smithing, or bonewright, or stonemason, or alchemist, or carpentry. I don't feel like it's worth using on a combat AFK, or on, well, unless you're using the greed with it too, or the wealth thing. But I don't feel like it's worth using on a combat AFK or detective AFK. Like, things that are already kind of, you know, decent. But I wouldn't mind using it on, like, stonemason, smithing, bonewright, carpentry 100%. I guess it just depends what I'm doing it on if I would use them or not. Like, when I do the smithing AFK, I probably would. But that's because we're already burning money on it. So having the 5% pots would make us burn less money. Because not only would we be getting 5% more XP, but we would also be burning 5% less money. So we're basically double dipping the 5% value. While also training a skill that can't be just infinitely trained actively. At least not in the same way that, you know, detective can, or, you know, merchant can, or you know, other stuff like that. So the main skills I would use the 5% on then would be alchemy, carpentry, stonemason, blacksmith, bonewright, and eventually armor maker. I don't think I would use it on anything but those, though. In those situations, it would be a lot more worth it. Other worker is decent. Use them the whole time. The 5% FK pot. It makes sense why he would, though. He's like infinite money from doing 500 leatherworker. That's not quite the same as doing activities where you're like losing money or like barely making any. Like, it makes sense when you have a lot of excess. But I don't know, I guess you can look at it in like the value lost per day. From not having an extra 5%. Ooh, Black Santa hat. Oh yeah, he's just using the normal 5%. Not worth if you're not racing. Yeah, he's just chugging them. Wait, did you unlock the leatherworker AFK? I feel like the answer to that is yes. So he did the leatherworker AFK without doing 5% the whole time. Is what I think I'm understanding from this. That just didn't unlock it ever, and he just did it all manually. I assume you'd want it for when he sleeps. Oh, it's funny saying it out loud and then putting it in. Wait. So you did the AFK, but didn't use 5% AFK. Correct? There we go. Because I think that's what he's been saying. I'm just trying to figure out if that's what he's saying. I think that's what he's saying. But see, the 5% AFK is not worth it. Someone racing for rank 2 to even use it, I don't think. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Let's see. You unlock all passives and use both 5% AFK pot. Oh, okay. So he did use both. Alright, so he did use them. Okay. I was misunderstanding that then. But yeah, he did use both. He used one every 2 minutes and used the AFK thingy thing. Oh, yeah, I understand now. I don't know, I just don't feel like it's worth using on every skill. There are 100% some I would use it on, though. Alchemy, Carpentry, Stonemason, Blacksmith, and Bone Rate. I don't feel like there's too many others where I'd want to use them, though. You also have to keep in mind, there's a lot of them where if you use them, you can only AFK for 12 hours. So if you do have to go away for longer, you can't. For example, mining and alchemy. Where if you use them, the amount of time that you can do it for is drastically reduced. Actually, no, never mind, because your inventory is being filled up. I always say that, but never mind. That's only applicable if you're doing alchemy. It's still applicable to alchemy, but not to the other ones. Because when mining, it would keep getting consumed as you're getting them, so it wouldn't actually fill up your inventory. It's only applicable to alchemy that it would hurt your inventory. Well, the main reason for not wanting to use the AFK pots on some of the things right now is mostly because of the tools. Because if we're doing something with a non-upgraded tool, we're wasting even more XP. Like, we're wasting 10 XP per activity rather than 5%. Like, when I was doing wood cutting with, like, 0% earlier, compared to having 10% that we could be having. I didn't do too much with it, but, you know, we did do some. But stuff like that compared to not having the gold for it. Well, no, I guess I'll use them for the detective thing tonight and see. Because I never tried them yet, so I'll finally go buy some and try them. The only problem is the Chronopolis ones are really expensive. It's really cheap for the, like, the earlier chapter ones. But, I don't know, Chronopolis AFK pots are like, what, 30, 40 something each? Yeah, we can still get some and try them tonight. They're close enough to the location anyways. There's literally a potion thing, like, right there. There's a potion thing right there. Like, the AFK activity is right there. Or there. And then the potions are right there for the AFK activity. Yeah, just do 1 hour of Leatherworkers that it ends. Well, the main reason I'm waiting on Leatherworker for that is queuable actions. I thought you would get it out before the end of the year, but at this point it looks like it's like sometime next month. Well, I'll definitely try them tonight. Because what's the burn number per night? Let me see. Because I guess it's worth it, because it's not that much money per night. Like, with how much we're playing, I think it's fine. Because what is Chronopolis? Actually, let me go to Alchemist. This would be the easiest way to find it. I think it's like 40 something. 40 something silver. How much is Chronopolis? 5%. Not 6%. 5%. Chronopolis 5% is 33.2. Yeah, so it's only like 333 silver a night. Yeah, I guess we can live with that. That's basically nothing. Like, when you break it down per night, it sounds worth it. Because we can easily afford 333 silver every night forever. That's like basically zero. Especially since the activity itself still makes some. You don't say! Well, when you break it down, when you do it on the macro level of how much you spend the entire time, it's just so much gold is the problem. Because you're basically converting, what was it? If you did it the entire time, we did the math on it. It was like a double-digit amount of gold for like 20 levels or something. If you break it down all the way. If you were to like AFK from 200 to 500. Like, when you break it down per night, it sounds worth it. When you break it down per level, it's actually pretty expensive, but I guess still kind of worth it. Because one level post 200 takes forever. Yeah, maybe post 300 it makes a lot more sense right now too. Because I was breaking it down earlier relative to how long it would take for us to get a level in the skill. Compared to how much gold we'd waste for doing it for a level. Like, for example, let's go get the mining one. Like, it took us like less than an hour and a half to go get a mining level. Like, it took roughly an hour and a half. I need to go double check the exact time. From when we started to end. But let's say it took about an hour and a half. The cost to AFK mine right now at 26. So it would take like, what, 10-ish hours at my level range because it's near the end, so it's getting worse XP. But let's say 10. So let's just say this is 26.4, which is exactly 26.4. 26.4. So what am I trying to do right now? Calculator, go. 26.4. We would have to times that by 20. 26.4. Because that's how much it would be until it gets us a level. So yeah, it'd be half of a gold for one level. So it'd be half of a gold to save an hour and oh yeah, it's definitely worth it. Wait. Hold up. Yeah, it's definitely worth it. It's half a gold to save if I did the math right there, yeah. It's half of a gold to save an hour and a half of mining iron. Oh, wait. No, wait. I did the math wrong, though. Wait, did I? Oh, wait. I did the math for how long you would take it. No. Wait. Hold. I think I did math wrong. 26.4. Wait, what? Where did I get to 26.4 from? Wait, I'm so confused where I just got to 26.4 from now. Oh, yeah, that was the cost of the thingy. Timesing by 20 is only for, Wait, I did math really wrong here. Wait. Yeah, this was the problem I had last time, is I did it this way, and then I was like, oh, it's 100% worth it. But then I did the actual math, and it was like, wait, was it worth it? Wait. Because you have to break it down based on, the excess XP. Not the total XP. Wait. Because you would need, No, wait, no, that's still the case. Because 20 of it equals... No, that's just for 1 hour, though. That's how much you need for it to equal 1 hour. So it'd still be 10 times that. Sorry, it's 5 gold for 1 level. Yeah, that's why I thought it wasn't worth it, then. Because I just did the math wrong. It's 5 gold for 1 level. Or technically, it's actually 5.28 gold. So 5 gold and 280 silver for 1 level. To save an hour and a half. Because I keep doing the math wrong initially, and then it sounds really good. But then I do the math right, or what I think is right, and it's like, oh wait, that doesn't sound good. But if I'm doing that right, that's insane. What math are you doing? I'm doing the extra 5%. So for the extra 5% to equal 1 hour... Okay, let's break this down. Let's go break this fully down. So, of course, let's say hypothetically, if you do an activity for 10 hours... The math sounds right. Okay, let me go. Okay, wait. Let me do this real quick. Wait. Before anyone says anything. Let me break. No. Lost skill. Wait. Let me do it first. Wait. So let me break this down real quick. Unless you're going to keep chatting in chat. It's girl math. Don't do math yourself. But no, if you do it based on just the 5%. So, okay. Let's say hypothetically, it takes you at a given level range 10 hours to get it maxed. So 10 hours to get it maxed from whatever level range you're at. With no potion. That will end up getting you 1 level. I forget what the exact number is, but let's just use this because it'll be easier to do it off of. So it takes you 10 hours. You are getting 5% extra, which means every 20 hours you would get 1 hour. But you would need 10 of those hours. So you would need 10 times 20, which is 200. And then you would times that by whatever the potion is. So what is the potion? Let's see. 26.4. So we'd have to do 200 times 26.4. So we take 26.4 times 200, which means the gold cost for 1 single level is 5 gold and 280 silver. For 1 extra level. I'm not talking about like the amount of levels you would gain from the passive thing, but to generate 1 extra level from the 5% potion is roughly, at least in this particular potion, 5.3 gold. So it really comes down to, do you value the amount of time it would take to do that 1 level over about 5.3 gold, give or take a little bit, depending on what chapter you're doing. For 24 pots, you spend that 1 gold per that. In 24 hours, you would normally get 3 levels, but a pot, you get 5. Let's see. Wait, how are you getting so many more levels, though? How is a 5% pot getting you 2 more levels? I'm so confused. Because how on earth does 25%... How on earth are you getting 2 levels from 5% into 24, though? I don't know. I'll go try them, but... How on earth are you getting 2 out of 5% of 24? Because what you're getting as extra is 1 hour of extra XP. Not a whole level. Oh wait, or am I doing it wrong? Let's see. If that is, that's 10 times lower than whatever I'm saying. Oh no, my brain hurting. Wait. If it takes 10 hours for 1, 5%... I don't know. My brain doesn't want a brain. Though that math still doesn't make sense how you would get 2 levels from 5% in 24 hour, though. Because that can't possibly be correct. It would have to be like 1 in a decimal. Let's see. What am I doing here? Oh yeah, we're at 200%. I need to go bank. Let's see. Deposit all. Hey, finally got 15 gold. Hey, we still need to go buy the other tool too. Just not sure which one I want to go for. Plus, we might be buying some EXP pots tonight. We'll see. But I still don't understand where this level is coming from. Because let me go look at the thingy. So let's go do this based on the cheapest possible pot. Let's say I'm doing Hopeport. Let me go to his shop real quick. Let's say I'm doing Hopeport. Alright, Hopeport. Hopeport. Where are the AFK pot thingies? Alright, Hopeport AFK. That's the one, right? Yes. It's 32.4. Alright, 32.4. What are we doing with this? Actually, I don't need that number yet because we got to go do the other number. So, if you use a 5% pot on an AFK, you will get 5% of 1 hour. So, you would need 20 of them, of course, to equal 1 hour. And let's say, I keep forgetting what the number is at a given range because it keeps changing depending on what you're doing. But let's say it takes 10 hours of doing an AFK activity with no potion to get a level. Like after 10, you would get 1 level. So you need to hit 10 hours with the 5%. And every 20 of them gets you 1 hour. So you would need 20 times 10, which is 200. So I would need to times whatever this number is right here, the 32.4. This is the cheapest possible option. We would have to times this by 200 to equal 1 level. So we take 32.4, times that by 200, and that means it would be... Wait, how's this pot even more than the other one? This is Hopeport, right? Oh, no, never mind. I did the other... I see it. But yeah, that'd be 6.4 gold for 1 level. Well, technically 6.5. It's 6,480. But I don't know. Is that worth it? It comes out to effectively 6.5 gold a level to get like an extra level in any one of these while doing AFK effectively across the amount of time. Like, yeah, you're paying for it in like a low enough amount per day that it's not really that much. But you are effectively paying by the end of the everything roughly 6.5 gold an hour for a level. And let's even say it's half that. You're paying like 3 gold for a level. In which case you could consider it worth it. Could consider it not worth it. It really comes down to, do you value the level more than the amount of gold it would cost? As far as the effective levels that it would give. Which it really just comes down to if that's worth it or not for the individual person. But I think right now it's not. But I guess it's over a long enough period of time where it's not that big a deal. We're talking over the course of 200 hours. And we can make so much money over 200 hours. Which I think is the main thing. If you break it over a long period of time, it sounds worth it. If you break it down per level, it is really expensive. But if you break it down, like, oh, it's only a couple hundred silver a night, it's basically free. But if you break it down, oh, it's like costing you like 6 gold a level? That is not cheap. Unless your moneymaker is like 20 plus gold an hour or something. Hey, Miles ES is here. We're acting like we're playing on a budget. Well, I'm trying to get all the tools upgraded. So we're playing on like a mini budget to some degree. Like, I feel like when you break it down per level, it sounds awful. When you break it down per night, it's basically free. It's just when you break it down to the full extent of a level that sounds pretty pricey. Because even in the cheapest scenario, you're spending like 4 to 5 gold for a level. But as opposed to 200 level though. And it's over the course of 200 hours. Yeah, you still get coins while doing the AFK, true. So the amount that you're burning is actually less. But that would also just be pure profit when you're not using them, though, too. Because when you're not using the XP pot, that's pure profit. Whereas when you are just taken away from the cost, or you know, it's less cost, but still cost. So the profit doesn't really matter one way or another. Because you're just being taken out of what you're already making. Like, it's still a negative number. It's still a very negative number. It really comes down to, do we want to spend several gold for a free post 200 level? Like, if basically... It basically comes down to, if you could click a button in game that auto gave you a post 200 level, but it costs anywhere from like 5 to 10 gold, would you click it? If the answer is yes, then 5% pots are worth it. If the answer is no, then 5% pots are not worth it. Because depending on your level range and everything, they're anywhere from like 4 to 8-ish gold per level. So if there was a button in game that let you infinitely do that and it was worth it, then 5% pots are worth it then. Is basically what it comes down to. Let's say it's hypothetically 5 to make it like a nice even number. If there was a button in the game that let you auto get a level post 200 for 5 gold, would you click it? And if the answer is yes, you should be using 5% XP pots then. Is basically what it comes down to. So that's my final verdict. If you would infinitely click a button that would auto give you a level and a post 200 skill for 200, or sorry, for 5 gold, then it is worth using 5% XP pots. Which, honestly, I might start using them. I don't know. It's a lot, but you're also spending, like, so little per day. Whereas we're talking about, like, 200 hours of AFK before you have to click that button. That's a lot of time. You know how long 200 hours of AFK is? That's like 20 days. Maybe even more. Or less. It depends how much you AFK, obviously. Or, you know, sleep and everything else. I don't know. I guess we'll start using them. We'll cave in. We'll start using them. I'm not using them on Chronopolis, though. Because there's no other thing to use them on. If I'm buying them, I'm mass buying Chapter 3. Because I'm going to be using them on, you know, Blacksmith. I'm going to be using them on Stonemason. And that's even double dipping as well. Because I'm actually burning money when I'm doing Blacksmith AFK. Whereas the potions actually double dip and save us some money. Because if we're burning less money from the other thing, we're burning less money like twice over by 5%. It's not much, but it adds up. Use them tonight? The problem with using them tonight... I guess I'll buy just 10 then. Oh no, how long will I be away today? Tonight? Maybe I'll get like 8-ish of them. Or maybe 10-ish. I'm not sure how long I'd be AFKing tonight though. Depends when I log back in. But no, comparing it shouldn't be that big a difference. Because it shouldn't be more than 5% unless there's like a weird glitch going on. But you should just be 5% higher, right? It's not doing anything beyond that I'm not aware of, right? It just simply gives you 5% more XP. Which obviously a lot, because we're getting like 2 million a night normally. So 5% of that. But you know, you have to think about like the total of your bar though. Rather than like necessarily the XP number. Because the XP number doesn't really mean too much. It's more so the totality compared to the rest of your bar. There's 2 million XP in our gather right now, would sound insane. But, you know, 2 million XP into our detective right now is a little bit less enticing. Like, it's still good, but it's only 5% of it, not the whole thing. 5% per hour. But I'll use them tonight. Though, one of the other reasons I kind of want to use it tonight is so that we could push over to 219. Because that's another strategy if you don't want to use them every single time, too. Is just use them just enough to get them to where you need. Because right now I need 219. But I probably won't reach that if I don't use a 5%. Or I'll have to do like a few extra raid dens or something. Or vice versa. But the 5% might be enough to push it over. Or make it so we have to do like 1 or 2 less raid dens tomorrow morning. Because tomorrow morning we're going to have 219 detective regardless if we use 5% pots or not. It just comes down to, do we want to save the time of having to do like 2 raid dens or even just 1 raid den? Actually, how much would it be? Let's say hypothetically we AFK enough to do 2 million, because I feel like that was a number we were getting pretty often. I forget exactly how long that was, but let's say we get 2 million. What's 5% of 2 million? Times 5% of 2 million is 100,000. I get that in 2 raid dens. So if I spend 333 silver tonight, or whatever it comes out to, let's even be generous. Let's say it's only 200 silver for however long that is. Let's say it's 200 silver. I think it's slightly more than that, but let's just say 200 silver because we get some money back, everything else. We'll spend about 200 silver tonight, counting the money back and everything else. And spending 200 silver would make it so we have to do 2 less AFK raid dens tomorrow morning, which saves us about 4 minutes. So is 4 minutes worth, well, we wouldn't get the combat XP, but let's ignore the combat XP you get from doing those, and the knowledge. So let's just pretend you get no knowledge from it and no watch person XP either, just detective. Is it worth saving 4 minutes tomorrow morning for 200 silver? I don't know, is that exchange worth it? Because that's effectively what it's doing if I use them tomorrow. Which one is better? Is basically what it comes down to. Saving 4 minutes completely AFK, or spend 200 silver? Because honestly, I'd rather just do the AFK thing. There's not much else I could be doing with that time. At most, I'd be able to get like a full leatherworker thing in, which would get us also about 200 silver. So I guess that kind of evens out, doesn't it? If we did just like 1 single run. But that wouldn't be detective XP though. I would still have to go and spend 4 minutes doing detective XP though. Oh wait, but then you'd be... Okay, so you'd be trading out the leatherworker. Okay, I see. So if we count the XP again, we'd basically be trading out the knowledge that we'd be getting from that and the watch person XP for leatherworker XP is basically what we'd be doing. So we do want watch person XP or do we want leatherworker XP is what it comes down to. Because yeah, it saves us about the same exact amount of money. Now I'm getting it slowly. But no, the thing is though, in that exact scenario that we just did, the difference is the XP that we're getting. It is not actually saving us money. It is money neutral. It is the same cost if we do 1 inventory of leatherworker at that range compared to if we do watch person. Obviously at a higher level it would be more worth it. But we're not at a higher level right now. Let's do it based on current level. It basically comes down to, do we want a slightly higher watch person or slightly higher leatherworker? Oh no, I'll still use them tonight. But it still comes out to be even at this range. The biggest issue is you have to make enough money for it to be worth it. And we're not at that range yet. Like if you have a moneymaker that makes over 2 gold an hour, they're 100% worth it. But right now we're slightly below that. We're at like 1.4, I think. That's my biggest issue I'm having. Is at my exact moment in time, they're not worth it. But, oh no, I might as well still use them. Especially when we go to smithing AFK and, you know, some of the bigger ones that actually matter. Rather than detective AFK. Which doesn't matter as much because you AFK them actively. But I'll use them for 1 night, just tonight. But then we'll start using them for Mines and Matubin. But I was already going to use them for Mines and Matubin when I was doing the smithing grind. Because I need to save the money of how much we're burning from the gold. Because it makes us make less negative money. Not overall, we're making even more negative money. We're basically doubling the amount of negative, but it's still saving me from more negative, basically. It's basically doubling our negative, but we're saving 5% on the other negative. Hey, if we're gonna lose some, we might as well lose all. Also, by the way, we're not even at half a smithing level. Stream does not end till we get a smithing level. And we're not even halfway there. All this talking, I just now realized we're not even halfway after all this. But yeah, my final verdict on 5% potions is you have to have a moneymaker that's at least 2 gold an hour. After all this math and contemplation, you have to be willing to click a button that basically auto levels you for 5 to 6 gold. And you have to be making at least like 2 gold an hour. Or have a method that can. And at our current stats, we actually can't. There's not a single activity in the entire game where we can make that much yet. We will be able to, but not currently. Because otherwise you're in the red. Well, I'm doing it based on full level. Not per night. I'm doing the math based on how many levels you're gaining. Not based on the per night cost. If you do it by per night cost, then it's basically free. But I'm doing it based on the 200 hour that it would generate a level. I need more gold? Yes, I need more gold so I can get the tools upgraded. Look at all these 0 tools. Every single one of them is 0 for woodcutting. How am I supposed to do woodcutting without at least a 25 hatchet and a 25 handsaw? And eventually the 25 AFK thing, which gives me 10%. Which is more than 5%. Because the hatchet also works on the AFK activity. Which will start giving us like 20% once it has the other axe. Instead of 10%. Or instead of 5% compared to the other thing. Like, there's a lot of things we need to be upgrading. Oh no, I think it really comes to if you're looking out on the macro scale or micro scale. If you're looking at the cost per night, it is basically free, and you should be doing it the second you hit a 200. As long as you don't mind maintaining the silver cost every single day. If you already have something that you're doing that you're going to be making money from and not worrying about upgrading other stuff or worrying about the gold. But I'm mostly looking at it on the super long term of how much it would cost to get a level. And regardless how you do it, it's at least like 5 gold. And that's like on the low end. It could even be higher than that depending on your level range and everything else. Where the amount of 5% you would need to do of an AFK activity would be more than 5 gold per level. But the thing is, at least at this level range, it's not that long to go get a level. Like, mining took us like, what, an hour and a half to get a level? I know, 5 gold in like a few weeks is crazy spending, I know. 5 gold over the course of 200 hours, which is, yeah, about 3 weeks or so. I don't know, we will start using them, but I'm only going to be using them on the ones I was already planning on using them for. There's a reason I haven't used them yet. It's because if I want to get extra detective XP, I can literally just click into the middle of a raid den and we're good to go. Same as for combat. I haven't had a 200 where I needed it yet. The first 200 where I'm really going to need it is Blacksmith, and then Stonemason, and stuff like that. Because I didn't need it for mining, because I need the iron ore. I didn't need it for detective or watch person, because you literally just walk into a middle of a room and AFK actively. The first time I'll need it is for smithing at 206. And again at Stonemason at 206. Or 200, whatever it is. And then again for Bone Right. And then again for, I don't know, what other one is really useful? Carpenter. But I don't see myself using it on a combat one. That just seems like a waste. And a few others also just don't seem worth it. Except maybe in Hopeport. Maybe all of them would be worth it in Hopeport just because how much cheaper they are. But using it on something like Detective or Combat where the potion is even more money and you could already AFK actively. Like the only one that would really be worth it is probably Leatherworker. But then you can't make more active money. But it's worth it to get to your better moneymaker, I guess. If you already have the merchant level. It's 5 hours for 200 hours is worth it no matter what the scenario. Wait, well, you're talking about the gold cost to generate it? Yeah, it would take about 5 hours to generate that much. But it saves 1 hour, though. Because that's the thing right now in my current circumstance. is we make, let's say, 1.4 gold an hour doing our best method. And let's say it costs about 5-ish gold. So it would take us about, what, 4 hours? 3? Let's even just say 3. It would take 3 hours of money making for us to save 1 hour of having to do a skill. Over the course of 200 hours of AFK in it. It's always worth it. Oh no, I'm still trying to figure out if it is. It really comes down to, do you want EXP? Do you want more EXP now or more money now? Is basically what it comes down to. Do you value EXP over money? Like, do you have an immediate... It basically comes down to, is there an immediate thing that you need to spend money on where you'd get more value than using the AFK method? And right now, prior to getting all the tools up, I feel like we kind of do. Yeah, when trading comes out, you would always use them. Yeah, the second trading exists, you should never be running without a 5%. It's just right now, money is a lot tighter for everything you need. Particularly if you're still trying to 25 every relevant tool. Like, that's the problem. If I had 25 every tool right now, we would be, honestly, using 6%. It's not even 5%. Why use 5%? Just use 6% and burn more money. But, the problem is we still need money right now. Like, money's still a factor. The problem with the AFK pots, you're always too tired to remember them. Yeah, that's another factor, too, that you have to consider. Well, it's a pretty small one. You don't just naturally have the XP pots in your inventory. You have to go all the way to a potion, either in Hopeport or Chronopolis, and get them. You know how annoying that is when you're doing an AFK activity? It doesn't take that much of a factor, but you have to remember to do it every single time. Like, let's say I want to go and use it on... Oh, no. Let's just say I want to go do it on Carpentry in Hope Forest. Not only do I need to go get the AFK material for Carpentry, and remember to go buy that, but the other issue is I have to teleport all the way to Hopeport, go get the potions, and then also go teleport all the way back to Hope Forest. So if you forgot them and you got there, it's like, oh, I need to go get my AFK pots. You have to go waste like an extra almost 2 minutes, because you got to go teleport from Hope Forest over to Hopeport because you forgot your potions. Over to Hopeport, because this is a really realistic scenario. It's not like this won't ever happen. Where you're in Hope Forest, it's like, oh yeah, I forgot my 5%. So you're going to need to go and teleport from there, go all the way to Hopeport, grab your potions, go teleport all the way back. And that's a good 2 minutes of extra wasted time. That if you just actively woodcut or did carpentry for 2 minutes, would have already gotten most of that XP from. Not all of it. The 5% would have still given slightly more. But barely any compared to if you didn't have to go all the way back. Because that's the same issue that 5% pots have right now on anything that isn't knowledge. Because you can actually backtrack so much doing a 5% that the 5% goes down to almost like 2% of how much you're effectively getting from it. If you're constantly juggling it or counting the time that it takes to drink it and everything else. So that's a factor that doesn't apply to the AFK one, though. Don't let your laziness rub off on you, though. It's probably worth it. But my final verdict on it, it is 100% worth it. It really just comes down to, do you value slightly more gold or slightly more XP at a given time? If the only thing you care about is XP, it's 100% always worth it, without a doubt, without a shadow of a doubt. Honestly, you should almost be getting the 6%, it's not even the 5s. The factor is if you really need the money at the moment for some other goal in the game. Most notably the tools. You know, because it's the only thing you can really dump it into at the moment. Well, I do plan to use it on Mines of Matubin, but that's just because the processing skill, it saves way more time. I just don't feel like there's other skills I would use it on. Like, I wouldn't use it on a gathering skill, like Miner. I wouldn't use it on a combat skill, because they're just so free already anyways. I wouldn't use it on Detective, because they're also so free similarly to the combat. But there are definitely a handful where it could be worth it. If you're bothering to AFK Merchant, you should be using on it. If you're doing Leatherworker, you should be. If you're doing Stonemason, Blacksmith, or Bonewright, you definitely should be. If you're doing Carpenter, you better be. You better use a 6%. If you're doing Alchemist, if you have the inventory for it, you should. And that's about it. I feel like every other skill, it's not worth doing. It's not worth doing on a Gatherer skill. It's not worth doing on a combat, and it's not worth doing on Detective because it's basically as AFK as a combat. But everything else seems worth it. Particularly production skills. Production skills are like so absurdly worth it to have the 5% on. But the ones where you can just immediately gain XP for, I feel like are less worth it. Well, I'm just thinking of how much 5% per night would even advance us, though. Like, let's say I was trying to power mine right now. And I was trying to get to... Oh, no. We're trying to get to 223. Let's do something realistic that we're going to. Let's say I could do the 215 AFK right now. I was already at 215. And I basically have to keep doing iron right now at 197. Would I use the 5% to go to 223? I'd probably say yes. In this scenario. But I believe there would be other scenarios where I wouldn't want to do it. The reason why this is yes is we already have more than enough iron banked for like forever down the line. So I guess that would happen to quite a few in gathering skills. So I guess it depends on how much you need the material. Because this is only tier 5 iron. Tier 6 iron is a different story. But it's only tier 5 iron. So we do need a lot of it, but not like a lot of it. Compared to something like tier 6. Oh no, it just seems weird because you're also cutting into the amount of material you would gain when you do it on a gathering skill. So if you're currently gathering something that you don't need, like the 5% is worth it. But if you are doing it on one where you do need it, then you're just getting less of the material that you end up needing to get anyways. In 1 month, well, in the 1 month now from now, I would definitely say these things are worth it. But probably not for the reason you think. But no, the second trading comes out, I'll be like, why is everyone not running a 10% AFK pop pretty much, or 6% or anything else? At least 5%, bare minimum. But the whole economy is different when trading comes out. We're talking about now. But yeah, the second trading is coming out. You definitely want to use 5%. Honestly, even pre-200, you'd be using a 5% on your AFK when trading comes out. But we're talking about like current economy though. But yeah, in like a month from now when trading's out, yeah, you should be using 5% for literally everything. Should even be considering a 6 or 10 or whatever percent. Like honestly, 10% you should definitely be targeting if they're, you know, if there's enough in the market where they're not outrageous. It really depends what the market is on them, because you can't buy them from the shop directly. Well, it takes 3 weeks to gain 1 level when you're doing that, approximately. Depends how much you do the AFK, of course. But it takes about 3 weeks to gain 1 level from a 5%. 1 level, at least at my current level range, takes only like an hour. Well, actually, how long was it? About, let's say 2 hours of mining. Let's say it took 2 hours. I'm pretty sure it took less than that, but let's say it took 2 hours. It definitely took less than that, though. But it took let's say 2 hours. So Oh no, when you put it like that, it just doesn't seem worth it. And that's being on the generous end for the potion. Because it definitely took way less than 2 hours to go get that level. Like, if you're really trying to rush to a high level, it's worth it. It's just until I have all my 25 tools, I just feel less enticed to go for it. I think is the biggest issue. Like, if I had every tool to 25 right now, I'd be spamming well, probably 6%. Even though we'd lose even more money. I would just want to have all those 5, so whenever we need them, we already have them. But I don't know, we'll see. I definitely don't want to use it on Detective, though. But once we start doing Mines and Tubing, honestly, I'm probably going to buy like 1,000 of them. We're just going to buy like an entire like tool worth. Like however much I could buy with 20 gold is pretty much how many Mines and Tubing AFKs I'm going to buy. 5% the second we get 206 smithing. So we are going to be using a lot of them. The only problem is I'm not sure where I'm getting all that money from. Because I still need to go get the other tool too. I'm just going to use the cash deck I have now. But then that means I can't do wood cutting. I can't do gather beyond a certain level. I can't do foraging. Like there's so many skills I can't do if I don't do the tool first. Like we're basically locked to fishing, which I'm not going to do quite yet. Gatherer, but I'll be bottlenecked out of it once I get to sickle. We'd basically be locked to chapter 3 and 4, essentially. Like, if I went all in on the AFK pots and everything, I'd be locked to chapter 3 and 4. Time for us to no life to 500 merchant? Honestly, that might be the way. You know what I think I should go do? And then I won't care about money as much. I really need to go do 222 merchant and 210 leatherworker. I think that will fix, like, every issue. It'll fix my tools. It'll fix my 5% AFK pot situation. On is it worth it or is it not? Because at that point, it would definitely be worth it. I'd be making enough from leatherworker where I would feel comfortable using 5%. So I think the final verdict is I just need to go get 222 merchant and 210 leatherworker, and then never worry about money again. I think is the issue there. I think that's what this is, the bottom line here. Is my moneymaker is not money making enough. So let's make it make more money. So I don't need to worry about the tools, I don't need to worry about anything else. Obviously that doesn't solve all of our money problems instantly, but it's a good step towards it. It makes a good amount of money. But yeah, I think that's our solution. Improve our moneymaker so 5% pots actually are worth it. Because I'll be starting to use them in a couple weeks from now. The only reason I'm not using it on Detective is because it's already free. But the second we hit 206 smithing, we're using them. It's even in the title that we're trying to get to 206 smithing. But the plan was to always use it for that. It just wasn't worth using for, like, you know, watch person or detective or something. But 100% is worth using on smithing. And then once we have our better moneymaker, it'll be worth using on everything. It just wasn't at this current moment in time because we're trying to save for tools. So we can upgrade stuff. But that's the final verdict on it. 6 more levels, still 200 alch. Nice, Gino! Huge congrats. Have you been saving all your potions or selling them? Are you saving them all for trading? It would be so nice having the +4 boost pots. Oh yeah, that's another factor too. I almost didn't even think about that. I think we're going about this the wrong way. Chino just mentioned a good point, even though I'm pretty sure he's not trying to do it directly to our conversation. I'm not sure if he is or not. But if he is, that's actually an extremely good point. We might be looking at this the wrong way too. What about the plus boost potions? The +2 boost relative to the 5%. Because there's some level intervals, but that probably is more money. I didn't even think about that. I get +2 boost at, you know, like 204. We'd literally be able to tonight. Oh. That's interesting. Like, what if we had 8 of the smithing thing, 8 of the +2 boost, and 8 of the 5%? Is that worth it? But yeah, he just reminded me that those exist. How much is a +2, Plus, it lets you skip 2 knowledge, too, which is interesting. But, hold up. How much is a +2 boost potion? Because I think we're looking at this the wrong way, too. Like, there's not just 5%, there's also the boost pots. The best you could buy is +2 if you're not making them. But a +2 is, oh, it's 43s, though. That's so expensive. But the amount of XP you get from them, I believe, is even more than a 5% XP pot. Plus the material I'd be getting if I did it on like something like mining from 213 is even better. Ooh. Wait, that kind of changes everything. I almost forgot those exist. But I think we're looking at this the wrong way. Because there's level ranges where a +2 is worth more XP than a 5%. Plus you're making more money back and or material back that you need. Like, the material I get for doing the 200 mining AFK is trash. Whereas the material I get at 215 is actually something I need for smithing AFK. Ooh. That's interesting. That's a lot of money, though. That's a lot harder to break down because the XP difference is not just 5%. It's whatever the difference with the activity is. I don't know. Does anyone know about how much percent better a next level up activity is post 200? Because I don't have a difference between them yet. My mining one would be my first one, where I can see the difference between a 200 and 215. Does anyone know roughly the percent difference between a between every single post 200 activity? Like roughly? Because I'm pretty sure it's more than 5%. I'm almost guaranteed it's more than 5%. I'm not sure what the percent is, but I'm almost guaranteed it's more than 5. Because honestly, that's more of a play than anything. I can start the AFK tonight. Because ditch the 5%, go for the +2s. If they're relevant at your level range. Because that's more of a benefit than you're even getting for cheaper value overall. Because you're paying less silver per XP. Oh, yeah. Wait, that's impossible. Ah, we need a +4 pot. That's true. You can't pre-knowledge it. Never mind. Yeah, you have to do a +4. Oh, gosh. +4 knowledge pots are going to be worth so much. Wait. Yeah, +4 knowledge pots are going to be worth their weight in gold. What level do you make? What do you even need to make them, by the way? Wait, those things are, like, broken beyond belief. Yeah, you make them at exactly 200. What do you need to make a +4 potion? Because that's actually, like, broken. You can't buy them, obviously. What material do you need? You would need a sweet corn, which you get from doing, how do you get this? Sweet corn. 312 Forager, though! Ooh! Ow. Never mind, we're not doing that anytime soon. Unless we're doing Monument Grind. It's 312 Forager and 272 Forager. Yeah, that's not happening. Those things are so broken, though. But who on earth is getting that high of a Forager and doing that? Well, there definitely are people. But that's a grind. You'd have to get 200 Alchemy and like 350 Forager almost. Like 342, whatever it was. But yeah, those things are going to be insane. I wonder how much those will be worth. Because honestly, that's like one of the most broken potions in the game. A +4. Too bad you can't like do a double knowledge bar into the +2 boost. Just to have it. But yeah, 2 knowledge isn't enough to skip it. It's so unfortunate. So yeah, the knowledge pots are pretty much useless except for a +4. And +5 would be too expensive to use. So +4 knowledge potion is like the only one that exists. Well, time to go get 350 gather. The true meta. Get 350 Gatherer and 200 Alchemy before getting any skill above 200. Only problem with that is you have to do an AFK activity into an AFK activity into an AFK activity to boost the AFK activity. We got like a quad AFK-ception. But isn't that 2 different gathering spots? So you'd have to go to one gathering spot, a second gathering spot, both AFK. Like you have to go to an AFK gathering spot, another AFK gathering spot, then a what would you call it? And just to get both of them at once. I'm not sure if you do or don't. But you just buy them? Is it worth it? You know how expensive that is? But yeah, otherwise you would have to double AFK spot into making the potion, into then doing the AFK you actually want to go do. How much does it cost to buy the supplies? Because that does not sound cheap. 20? Oh, maybe it is cheap, actually. 20 silver. Plus... Wait. What? Why is this so good? Wait. 20 alchemy pivot. I mean, 200 alchemy. Wait. Okay, anyways, tomorrow we're getting 200 alchemy. Wait. Hold everything. All plans threw out the window. Wait. Why is that so good? Why are they, like, free? They're literally cheaper than getting a +2. Why are we even talking about 5%? +4 is the only thing that matter. Wait. Okay, anyways, tomorrow we're working towards 200 alchemy. We are on our 200 alchemy pivot for the next 3 days. I'm not joking, by the way. This is 100% serious. We are going all in and getting 200 alchemy. Yeah, what are we doing? We're talking like 5% like they matter at all. I guess you could 5% onto the other thing, but that +4 is so much better. You know how much extra XP that is? If I could start immediately at 211 doing the 215 mining AFK, getting the material I actually need, as well as being able to already do our 206 smithing AFK. And I don't even need to put the knowledge into it either, at least not immediately, till we get to the next one. That is so good. But yeah, anyways, we're on our alchemy pivot now. We are farming to 200 alchemy until the number says 200, starting tomorrow. I just don't want my smithing level today, though, out of principle. But, yeah, tomorrow starts our 200 alchemy pivot. We are hard pivoting to 200 alchemy. That potion is so broken. Like, yeah, you can use 5% on top of it if you want to as well, but that one potion is so good. And the best part is, we're getting free alchemy XP while making it. And we could do that AFK all the way till... So, I want to know something. Does anyone know? When I get to 219, as long as I don't unlock the next activity, you would still be able to keep making it full XP rate, right? Or does your XP rate immediately go down the second you hit 219? Or does it only go down when you get the knowledge into it? Basically, could I still keep making +4 boosts at 219 alchemy is what I'm asking, without getting reduced XP for alchemy? As long as I don't put knowledge into the next one. Yeah, those things are mega OP. Why has no one told me this? Why are we having a whole conversation for like half an hour to an hour on 5% XP pots when these things exist? Which are cheaper than even a 5% XP pot. And also like double the XP than a 5% XP pot. And you can still use a 5% XP pot on top of it if you want to. And it's free alchemy XP. But yeah, tomorrow, I'm serious by the way. Tomorrow starts the 200 alchemy pivot. We are hard pivoting into alchemy. The only sad part about that is that does mean there's a few things that we won't need anymore. But, rip the 7% forestry XP pot. You will be missed. Carpentry will be 2% more annoying, but I'll just use the +4 thingies and we'll be fine. Tacit's brain, I don't want to spend any silver or gold. Well, let me break down why it's worth it. For one, it is almost guaranteed like 10% or even more than 10% XP. So we're talking about a double 5% XP pot, like 2 times as effective. It is cheaper than some of the 5% XP pots, or pretty much the same cost. It's under 40 silver to get each. And the Chronopolis one was what? How much was the Chronopolis 5%? Like, this thing costs like 37 silver to make. Compared to a Chronopolis 5%, which is, if you were to buy it from the shop, is almost the same cost at 33 silver. So for only 4 silver more, you're getting basically double the XP, if not more than double XP. For 4 silver more. Yeah, like, yes, you have to go in AFK, but you're getting free alchemy XP while you're doing it, so it's not like you're getting bad XP. You're getting it for a really useful skill that you need better potions for anyways. I guess after a certain point, making too many of them would be a bad thing. But for the first several hundred, it'd still be worth it. Unless your alchemy level's like plus 250, it would probably stop being worth it. But it's still huge though. The only big issue is that you have to do the alchemy AFK, but I don't know, I think that's still worth it. I don't know. Because it does come down to the whole thing that you have to go do an AFK in order to even get 10% for the other thing. Which is the same issue that the 5% have. I don't know, when you put it that way, I guess it could be kind of worse. Because that's the reason why we didn't want to go build like the 5% pots or the 8% pots and just buy them outright if we were to. Because you do have the time of actually crafting it then. I don't know. Because unless you're buying them from another player, they're a lot less worth it. Unless you just really want to get some kind of post 200 alchemy goal. So maybe we don't do the pivot. Because they're only worth it if you plan to get alchemy to like 300 something. Like if you have a goal that needs alchemy to be 300 something. So yeah, never mind. Scratch that. No alchemy pivot. No alchemy pivot. The potions are really good. And the second trading comes out, we'd want like 1 billion of them. But they're not worth making just for the XP. Is what I think it comes down to. Unless we plan to do something at like 300 something alchemy. But yeah, pivot the pivot. We're not doing alchemy anymore. The pivot has repivoted. The potion itself is broken beyond belief. But making it and then using it is not as broken. Unless you have plans for 200 plus alchemy related activity. Like, if there's a potion at, like, I don't know, like 250 that you wanted to make. But we're pivoting the pivot back to where we were. The pivot has repivoted. Back to current plans. Like, the potion itself is probably one of the most broken potions in the game. But without trading, you can't buy it, so it's not as worth it. Buying it, that potion is worth so much when trading comes out. Like, that potion is 100 silver at bare minimum. Maybe 200 silver. Maybe 300 silver. Like, that thing is worth so much. Like, you'd be making, like, 5x profit every time you make one. Relative to the buying it from the shop. When trading comes out. Maybe even more than that. What am I doing? Let's see. Oh, yeah, I'm trying to get back to the thing. I need to get smithing level. Because honestly, I would pay as high as like 200 silver for that potion probably. And current economy, like maybe 100. But you know, once we made slightly more money, definitely 200. And 200 silver would be like 6 times profit for someone making it. relative to what it costs to buy from the shop. But yeah, final verdict on us getting 200 alchemy is probably a scratch. I don't think we're going for it. After further deliberation. With the brain that is going out of control this late at night. In every which direction. We have deliberated towards not doing it. The 5% pots, though, we'll still be using, though. For Blacksmith. Like, all the things we said we would use a 5% for, we still are, though. Yeah, the +4 pivot is just not going to be worth it, though. It's insanely, insanely good, but it's better to buy from people than to make them. I'm curious how much it would go for when player trading comes out. There's no way it's less than 200 silver. But yeah, we definitely will do that as our alchemy training method at the time, though. Like, when we get to 200 alchemy, and we want to do post 200 alchemy, 100%, we are doing, like, the 200 pot all the way till, like, 229, if not further. Like, 229 is, like, the bare minimum we would do it to, probably. I'm pretty sure it would be the game plan, then. For whenever we get around to it. But I wouldn't do anything beyond that, I don't think. Because by that point, it wouldn't be worth it. But I don't plan to get 200 alchemy anytime soon is the problem, though. But we would be using that around the high level range, though. And there's some interesting ones we could do, too. Like for watch person. Because that means at 476 we can start doing the 480 AFK then. And stuff like that it's really good for. Like the really, really deep ones. Like doing all 3 of these 4 levels earlier. Especially when you compare it to some of the bone rate ones. Or we can skip even more bone rate. Because those are probably the biggest ones we want to save it for. Bone rate and carpentry. Since we're going to have a limited amount. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. why'd I keep putting the bar in? I keep meaning to make product out of it. I keep only doing the bar thing. Also, it's gotten so quiet. Still want to get this one smithing level. We're definitely going to end it once we get this smithing level, though. But I will not stop until we get it. Let's see. Gosh, we still got so much iron. Honestly, off stream, I have some time. I got to run some iron. Because I need that 206 AFK activity, but gosh, we got to do so much more iron. Even once we get 204, we're like barely even dented to 206. Because once we can start getting that rolling, and with 5% EXP pots, we will, I really need to get that going, though. So we can actually start getting EXP from it. That's definitely my goal for tomorrow. It won't be the whole stream, because I plan to hopefully do some off-stream. But 100%, we got to reach 206 smithing. Like, tomorrow's stream cannot end without 206 smithing. So yeah, has our plan changed at all then? I don't think it has. Despite all for deliberation. So it's still... We need to get 206 smithing. Still got to get 200 stonemason. Obviously putting all our knowledge into it. Still got to do gather into bone rate. Still got to get 222 merchant and 210 leatherworker. If anything, I guess that's a little bit more of a pivot in that we do need to go get those with a little bit more immediacy. So we don't feel as bad using 5% pots when we go use it on smithing at 206. Which we'll have by tomorrow. So that could be the slight pivot, I guess. Merchant into leatherworker. I kind of wanted to wait until queuable actions before I got back into leatherworker, though. As far as, like, seriously getting it up. Because if you can 3-click that, we're going to need to do that so much. That's like 4-minute AFK for just money printer. But the problem is we probably won't have that feature for, like, a few weeks at this point. Like a good 2-3 weeks from now. I could technically do the merchant grind, get the money from that, and just not do the merchant. I mean, not do the leatherworker yet. Would be a bit weird having 222 merchant with only 174 leatherworker, but it probably would be the distribution then. And just do leatherworker later then. After the queuable actions, assuming it even works on it. There's a good chance it doesn't, but if it does though, that's gonna be so nice. Imagine it for this too. Imagine with just like a few clicks, we can just do a full inventory of this blade. So I have to click each one. That's another one that gets so much better. Gains about as much of an improvement as leatherworker does. Same as making the bars and etching the stones and dunking the bones. All things that get greatly improved by it. You just have a little bit more of immediate because I need to go make our good weapon for Chronopolis. But to do that, I need the 205 Blacksmith. I just want 206 for the AFK thing. And then 1 or 200 or technically 199 Stonemason. Because technically I only need 199. I don't have 200. But you know, if we're getting 199, if we're getting 199, might as well get 200. Like what will one more level do at that point? Which is why I keep saying 200, but we actually only need 199. It's just that 200 is, you know, the logical next step. If you already went that far. Technically, what we really need is like 206, so we can do the AFK eventually. Or do you get AFK at 200? I think that was only bone rate. Yeah, you do need to get to 206 eventually. I'll worry about that later, though. That's a later issue. Because I don't really need it much beyond 200. Technically, I don't even need 200. Even just 199 would be fine. But I can't just leave the final level there. That'd just look so weird. Gotta get the clean number. The thing I hate about this room is to be able to go do this properly. I gotta like switch the camera angle all the way around unless I want to do the furnace like inverse. Unless we want to look at our character blocked by a furnace. We gotta like change our camera that way, then this way, then that way, then this way. So what are we doing now? I'm trying to finish out this last smithing level, then probably calling it a night. And tomorrow's main goal is to finish 206 smithing and definitely some stonemason. And then like one other goal. Not sure what that one other goal is. Maybe 205 merchant. Just to kind of poke a little bit at post 200 merchant. And we keep mentioning all the money issues, so let's go fix our money issues slightly. Yeah, those are probably the three big things then. It should be pretty doable. Is basically do all of our oh yeah, I also gotta remember to go to the gas tonight, hopefully. Otherwise I'll have to do that tomorrow. But, so I have enough gas to have like infinite gas for stonemason. Yeah, we're gonna run all the granite we have, which I believe we can do at 169. We have about 1,000 of it. Get 206 smithing. And probably 205 merchant. What time tomorrow? I should be starting around noon. Yeah, I started a little bit late today. But, I should be able to get normal time tomorrow. There's a few things I just had to take care of this morning. It's going to be a little bit weird because today's stream was a little bit of a weird time. But then tomorrow will be normal. Then Monday will be a little bit of a weird time because, you know, we always do like a really short one on Monday. And then Tuesday will be normal. But then Wednesday's going to be an absurdly weird time. I'm still not even sure what time I'm streaming on Wednesday. It either has to be really early in the morning or really late at night. I'll probably pull it on Tuesday stream. On which we should do. Because I either have to do it like before noon or after like 9 p.m. So, I'm not sure which we would do. It would likely only be for an hour, kind of say hi, Merry Christmas to everyone, all that good stuff. Because the rest of that time in between, I'm pretty much going to be busy with the holiday. So either has to be really, really early morning or really late at night. Like nearly the time we're now at right now. And realistically, it'd probably be really early morning. But then after Thursday, we should be on a pretty normal schedule. We'll start around noonish and go for like 11-ish, 12-ish hours. Then we could really get our power grinds on if there's anything we want to go prioritize. The only other day I'm not sure about is New Year's, but honestly, we're probably going to be streaming on New Year's. Though I likely will be stopping a little bit before my midnight. But other people will be having their midnights. So I'll celebrate with them. But yeah, going into New Year's Eve and day, we'd still be streaming normal time. Like starting around noonish and going to like 11:30ish. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, we got lucky 7s on our bars right now. Ooh. Fancy number. Good old lucky numbers. But yeah, I do see why so few people have like only like 300 smithing or something on leaderboard. Because it is rough. Post 200. Like, if there's no one hidden, the highest person is 304. And honestly, I believe that. That probably is the highest. It feels weird looking at leaderboard and being like, oh, is this the highest level in the game? Because normally when you look at a leaderboard, it's like, oh yeah, of course it is. But in this game, it's like, oh, are they hidden or are they not hidden? I really hope that gets fixed like early next year. I barely even care about leaderboard, and I still want it to be fixed so badly. There's just so many things that are uncertain with it. And the biggest one right now is you never know what the highest level in any skill is. Because there's still many skills that no one has gotten a 500 in yet. Mostly production skills that are really hard to train. Like smithing. They're both hard and slow because they require so much material and are slow XP rate. At least it's not as bad as RuneScape Classic smithing. I don't even think after a year anyone even had 99. Which is basically the equivalent of having 200 in this game. And we already have 203. But it was skilled like really, really bad. Like honestly, getting 500 smithing in this game was quicker than getting 99 smithing back then. With how slow it was. Hey, how much money are we up to right now? Ooh, almost 16 gold. I'm still not sure what I want to spend it on, but something. I don't know, if I was to go for one tool upgrade, what would it be? I've been leaning to not doing sickle and considering the woodcutting axe. And getting all the woodcutting stuff first. Why? I don't know. But I have been feeling the urge of that being worth it for some reason. The thing is, I don't need the material from woodcutting, but I need the EXP from woodcutting, if that makes sense. Same reason why we did the fishing rod. Like, I need the EXP for fishing, but I don't need the material we get from fishing. But in case of woodcutting, I don't know. I guess we will for carpentry eventually. I'm just scared because I know if I go get 25 of both these tools, I have an obligation to basically get it to 200 to go feed into carpentry. Oh, so I just realized something that's really sad. There's a +3 boost pot in this game, isn't there? You know how useless that is? Oh, that's kind of sad, isn't there? Isn't there? Yeah, that's sad. Poor thing. Yep. Let me do the right chat thing. But yeah, I just realized, you know how useless a +3 boost is? Because pre-200, you don't really have a need for these. Even if you were, you're probably using like the +1 or +2. Like if you're doing like the quest requirement or something. Because you can buy them from the shop, whereas these you have to make. So not only do these have the downtime of making them, but they don't have the upside of +4. And now you can completely skip something post-200. Also, how on earth did I only do... Wait, what? I have 1 spare ore in my inventory. What happened there? But, yeah, I just now realize how pitiful that one is now. It's like extra pitiful to +3. Because all the downsides of a +4 and that you need to go make it manually. Because you can't just buy from the shop. But none of the upsides. It has all the downsides, but none of the upsides of making a +4. If you need a +1 or +2, you just buy it from the shop. This might be one of the most useless potions in the game, because at least a +5, while it's a little overkill, at least it basically does exactly what a +4 does, but 1 level earlier. So the +5 still has a purpose, just not as needed. These +4s are going to be the main one everyone uses. Because 1 single level isn't that much, but you know, it's still a little bit extra compared to a +4. But a +3 basically shouldn't even exist. It is actually that useless. Oh, that's unfortunate. The way they have that set up. Yeah, we're almost there. I say that, though. Honestly, any single thing that's like this, we are not close. Well, we kind of are. Let's see. 150% or 150k XP. And we're getting 11k each time. Okay, that's not too bad. We're getting there. Are we streaming on Christmas Day? No. I'm probably just going to be doing it for like 1 hour in the morning or so. Just to say Merry Christmas to everyone and, you know, all that kind of festive stuff. But beyond that, yeah, it's probably just going to be 1 hour in the morning. I was saying earlier I'd probably pull it, but honestly I might just be doing it in the morning. It's just the most convenient time. Like sometime earlier than we ever even normally stream. There's a random hour just kind of saying hello. Merry Christmas, and yeah, we're basically just going to be like a quick... I'm not even sure what we're doing that stream, but... kind of just like a quick Merry Christmas kind of thing. Really short stream. It'll probably be like 8, 9 a.m. Christmas morning. The problem is I don't even know the exact time that would be either. But yeah, we pretty much don't have a stream on Christmas, basically. I will on New Year's, but not Christmas. Like New Year's Eve and day, I will be. But, not, Christmas. I'll have like a 1 hour kind of thing, but, yeah, I'll be busy most of the day. And the only times I would be able to do it is absurdly early in the morning or absurdly late at night. And I'm probably leaning towards just absurdly early in the morning, just for like an hour or two, say hi to everyone. Wish everyone a Merry Christmas and just kind of mess around. I would say we do the Christmas event, but honestly, there's not much Christmas event to do. I think collect hats. And trading's not out, so we can't give any presents out to everyone. We need a clean friends list? Yeah, I do need to go start going through that. What's yours? We've been kind of just randomly kicking people recently. What was your ad so I can go get you in? Because we have a new system now. I'm just going to kick someone who I think I haven't seen for a while. And if they want me to go re-add them, I can. That's basically the system we're doing now. Mad Hatter? Let me see. That's kind of our new system for adding people. Or deleting people. Because the other system is just getting too annoying to do. Wait, did you not try adding me yet? I don't see you on this list. Because I need you to try to send it first, just so I can kick someone and get you in. But if you could just add Tacet real quick, T-A-C-E-T. And I'll go get you in. He's going to add a surprise Xmas event where we will be able to throw rotten food at the cheaters. That'd be funny. You don't even know the name? Oh, same as the channel. TACET. The one above our head. What is it again? Tacet. TACET. Same as the channel. Same as right there. There we go. There he is. Alright, let's play friend roulette. Let's see. Who do we kill? Oh, let's see. Fast Guppy. Have I seen this one? I want to check something real quick. Let's see. Fast Guppy. Capel. Do you exist, Fast Guppy? I knew it! Aha! I knew I haven't seen Fast Guppy in a while. They're not even on leaderboard. Alright, Fast Guppy, you're out. Mad Hatter, you're in. Let's see. I just saw that name. It's like, I haven't seen this in like forever. And yeah, there it is. It's because they haven't played since like week 1 or 2 or something. Is anyone not on leaderboard? That's one way we sometimes do it. But now we're just doing it based on one we feel like we haven't seen in a while. And if they want us to re-add them, we can just do it later. That's my current roulette of trying to get people on. Any name I think I haven't seen in like a month. But then checking the leaderboard and seeing that they're all on it is just like a double confirmed on. But eventually we'll run out of people who's not on leaderboard. Oh, this might be the last inventory we need to do. I think we do these blades, sell everything we have, and boom. Might be calling it there then. These I think is the last inventory we need. So it gets us to 200% knowledge. It'll get us to 204 smithing. And yeah, then we'll go sell everything out. We should be good to go. Okay, so now here's the verdict. Should I go buy the EXP pots or not? Because I'm going to be right there. I can afford it literally with the inventory that I'm selling right now. We can go afford the 5% EXP pots to go do the detective thingy. I guess we will. I mostly just want to do it when we go do it on like Blacksmith and stuff like that, but just for the fairness of trying it tonight, we will. I'll buy like 10 of them. That should be enough time. But then again, I'll still be actively playing a little bit tonight, so I won't need that many. Because I'll still be active AFKing the detective thingy into raid. We'll probably still be smithing a little. And, I'm not sure what else we'd be doing off stream. But there's a little bit I still want to grind later tonight. Like, even more smithing! Because we do not end tomorrow's stream without 206 smithing. I don't care what it takes. Tomorrow's stream does not end unless that number says 206 and we're doing the AFK activity with 5% pots. But yeah, tomorrow's stream does not end unless I have the 12 gold material for this AFK activity, 12 5% EXP pots, and we're actively doing that activity. That's where tomorrow's stream ends. I know the exact screen and moment where it will end. But we are not ending tomorrow's stream without that. We'll easily have it tomorrow. That's not the only goal for tomorrow. But tomorrow's stream does not end unless that is our exact end screen. I should guess exactly 200. And then we'll go sell all this junk. And go grab some dinner. Oh. Luckily, I did have a big lunch, and honestly, I'm not even that hungry right now, surprisingly. That was one nice thing with starting like a little bit later today. Is I did have a little bit of time to also grab a bigger lunch. And because of that, yeah, I'm actually not hungry right now, surprisingly. Alright, there we go. Ah, 206, we're almost there. Just wait till tomorrow night. We will have you. Alright, anyways. Let's go use this on Stonemason. Telly over to go sell everything. And go head over to, I guess, active AFK raid dens. Oh, I only have that many? I thought I had more bank than that. Why is there only like one set? What happened? I thought there was a bit more than there. Oh, 16 gold! 2 more gold! And we can go get the thingy, whatever it's called. The, what do you even call that? The next tool upgrade. I'm still haven't decided, by the way. I still have not deliberated what on earth we're doing for that. I'll worry about it later. Hey, Chino's here. He did say he was getting 200 alchemy. He wasn't kidding. He's still going. Let's see. Alright, I'll give him one mining boost potion. I'll just use it here. I don't have to get double value from it. Give me my stonemason XP. Give me. Actually, I'm getting more than how many I just grabbed. Because I'm about to go do the AFK thing, so I'll be getting even more XP for it. And you know what? In case I do it for a very long period of time tonight, give me even the forestry ones, because I need to go put it into forager. Give me a little bit of both. Gosh, I love the raid dens. I can't wait till we get the next one. Let's see. He's running like 40-something% penalty right now. But hey, it's more than 0. Alright, let's go ahead over there. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful holiday. We will be back tomorrow. Should be normal time, noon Eastern Standard Time. If you're watching right now, it's about 13 hours from now. Otherwise, it's time we've pretty much been starting every single day. Beyond that, we should be going for about 11-ish hours, with the main goals being finish 206 smithing to get that good AFK that we really need, as well as I'm not sure every other objective. We definitely want to finish out 79 a gatherer if we don't already have that by tonight. So whatever's missing from that. That and getting all the granite done that we get at 169 stonemason. Those are probably the biggest 3. And kind of go from there. Might be throwing a little bit of merchant in there too. Not sure if we're going for the 205 or not. Because going for 205 is basically like getting 20 pre-200 levels. So it's be our first ever post-200 level on it. So we'll see. We might go for it. That's just a lot of merchant, because it basically is equivalent to 20 merchant levels if you break it down. Which is not a small amount, so we'll see. But definitely the other 3 things. But anyways, guys, hope you all have a wonderful week and a wonderful holiday coming up. And I will catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone. And thanks for watching. Greatly appreciate it.